10 Ways to Get a Man. Written by Marie Higgins. Text copyright 2015 by Marie Higgins. Production copyright 2023 by Marie Higgins. Chapter 1. Rock Springs, Wyoming. One more night, alone. Cynthia Randall drove her fiery red BMW into the one-car garage and pushed on the brake. She killed the engine and yanked the keys out of the ignition. Staring at the steering wheel, her chest tightened with emotion. Tonight would be the 1-month anniversary of her breakup with Tim. Just thinking about walking into her townhouse without him sitting on her porch waiting for her to come home from work, made a lump form in her throat. For sure, his purebred toy poodle wouldn't be yapping in a high pitch, threatening to tear off her big toe tonight. She could handle the dog, but it was harder for her to cope with Tim's absence. She snagged her leather briefcase from the passenger's seat, stuffed with material she'd have to look over before the morning's meeting with Rock Springs Channel 9 directors, and slid out of the car. Another evening keeping company with news reports rather than a man. She released an unsettled sigh. People had said, "Cindy, life will go on." She'd seen little evidence besides the fact that the sun still rose and set, and she was still very much alone. She wanted someone to talk to, watch television with, or take her out to dinner once in a while. And she definitely missed that sweet night kiss that made her head buzz with dreamy stars and the butterflies dancing in her stomach, and the tingles shooting through her as if she were having an out-of-body experience in an alien saucer. Cynthia grabbed her purse and bumped the car door closed with her hip. Her 2-inch heels clicked against the cement as she hurried out of the carport. She fished around in her purse for the remote hooked to her keys. Figures she couldn't find it. She just had the keys in her hand, and the same magical force that eats socks from the dryer had worked again, sucking the keys to the bottom of her purse. Her fingers brushed over the key chain and she withdrew the remote, aimed it over her shoulder and clicked. When nothing happened, she clicked harder. Still, there was no locking sound. Gritting her teeth to hold back the angry words floating in her head, she tried it again and again until finally, the doors fastened firmly. The evening's cool air stroked her cheek. A gentle wind teased the strands of hair that had fallen out of her ponytail and tickled her neck. She flipped off a stray lock, an automatic reaction. It's a good thing she didn't wear her hair long. Time was wasted on fixing it, that's for sure. Next to her townhouse, shadows danced under the streetlights as throaty giggles floated in the breeze. A movement from the Lexus parked in front of her neighbor's townhouse caught her attention. She recognized the wave of the man's dark brown hair and the shape of his abundant muscles. Damien Giovanni, her single, Italian neighbor who had turned romancing women into a career, was obviously doing what he did best, getting another woman to fall for his false charms. She rolled her eyes. She was tired of feeling as if she'd caught Romeo in the act. Why did they have to live so close? Once in a while, she would like to walk up to her house without feeling like she was intruding on his privacy. On tiptoe, she sneaked toward her front door, not wanting to make her presence known. His deep laughter rang through the quiet night and made her pause before reaching her porch. Could his date be over so early in the evening? That man entertained women every night and into the early hours of the next morning. She didn't even want to know what they did, although she wasn't stupid or naive. She knew if she walked too close to his side of the townhouse, the Lord might spear a lightning bolt down on that man just to wake him up and put him on the straight and narrow, and she didn't want to get burned in the process. The glow from the streetlight shone upon the figures leaning against each other beside the door of his sports car. She angled to get a better look. They moved together like two worms in electric shock therapy. How disgusting. The woman in his arms was his usual 5'8", blonde Barbie doll. He laughed again, and the baritone ring sent shivers of desire down Cindy's spine. She cursed her weakness, admitting she enjoyed hearing his voice. Must be his Italian accent. Unfortunately, she couldn't stand men like him who never wanted to settle on one woman. The Barbie wannabe raked her more than likely fake fingernails through his hair and linked her arms around his neck. Damien grabbed her closer and planted a kiss on her mouth. Cindy grumbled under her breath. Couldn't he do that in his house? It was bad enough to hear his voice, but to see him in action. Before she could look away, Damien pushed the woman from him and grinned. See you later. His husky voice stirred butterflies in Cynthia's stomach, and she grumbled a little louder. Barbie waggled her fingers. Call me. Why? You have my number. Cindy pursed her lips. The arrogant man. It didn't matter. Women still flocked to him like dieters to a chocolate factory, and devoured him just as quickly. She clutched the briefcase to her chest and rushed to her front door before he spotted her. Damien would certainly know she had witnessed the quaint scene a second ago, and he would never let her live it down. Her neighbor always enjoyed making snide remarks just to rile her, and it worked. Fumbling with her keys, she hurried to find the one that opened her front door. They slipped from her fingers and hit the porch, clanging loud enough to wake the dead. Scolding her clumsiness, she knelt on one knee and swept her hand over the cement, searching for them. Do you need any help, mi amore? She jumped and fell back on her rear. The beating of her heart thundered in her ears, and she placed a hand on her chest. Damien Giovanni. Why do you always sneak up on me like that? He bent, grasped her upper arm with one hand and her keys with the other. His levis crackled at the knees as he helped her stand, and the cotton shirt stretching across his magnificent shoulders was just as noticeable. He grinned. Because I like the way you jump. Heat from his touch crept up her arm. She yanked it away. One of these days you're going to scare me so bad I'll use my can of pepper spray on you. His chest shook, deep laughter spilling from his lips. Honey, if you're as steady with the little can of pepper spray as you are with your keys, I don't see that as a threat. She fisted her hand and punched his arm, a grin tugging at her mouth. It was hard not to like him despite his reputation. Just give me back my keys. He stepped away and folded his arms. Say the magic words. He wagged his eyebrows in that cocky, infuriating way of his. Emergency, 911. He tilted his head and laughed harder. The porch light illuminated his handsome features, straight nose, strong chin, and lips that looked like they'd be heaven to kiss, for other women, of course. Oh, mi amore, you really know how to tickle my funny bone. He dangled the keys in front of her. A twinkle of mirth still sparked in his eyes. Yeah, well, you really know how to, irritate me. She grabbed her keys and turned to unlock the door before he noticed the grin pulling at the corners of her mouth. He leaned his shoulder against the doorframe. She dared not meet his stare directly, knowing what she'd witnessed. There was no reason she should feel any kind of attraction toward him. He was not the kind of man who she would consider going out with anyway. If he were anything but the player she knew him to be, she might have given him a chance when he'd first suggested going out with him many moons ago. At this point in her life, she didn't want one-night stands, and she was tired of the leave kind of guys. After enduring so many broken relationships, she wanted something that lasts. Something better. At age 25, it was time she started thinking of marriage and a family. I've noticed Tim doesn't come around anymore. Did you two break up? She lifted one shoulder in a shrug. Our timing was off, that's all. Are you okay? I'm fine. You sure? She tightened her fingers around the handle of her briefcase. I don't see why you're so interested. I'm continuing with my life, just as he's done. He held up his hands and shrugged. Hey, no need to get upset. You know, one of these days you're going to thank me for being such a nosy neighbor. She lifted her gaze to his and shook her head. Only in your dreams, buddy. He grinned and stroked his finger across her heated cheek. My dear Cynthia Randall, it will be in your dreams. With a wink, he turned and walked into his townhouse. She pushed the door open and rushed inside, breathing a sigh of relief. That man made her uncomfortable in more ways than one. As she walked to the bedroom, loneliness consumed her. She kicked off her heels and slid each foot into a fuzzy purple slipper. On the nightstand, the picture of her latest flame captured her attention. Slapped her face was more like it. Tim's grin used to make her smile, but now she wanted to spit at the silver-framed 3x5. How dare that man sponge off her for 3 months, having her pay his bills, buy his groceries, and help him with rent, then leave her for another woman who made more money. And to top it off, he acted like it was Cindy's fault for the breakup. How dare he act like he didn't have to find a job and that all he needed was to keep the sofa warm during the evening when they were together. But what made it worse that she had actually put up with him. What was she, stupid? Maybe she was just blind, or both. She grabbed the photo, flung it in the small wastebasket a few feet away, and brushed her hands together. There, that took care of one problem. Her gaze slowly swept around the room until it rested on her collection of snow globes. For years she'd been obsessed with them because they had reminded her of her grandfather who'd died when she was 10 years old. She'd always believed that if she shook the globe and made a wish as the snow fell, that her wish would someday come true. True, it had never happened, but it was fun to dream, anyway. Tim had always hated her snow globes. He'd called her childish for having such a large collection. 41 wasn't too many, was it? She should have known from the first time he voiced his opinion, that he wasn't the man she should give her heart to. She entered the kitchen and took a TV dinner from the freezer, her usual gourmet meal on nights like this. After pulling the meal out of the box and setting the timer on the microwave, she turned to yet another order of business, collecting information on the internet for tomorrow's news. She made herself comfortable on the gray swivel chair and turned on the computer. Whistling a made-up tune, she tapped her fingers on the desktop and waited for the machine to boot. Within minutes, she'd logged onto the internet. The homepage popped up and she scanned the headlines, searching for something of interest. In the top right of the screen, an article grabbed her attention. How to win a man. Her explosive laugh disintegrated to a snort. Yeah, right. Win a man. And there was a certain way to do it. She'd have better luck giving a mountain lion a haircut. She ignored the link and searched through several other articles, but her mind kept going back to the odd article. What would it hurt? She had a few minutes until dinner, and she needed a good laugh. Win a man? Not likely. But curiosity got the best of her. What if there was a way? Perhaps this article had the very thing she needed to keep a man in her life. It wouldn't hurt to look. She clicked on the hyperlink. What do men find romantic? With the help of Jason Stewart, founder of GuysWithEmotions.com, we've uncovered just how women can win a man. Below, panelists answer women's questions and bare their souls. Cindy leaned back in her chair, threading her fingers together over her stomach, eager to read more. 1. Dark chocolates. Milk chocolate is for kids. Dark chocolate is for falling in love. The chemical phenylethylamine, found in dark chocolate, mimics the feeling you have when you're in love. She arched an eyebrow. Very interesting. 2. Hard to find gifts. A gift that requires effort is sure to be a big hit with the guys. 3. Compliments. The quickest direction to a man's heart is through his ego. Cindy snickered. She thought it was through their stomachs. 4. A night on the town. Take your man on an old-fashioned date. Fix him dinner or go dancing. While in his arms, stare into his eyes. 5. Tall buildings. In general, guys like big things. Find a place with a good view. Kiss him under the stars. 6. Funny movies. When you can laugh together, you're really connecting. 7. Offer to mend his clothes. Believe it or not, most men are old-fashioned and love it when a woman can do domestic housework like this. 8. Surprise intimacy. Men like it when women surprise them with spontaneous activities for their date. 9. Great memories. When you're together, make it memorable. Create memories by taking pictures or writing in a journal. 10. Tell him, I love you, in a note. Leave little notes around the house, his office, in his car. Telling him you love him will strengthen the relationship. Folding her arms across her chest, she sighed. She'd never done any of those things for the men she'd dated. Could that be why she'd never kept them? The beeping of the microwave jarred her from her thoughts. She pushed away from her computer desk and hurried into the kitchen. Could this article be a sign on how to keep a man in her life? It wouldn't hurt to try. But who would be her target? Damien's face popped into her head. She scowled, wishing she hadn't thought of him so quickly. He was the last person that would get involved in a serious relationship. The last thing she needed was to give her heart to him and have him trade her in for a newer version of Barbie. Not only that, but he was a pretty well-to-do man. He drove a fancy car, wore fancy suits to the office, and dated wealthy women. She couldn't compete with those women. She rubbed her forehead and mentally crossed her neighbor off the list. So who would she target? The aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air, making her stomach growl. For tonight, she'd put off the ways to win a man and concentrate on filling her stomach. Tomorrow she'd find a man and with any luck, she'd make the relationship last. Close your open trap and wipe the drool off your chin. Cindy snapped her mouth shut, hoping she didn't look like a wide-mouthed bass as she eyed the blonde hunk walking beside her boss. Fran Tremaine, Channel 9 station director, had made it a habit lately of picking Cindy off her teeth every night before leaving work. It seems she couldn't please the high-and-mighty middle-aged bombshell boss no matter how hard she tried. Walking as elegant as any famous model on a runway, Fran escorted tall, brawny, and gorgeous down the hall, making introductions as they passed offices and cubicles. Familiarity nudged at Cindy's memory, but she couldn't recall where she'd seen this man before. She jumped from her chair and hurried from her cubicle toward her coworker, Amanda. Just as she'd thought, Amanda's curious eyes followed the pair. Cindy said a silent prayer of thanks Amanda was married, because as sure as Cindy was breathing, the single men would always go after a beautiful redhead with sultry eyes, which was not Cindy at all. After stopping beside Amanda, Cindy bumped her arm. What's so interesting? Although she already had the answer, she didn't want Amanda to think she wanted to know about the new guy right this very second. That would make her look desperate, right? Her coworker blinked and tore her gaze away from the new man and peered at Cindy. A knowing smile stretched across Amanda's mouth. That's Maxwell Harrington. He's taking George's place now that he's retired. Cindy's eyes couldn't have opened any wider if she wanted. The rhythm of her heart took on a faster beat. This couldn't be happening, not to her. The dream walking with her boss was Cindy's high school crush. Max was the super jock, super stud, and had the super personality all the girls flipped over. Especially her. Are you serious? She looked the man again who slowly made their way toward Amanda's desk. He's the new sports anchorman? Sure is. Maxwell Harrington, Cindy whispered in remembrance. His name breezed across her lips like soothing fingers over her skin, warming her up quickly. His name sounded just as good now as when she had sighed dreamily in high school. He didn't resemble the boy she'd had a mad crush on for 3 years. Instead, more muscles rippled on his tall frame, and his hair seemed blonder than she remembered as it swept away from his face. The years had turned him into one good-looking man, that's for sure. If she'd been the least bit forward, she'd be standing by his side right now seeing if he remembered her. That wasn't her style. Not even back in high school. Wallpaper was more her style, especially the kind that hid behind furniture and potted plants. Shyness had always been her biggest downfall with men, which was probably another reason the past 4 boyfriends had moved on to other women. With all of her failed relationships, she'd collected enough material to write a new bestseller, Breaking Up for Dummies. The closer Fran and Maxwell Harrington came, the harder her heart pounded until she thought the organ would jump right out of her chest. She should be used to this feeling by now. Give it up, girl. He's out of your league. And if he remembers you, he'll remember you as the class clown. Yet, With a man like that parading past her cubicle every day, she would continue fantasizing about the unobtainable. Beside her, Amanda nudged Cyndi's elbow, snapping her out of her thoughts. "Here he comes," she muttered. Fran, a woman who had once been a model until her rich daddy had bought the television station and made his only daughter the director, stopped in front of them. "Amanda," she began, her smile so extensive it showed most of her shiny white teeth, even the ones in the back, "and Cynthia. This is our new sports anchorman, Maxwell Harrington." Cyndi hated that her boss always seemed to spit out her name. And why couldn't she use the shortened version of her name like everyone else? Most of the time, Cyndi felt like an unruly child around her boss. Amanda pushed her way to the front, her arms stretched in greeting. "Hi, Maxwell Harrington. I'm Amanda Shepard, executive producer." A smile spread across the man's face. "Please, call me Max." His deep voice made Cyndi want to sigh. Familiar tingles ran through her. She moved her gaze from his astonishing eyes to Amanda's hand as he shook it, wishing her hand was touching Max's instead of Amanda's. Cyndi boiled inside, wanting to be just as forward as her friend. Married or not, flirting was what Amanda did best. "So Max, what brings you to Channel 9, her coworker asked. "I've been working in a Chicago station for the past 6 years, and thought it was time I came back to my hometown." Max let go of Amanda's hand and turned towards Cyndi. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly her brain froze, and yet her tongue seemed to swell as her voice locked up. "Good heavens, what's wrong with me?" She swallowed to moisten her dry throat and began again. "Hello." Her voice released an embarrassing squeak. She cleared her throat. "I'm Cynthia Randall." No spark of remembrance lit his eyes, but she didn't give up hope. "Nice to meet you, Cyndi." Max's smile widened, making his eyes twinkle. Her heart fluttered. He paused as if waiting for her to say something else. All she could do was stare into his brilliant, sea-blue eyes a girl could drift away in. "What do you do at Channel 9? He asked her. Through her hazy mind, she thought she'd heard him ask her a question. Good grief. Why hadn't she paid better attention to the conversation instead of floating away on the billowy cloud of her girlish dreams? "What?" "I asked what your job is here at Channel 9. "Oh, yes. I'm the pre-search reducer." Beside her, Amanda snorted a laugh. In disgust, Fran rolled her eyes caked with dark makeup. Cyndi's cheeks heated and the sinking dread in her stomach descended lower than the Titanic. Gads, she'd messed up her words again. It wasn't the first time, but how she wished it would be her last. She cleared her throat. "I mean, I'm the research producer. I'm Amanda's assistant." His lips twitched as if holding back a laugh. "Well, I hope we'll work together soon." As Fran and Max continued down the hall, she released a mouthful of air, the awkward moment now past. Why did she act so tongue-tied around good-looking men? After her mind returned to normal, she realized he hadn't remembered her. An ache formed in her chest. Then again, why would he remember her at all? They'd never really talked in high school. She was always the shy and clumsy girl with chicken legs who followed the jocks around like a rock star groupie. Back then, boys like Max didn't have time to look at unpopular, nobody girls like Cyndi. When he turned down another hallway out of her view, deep disappointment washed over her. Wow. He's one fine-looking man. Yeah. Amanda elbowed her arm. And you know all the available women at the station will be after him. Cyndi cocked her head at her coworker and frowned. So? What does that mean? Well, I would hate for you to get your hopes up. Cyndi folded her arms. Explain yourself. You know your track record with men isn't the best. Amanda shrugged. It's common knowledge. Common knowledge for whom? The whole office knows you can't keep a man longer than a couple of months, Cyndi. In fact, wasn't Tim the longest? A cold knife ripped through her chest, threatening to dislodge her heart. Are you saying you don't think I have a chance with Max? A sorrowful expression clouded Amanda's eyes. Well. Cyndi flipped her hand through the air. Don't say it. I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. The reason I haven't been able to keep a man for longer than a couple of months is because I choose not to. Stubbornly, she lifted her chin. I was bored with the others. And well, Max is different. Of course it helped that he didn't remember her from school, and because he didn't know about the other men and how she lost them. Amanda patted her shoulder. But wouldn't you lose interest in him as you did the others? The shield Cyndi had tried to build around her heart crumbled, but she hid her distress behind a forced smile. I don't know, and I won't know until I try. Then I wish you all the luck in the world. But watch out for Anastasia and Drizella. Because they are Fran's daughters, you know they'll want first pick. Yeah, of course. Like always. Cyndi frowned. Those two dimwits had first pick on everything. And as always, Cyndi was left with scraps. Amanda turned and sat behind her desk. The look of pity on her coworker's face was obvious. Anger surged through Cyndi and she clamped her hands by her side. She wasn't worried much about Anna and Dreis, because eventually Max would see what idiots those women were. What bothered Cyndi the most was that Amanda doubted her ability to hold a man. How dare she? She supposed Amanda meant well. After all, her coworker had observed all of her failed relationships. She turned and stormed back to her desk as her dreams of catching Max increased. As much as she wanted to believe she'd been bored with the other men, the plain and simple truth was they had tired of her. Keeping a man for a long period of time wasn't her forte, but this time she would prove she could catch Mr. Heartthrob. And keep him. When the other men had walked out of her life, they'd never really explained why. Wasn't she adventurous enough, spontaneous? Didn't she always give in and do those activities they wanted to do even if she had wanted to do something else? Had they become annoyed with her clumsy ways as she tripped over herself to please them? Max was different. He didn't remember her from school, and he certainly didn't know the woman she was now. She could show him a better side of her personality than she'd shown before. She'd prove to her coworkers she could keep a man. And that man would be the boy she'd dreamed of having for 3 years in school. The boy she wrote about in her diary every night, and cried over when he took another girl to the dance. The boy she wore black for a whole month when he'd left to go to college in Chicago, the same boy she never thought she'd see again. Was fate finally being kind to her? She slid in her chair and swiveled toward the computer. Exhaling, she stirred the lock of hair over her forehead and looked at the stack of papers on her desk. Ugh. Fran had given her many stories to research. That woman had never liked Cyndi, and had piled on the work from the first day they met. When Mr. Tremaine was the boss, he'd liked Cindy's work. She admired him for being her mentor. But when he stepped down and allowed his spoiled daughter to become director, Cindy's carefree work days were over. Every day felt like torture. Once in a while, they would call her Cinderella. Yeah, sometimes she felt that way. She wondered if Fran was trying to make her quit. Between Fran and her 2 horrible daughters, there were several times Cyndi wanted to quit, but then she'd decided a long time ago that they were not going to keep her from doing what she loved. Putting those 3 women out of her mind, she focused on her job. Just like most mornings, she checked her email before starting work. Besides, the small television on her desk tuned on a national news station wasn't telling her anything she didn't already know. She adjusted her chair, then gripped her computer mouse and clicked the internet link. Thoughts of the article she'd read last night lifted her spirits. What were the chances of making Max her target? She rolled her eyes. Probably as good as getting a visit from Publishers Clearinghouse holding a check written for $10 million. She went to her email. 31 messages. She groaned. Without looking, she knew most of them came from her mother. Would that woman ever stop nagging her about finding a man and settling down? Couldn't she at least give Cyndi better encouragement? Besides, there are other fish in the sea. Obviously, Her mother hadn't been fishing in a while. The water was low and the bait outdated. That didn't make a good combination for awkward women like her. She checked her mail, then closed out of the program. That ridiculous article lurked on the edge of her thoughts, making it impossible to think of anything else. Out of the corner of her eyes, Max strolled into the room that would be his office. Anastasia chose that moment to poke her head inside and say something to him. Cindy watched his expression closely, but not once did he look appalled at Anna's presence. He must be a terrific actor. Whatever Anna said to him made him smile. Cindy's heart leapt. She'd do anything to see him smile that way at her. She thought back to the 10 steps in the article. Should she give it a try? She couldn't bear thinking of another failed relationship, but with the ways on how to win a man to help her, what could go wrong? Perhaps this was fate's way of telling her to go for it. With a firm decision, she smiled wide. Give her a couple of days and she'd figure out something intelligent. Watch out, Maxwell Harrington. Here I come. Chapter 2. Way number 1, Dark Chocolates. Milk chocolate is for kids. Dark chocolate is for falling in love. The chemical phenylethylamine, found in dark chocolate, mimics the feeling you have when you're in love. Cindy's hands shook with nervous tension when she opened the door to her office building. She balanced a box of C's chocolates on her arm and withdrew her key from the lock. The clock on the wall confirmed she was on schedule, 1 hour before work started. She walked into the building, stopped and listened. The night team who ran the early morning news was still there. They were few in number, and nowhere near her desk or Max's office. Her heels resounded through the building like a cannon in the Sistine Chapel. She cringed and lifted her feet one at a time, sliding off her 2-inch heels. After picking up her shoes, she tiptoed down the hall. Laughter of the early morning crew broke out from the break room, and she jumped. Over her shoulder she peered down the hallway, but was thankful nobody had come out. Another noise caught her attention and she sucked in a breath. Where is that loud incessant thumping sound coming from? Her ears strained as she listened closer. The noise matched her heartbeat, perfectly. She scowled. Why did the rhythm of her heart have to be so loud? She peeked around the corner of a wall. The rows of offices appeared empty, lights off, and doors closed. She breathed a relieved sigh. Yup, the others were all in the break room. With the box of candy clutched in her hands, she hurried toward Max's office. At his door, she turned the knob and rushed inside. He'd been working at the station less than 3 days now, but his woodsy-scented cologne hung heavy in the warm air and surrounded her. With every breath it invaded her lungs. She stopped in the middle of the room, closed her eyes, and exhaled a soft moan. Oh, what a man! Shrill laughter floated down the hall and plunged her into reality. She shook away the dreamy images and set the box of chocolates on the corner of his desk. She pressed the card open to make sure he'd see the message. Your sweetness makes even chocolates jealous. Signed, your admirer. No way was she going to sign her real name. It was too soon for him to know what she had planned. As she stared at the box, she visualized Max's reaction as if it were playing out right now. He would saunter into his office in that confident way of his, dressed to kill in his form-fitting slacks and a white button-down shirt that emphasized his muscles. When he saw the box, his eyes would widen. He'd snatch the card and read it. A mouth would stretch into a smile, and his blue eyes would twinkle like stars on a clear night. He'd open the box and pop a chocolate into his mouth. The dreamy expression on his half-closed lids would let her know the chemical phenylethylamine had worked. The compound in the candy would give him feelings of love, just as the internet article had stated. He'd stop, turn, and look her way. Their gazes would meet and cling like two lost lovers finally becoming one. His fingers would touch his lips before blowing a kiss her way. She'd catch it and hold it against her heart. He'd motion with his head for her to come into his office. She'd follow like a person spellbound, not even feeling her feet touch the ground as she floated to him. The door would close, making their meeting private, and he'd take her in his arms. A loud clank from down the hall jolted her from her daydream. She rushed out of his office and stopped, listening to see where the sound had come from. She sighed. It was the old furnace kicking on. But it didn't matter. It was time to hurry to her desk before someone came. Lost in thought, she smacked her nylon-clad toes against the wall. Holding a curse under her breath, she hopped around on one foot and grabbed her throbbing toe. Tears stung her eyes and she gritted her teeth against the pain. She placed her foot on the floor and limped back to her desk, scanning the offices on her way. Phew. She hadn't been caught. Once at her desk, she turned on her computer. Needing to appear as if she'd been working, she scattered a few papers over the top. That's all she needed was for Fran to think she wasn't busy. That woman would find any kind of job to give Cyndi. She kept waiting for the day the boss would ask her to clean the fireplace. Thank goodness this building didn't have one, or Fran would certain assign that task to Cyndi. Her 32 coworkers all arrived within a half hour, but she waited for one in particular. When Max walked in the station, the whole room seemed to beam just as it used to do in high school. And like in yesteryear, people greeted him with waves. He nodded, giving them his ear-to-ear smile. She sighed happily. He stepped into his office with his coffee cup in one hand and his briefcase in the other. She leaned forward on her desk, resting her elbows on top as she stared at him through his office window and waited. His head turned toward the box as he set his cup and briefcase on his desk. After hanging his suit coat on the rack in the corner, he moved back by the box and slowed his step. His gaze dropped to the candy. She held her breath. Her hands shook so badly she clasped them together and held them between her knees. He flipped his finger against the card, opening it wider. He stared at the card for a few seconds, then turned and looked out his office door. Heat rushed to her cheeks and she shuffled through the papers on her desk, hoping to appear busy. She picked one up as if studying it, peeking over the edge at him. He didn't look her way, and her heart sank. The dream wouldn't happen the way she'd imagined. Not yet, anyway. When he sat behind his desk and turned on his computer, she scowled. Isn't he going to eat a piece of chocolate? He has to. Glancing at the clock every 5 minutes didn't help the hour pass any quicker. Every time he moved from his desk, she jumped and her heart quickened in hopes of him eating a piece. He remained impassive to the chocolates. After a few more hours crept by with her mind everywhere except where it should be, she growled and pushed away from her desk. She needed a soda, or something that would keep her mouth and hands busy. The clicking of high heels echoed on the floor near her desk before she smelled Amanda's heavily perfumed body spray. Her supervisor plopped her butt down on the edge of Cyndi's desk, crinkling a paper beneath her silk skirt. A smile stretched wide across the other woman's face. Now was not the time for grins. Amanda's long, thin leg thumped against the side of the desk, swinging in an uncalculated rhythm. The incessant noise irritated Cyndi's already frayed nerves, like fingernails grating down a chalkboard. So, Cyndi. Have you talked to Max lately? Cyndi scowled. Lower your voice. I don't want the whole office hearing you. Amanda's eyes widened. Why? You are after Max, aren't you? Maybe, maybe not, and if I am, it's my business, not the office's concern. Just wondered if you wanted my help. I'd rather see you go out with him than Anastasia or Drizella. Amanda extended her arm, her attention moving to her cherry-red manicured nails as she waggled them through the air. Cyndi took a deep breath and in her mind counted to 10. Although it made her happy to know her friend wanted to help, now wasn't the best time. She was still too anxious about Max not eating the chocolate. Thanks, Amanda. I'll keep your offer in mind. Amanda shrugged and slid off the side of the desk. Holler if you need me. She turned and slinked back around the corner toward her own desk. For the next several hours, Cyndi's gaze skipped toward Max's desk. The box of chocolates still remained untouched. His hand passed right by them when he reached for his coffee, and she wanted to scream when he didn't pick up a piece of the candy and plunk it into his mouth. By the end of the day, her chest burned with a frustrated cry she couldn't wait to release. What was wrong with him? He could at least eat one. She kept her eyes on him until after the 6 o'clock evening's broadcast, and still, he had yet to eat the candy. He gathered his personal items, then stopped and looked at the box of chocolates. Her heart sped and she caught her breath. He picked up the box and walked out of his office. He scanned the area, and then his gaze rested on her. Wearing a smile, he headed her way. The closer he came, the hotter her face burned. "Hey, Cindy. Do you like chocolate?" She swallowed hard. Yes." He set the box on her desk. "You can have these. I'd hate to see them go to waste." She nodded, opening her mouth to ask him why he didn't eat them, but Ted came up behind Max and clapped him on the shoulder. "You did a great job on the air, Max." Max turned and walked away with Ted, and just like that, he was gone. Over his shoulder, he called out his goodbyes, passing the others on his way out the door. Tomorrow was his day off, and she'd have to wait yet another day to see what other of the 10 ways she could try on him. In momentary defeat, she grabbed the box of chocolates, her purse, and her briefcase and hurried toward the door. Her bottom lip drooped lower, and she was sure she'd step on it sooner or later. She rushed through the hallways and then outside in the parking lot for her car, worried that Fran, Anna, or Dreyes would find her and give her more work. The time it took to drive from work to home passed quickly. She didn't even remember how she'd arrived at her townhouse. The place seemed darker than usual, but she brushed off the prickly sensations, raising the hairs on the back of her neck as she climbed from the car. The cool night breeze fanned her face as she turned and walked toward the front door. She dug through her purse to find the keys she'd just had before leaving the car, balancing the box of chocolate in her arm. When she realized she had too much in her arms, she stopped to set the box down, but before she could turn, a crack resounded through the air. Above her, the porch light bulb shattered. Tiny pieces of the glass flew everywhere. She yipped and jumped back to keep from getting cut. The box of candy and her keys slipped from her hand and hit the ground. What had just happened? She blinked, adjusting her eyes to the darkness so she could locate her keys. The streetlight was semi-hidden behind a tree, making it almost impossible to see. She used her foot to do her looking, moving it around the porch. Something jingled next to her shoe, and she sighed. As she bent to retrieve her keys, a shiver ran up her spine and teased the hairs at the base of her neck. Moments later, the wind had stopped blowing on her face. Her heart sank, her breathing slowed. Somebody was beside her. Could it be Damien Giovanni again? She scowled and jumped up, ready to face her neighbor. A hand snaked out from behind her and clamped over her mouth. The person shoved her face against the brick wall. Pain shot through her skull and she cried out. Damien wouldn't have done that. The hand pressed against her mouth and nose didn't smell anything like Damien's intoxicating scent. Instead, the odor reminded her of raw onions and unwashed clothes. Cindy's body shook and her heart had almost given up beating for lack of oxygen. Her limbs even weakened. "Listen, lady," the man's raspy voice whispered in her ear. "Do as I say and you won't get hurt." She managed a small nod. "You stay against the wall just like you are now, and I'm going to reach down and get your purse." Swallowing hard, she nodded again. After what seemed like an eternity, he removed his hand, but the pressure from his body remained against her. She peeked over her shoulder, but all she could see was his black garb, and the black ski mask hiding his identity. Was this really happening? Tears stung her eyes, panic consuming her. He opened her purse with one hand, but kept glancing up at her, his free hand extending toward her as if to ward off an attack. From what she could tell, he didn't have any kind of weapon. Her breaths quickened, her lungs burned to keep in air. "Lady, where's your wallet?" Collecting the courage she didn't think she had, she raised her foot and kicked as hard as she could. Her shoe connected with his hip and knocked him down. She turned, jumped over him, and cried out for help as loud as she could. The man coughed, but he was faster than she'd anticipated. His hand caught her ankle. She tripped and landed on her knees, her hands caught the cement in effort to break her fall. Pain ripped through her, and her wrenched muscles screamed in agony. He hissed and scrambled toward her. She rolled to her back and brought her legs up to kick at him again. From the shadows, a new form appeared. Like a scene from a Superman movie, another man flew across the porch and landed on top of her attacker, knocking him to the ground. She crawled out of their way. The men rolled, but the larger one pinned her attacker on the grass. Her Superman raised his fist and plowed it into the other's face. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air, and she cringed. Hopefully, it was the other man's nose and not her rescuer's hand. Through the breeze, she detected a man's musky cologne. Damien. Her heartbeat accelerated. He looked at her over his shoulder. Cindy, my cell phone is clipped to my waist. Call the police. On hands and knees, she scrambled to him. With shaky limbs, she tried to find the cell. Her hands brushed across his tight stomach, then found the cool plastic of the phone. Her hand trembled when she pushed 3 numbers, 9-1-1. When the voice came over the other end, she let out a ragged breath. This is Cynthia Randall at 4010 Meadows Drive number 6. I've been attacked. Send someone quick. While a squeaky-voiced woman on the other side of the line probed for more details, Cindy's gaze remained leveled on Damien. The man beneath him struggled, but her neighbor tightened his grip and pushed the other man's head into the ground. Through it all, Damien glanced her way, nodding and giving her a reassured wink. The police arrived within minutes. After they had questioned Cindy and Damien, and then hauled her attacker to jail, Cindy finally crumbled. Tears gushed from her eyes. Damien gathered her in his strong arms and she rested her head on his chest. The heat from his body surrounded and warmed her, but it didn't diminish the sobs racking her body. Damien had actually saved her. She owed him her life. She nibbled on her lip and glanced up at him. Her protector had dealt with the situation and was her support. Had she been wrong about him? Had he been the good guy all this time and she just refused to believe it? He helped her into her townhouse and locked the door. Treating her as if she were a precious piece of glass, he walked her to the couch and assisted her as she sat. He squatted in front of her. Mi amore. He swiped a lock of hair off her forehead. The softness in his gray eyes made her chest tighten. Do you want me to fix you some coffee? I don't drink coffee. His eyelids creased at the edges. Do you want anything to drink? No, nothing. Then what do you want? His finger trailed down her cheek, wiping away some moisture. Would you like me to stay with you tonight? I can sleep on the couch just to make sure you're all right. She gave him a weak smile. That's not necessary. Please, go home. Do you want me to check your house first to see if everything looks safe? Emotion tugged at her heart. He was being her Superman in every way. Why did he have to be so sweet? Why couldn't he be the Prince Charming she'd been searching for? Then again, she wasn't Cinderella, not really, unless it was at her job. Then again, maybe if she had a fairy godmother. She suspected Damien acted this way toward her only because of what happened tonight. He'd be back to his normal love and leave let me charm you with my sexy smile, self tomorrow. Thank you. That's a good idea. Search my house, but when you're done, you can leave. I'll be fine. He squeezed her hands before moving away. His dark blue levis had white and green scuff marks where he and the other man rolled on the cement and grass. The light blue cotton shirt molded to his muscles, bunching with his movements. Suddenly thirsty, she stood and on unsteady legs, made her way into the kitchen for a glass of water. She could also use a sleeping pill tonight. His heavy footsteps boomed throughout her home, stopping at each room. When he bounded down the stairs, she pulled away from the kitchen counter to meet him at the bottom step. He touched her shoulder. His eyes, soft with tenderness. "Everything looks good." She sighed. "That makes me feel better." "So I noticed," he pointed up toward the stairs, "your collection of snow globes in your room. Here come the insulting jokes." She gritted her teeth, waiting for him to think her immature just as Tim had. "Yes," she answered warily. "They are pretty." She arched an eyebrow. "Pretty? Really?" "Yeah. I think your collection is cool. I've always liked shaking them and watching the snow swirl around the globe." She held her breath. Was he crazy? Did men actually do that? Well, me too. You'll have to tell me the story about how you came to collect them all." Nodding, she still felt stunned over his confession. Something definitely was wrong with her hearing. "Okay." He rubbed her arm slightly. "So are you going to be all right tonight?" Releasing a heavy sigh, she nodded again. "Yes. Thanks again, Damien. You saved my life." She shrugged. "I don't know how to thank you." The corner of his mouth lifted in an assured grin. "I'll think of a way tomorrow. Tonight, you get some rest." She frowned. His one-track mind was back, darn it. It was nice there for a few minutes that she could converse with a man that didn't have that one thing on his mind all the time. "Thanks again, Damien." He caressed her cheek, then turned and walked out the door. Although he'd never be relationship material, he at least made a good neighbor and friend. For now, that was all she wanted from him. Maybe she should have gone to work, but after last night's episode, her frazzled nerves wouldn't let her. Besides that, it was Max's day off. Good enough reason to stay home and recuperate. She was sure Fran and her 2 daughters would give her crap when Cyndi returned. Sleep hadn't come easy last night even with the sleeping pill. She growled and punched her fist into her pillow. The memory of that mugger had kept her awake most of the night. Her attacker had been thrown in the slammer, but she still worried there was another man out there just waiting to pounce on her. Shivering, she pulled the blanket up to her chin. Perhaps she should have taken Damien's offer and let him stay on her couch. Frowning, she shook her head. That wasn't a good idea because with him in the house, she was assured a completely sleepless night. As she slipped her legs off the bed, she sat and stretched her arms above her head. The only things she planned on accomplishing this morning were to shower, dress and eat. Although, maybe not in that order. The morning passed too quickly, and in between catnaps, the afternoon had disappeared. 7 o'clock in the evening came fast. Cyndi plopped on the sofa and curled up in a ball. After she'd pushed the mugging incident behind her, she thought about yesterday with Max. What a disaster it had been. Tears gathered in her eyes, and if her throat tightened any more, she'd have to call the paramedics because she wouldn't be able to swallow. She was nothing but a pathetic loser. What was wrong with her? It seemed she had strayed back into the old pattern with men. Could Amanda be right? Maybe she couldn't attract the sort of man she wanted. Other men were not the issue right now. This was about Max, someone who she'd loved when she was a teenager, someone who didn't know about her past failures. So why couldn't she get him to notice her? Sure, she thought of herself as a frog, but even toads found mates, didn't they? They did. Sure, with other toads. Perhaps I've set my sights too high. What I need to find is a small, green, slimy kind of guy, and then I can live happily ever after, in the swamp. She groaned and slumped headfirst into the throw pillow. She wiped the moisture from her eyes, fighting for control. Depression couldn't consume her. There had to be something she could do. A quick knock at her front door pulled her alert. She popped up straight like a jack-in-the-box that had been wound too tight and finished drying her eyes with the back of her hand. She hurried over to the door, but hesitated to place her hand on the knob. "Who is it?" "Your protective neighbor." With a heavy sigh, She opened the door. Damien leaned against the frame, his shirt emphasizing his bulging muscles as if he were the center attraction at a school for models. He folded his arms across his wide chest. His familiar crooked grin warned her he wanted something she wasn't going to like. She gave him a hesitant smile. "Hello, Damien. Have you eaten dinner yet?" "No." "Why?" "Because I ordered Chinese, and you know they always bring too much. It's sitting on my table as we speak. I thought you could help me eat it." She wanted to turn him down, but her grumbling stomach accepted before she had time to open her mouth and refuse. He chuckled and glanced at her midsection. "Boy, I've never had such a quick response before." She smiled. "Okay, I'll eat with you, but I have a feeling eating isn't the only thing you have planned tonight." He held up his hands in surrender. "You have me pegged, mi amore." She nodded. "You know I'm not interested in that." He shook his head. "You have it all wrong. I've thought of a way you could pay me back for helping you last night. I have something to make you relax, yet at the same time it will give you pleasure." She gasped, her hand flying to her throat. Of all the low-down, inconsiderate. He pulled on her arm until her hand dropped from her neck. "It's not what you're thinking. I want to try a new product from work on you." She crinkled her forehead. "What are you talking about?" "I work at GIO Products, and we're trying out a new product for women. I want you to be my guinea pig." "What's the product?" His gray eyes sparkled and he winked. "It's a surprise. Now come on before the food gets cold." Her heart hammered. He grasped her elbow and led her to his townhouse. She'd actually get to see how the playboy lived. Although his intentions still made her leery, her palms were moist with anticipation. Just what did her gorgeous neighbor have planned for her tonight? Was she walking blindly like a sheep into the wolf's den? There was only one way to find out. Chapter 3. Damien held his breath, waiting for her refusal. Since he'd met her 6 months ago, she'd been declining every invitation he offered. Of course, most of the time his offers weren't what her goody-two-shoes attitude wanted, which was his own fault. He knew what kind of woman she was. Although he teased her endlessly, he admired her for having morals and wanting more out of a relationship besides a one-night stand. He sure loved to flirt with her, anyway. She was a very attractive woman, had the right curves, and those hypnotic blue eyes could bring any man to his knees. And the cute way she became riled made her irresistible. She could make him laugh no matter what mood he was in. He especially enjoyed that. No other woman had been able to make him laugh like Cyndi could. She grabbed her keys and locked the door, and then followed him to his townhouse. 2 steps into his place, she sucked in her breath and her eyes grew wide. Perhaps he should have warned her he'd just redecorated, but he wanted to see her reaction. Instead of the brown carpet like she had in her front room, his floor had large black and white domino-tiled shapes, instead. She blinked. "Wow! What's this? A miniature of the Taj Mahal?" He chuckled. "Have you been to India and inside the Taj Mahal?" "No, but I've seen pictures." He walked ahead of her, motioning with his hand for her to move into the living room. Her gaze snapped to a red chair with a beige cushion that stood against the wall. He really liked that particular chair because the back curved perfectly to fit a human form. She shook her head. "I know I've never seen furniture like this before unless it's been in a Dr. Seuss book. That's called a pelican chair." He nodded in the direction of her stare. "Christensen and Lagarde designed it, not Dr. Seuss." He pointed to a cherrywood chair. "And that's a chieftain's chair, made by Hansen and Sorensen." Her gaze rested on the final piece of furniture, a black and white sofa. He pointed. "And that's a Ross sofa, companioned with Ross coffee table. Notice how the brushed stainless steel legs have wooden toes. The veneered tabletop is also stainless steel and has matching vases." Turning her attention to him, she cocked her head. "Let me guess, Ross made them." He grinned. "No. Hansen and Sorensen. She nodded, her mouth twisting into a quirk. Ah, that was my second guess. Paintings hung on his walls, too, but she didn't ask him about those. She then turned her gaze to the assortment of potted plants scattered on shelves, and to the large pots sitting in the corners of the room. She arched an eyebrow. Why do you have so many plants? GIO Products is starting a new line of herbal shampoos and conditioners. I've been studying plants lately, and most of these are for testing. She stood next to his couch, running her fingers along the edge. As much as he'd love to see her lounging across it, the overwhelming sense of Chinese food beckoned him to pull her toward the kitchen. Just like his living room furniture, his brown and black dining room set was just as fancy. Did Hansen and Sorensen make this, too? She asked. No. Nana Ditzel did. This set is called a Tobago Cafe. She arched her eyebrow, her expression devoid of recognition. I can see why. He chuckled, knowing she didn't understand anything he had said. The heavenly scent of Chinese food hung thick in the air. Her stomach growled noticeably, making him grin. She inhaled and closed her eyes. What's the specialty tonight? I hope you like sweet and sour chicken and lo mein noodles. There are also a couple of egg rolls and fried prawns. She opened her eyes and stared at him. Really? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. Why? She shrugged. That dish just happens to be my favorite. Gladness swelled in his chest. At least they had the same taste in food. Good, it's mine, too. He moved to the chair and pulled it out. She gaped with wide eyes. What? He asked. You pulled out the chair for me. So, most men don't do that. He winked. You'll soon discover I'm not like most men. Tearing her stare away from him, she turned and planted her cute little backside on the chair. She wiggled on the seat. Well, he asked. What do you think? Is it comfortable? Yes. It's hard to believe, but it is. He turned to his cupboards and removed 2 plates, bringing them to the table. She closed her eyes and inhaled the sweet and sour scent he placed in front of her. Did she know how lovely she looked right now sitting in his kitchen, ready to eat with him? It was as if she was meant to be here. He realized he had started liking her as more than just a neighbor a few months ago, but she was never interested. He wanted her to be. But with Cindy, he'd have to take it slow. Obviously his charm hadn't won her over yet, so he must choose a different path. So, who's the new man in your life? She snapped her head toward him and glared. What makes you think I have a new man in my life? He shrugged. I saw you'd brought home a box of chocolates with you last night. I just assumed. Well, you assumed wrong, she snapped. Inwardly, he groaned. He definitely didn't want to upset her this early in the evening. He held up his hands in surrender. Just trying to make small talk. She relaxed and drew in her claws. When she smiled, it softened his heart. I'm sorry I got upset. The truth is you're not too far off. Although I don't have a man in my life, I am trying. He walked back to the counter to fix his plate. Who's the lucky guy? She chuckled. He'd been my high school crush. Now he works with me. His name is Max Harrington. Damien stopped his hand midway to the box of sweet and sour chicken, his breath catching in his throat. Did she just say the name of the man he'd been trying to forget since college? He looked back at her. Tall, blonde, and built like a quarterback. That Maxwell Harrington. She smiled. You know him. His jaw hardened, his fingers tightening around the fork. We were in college together. Well, he doesn't know about my track record with men, so I'm going to try a different way in winning him over. He arched his brow. What way is that? Damien listened intently as she explained how she'd run across an internet article that told women how to win a man, and she kept a straight face the whole time. He couldn't do the same. The idea was just so comical. Did people really believe this? Obviously, she had. The corner of his mouth twitched as he tried to hold in a laugh. So that's what the box of chocolates was for? Yes. It was way number 1. How did it go? He sat beside her and twirled his fork in the noodles. Not as well as I'd wanted. What happened? She shrugged. He didn't even open the box. How can he detect my mating scent if he doesn't get that chemical in his blood? It was like blowing a moose mating horn to a deaf moose. He chuckled. He absolutely adored her sense of humor. Perhaps he's not a moose. She rolled her eyes. Well, I wish I knew what kind of mating call he likes, but unfortunately, I don't. She sipped her water. Then again, maybe I read the article backward. Maybe it said eat chocolates in the dark instead of eating dark chocolate. What if this chemical is a hoax and it doesn't work? She arched an eyebrow. But what if it does? Besides, I checked it out on the internet. Apparently, there have been tests done that support this theory. Maybe he'll eat the candy tomorrow. No. He gave them to me without knowing I'm his admirer. He crinkled his forehead. Ooh, not good. My thoughts exactly. Did he give a reason why he didn't eat them? No. Then you need to think of another way to get that chemical in his blood. She sighed. You're not telling me anything new, but I don't know what to do. My brain is running on empty. She shoveled a pile of rice on her fork before pushing it in her mouth. He scratched the side of his face. He really didn't want to help her win Max. No girl deserved such punishment, and Damien didn't deserve to be tortured by watching it happen, twice in a lifetime. He couldn't stand the rejection. Women always picked blonde hair and blue eyes over Damien Giovanni. Although he didn't want to help Cyndi, he did enjoy her company. A lot. So maybe if he volunteered to help, she'd allow him into her heart as a friend, and eventually more. They ate in silence. As hard as he tried not to think of a way to have Max eat the chocolates, her sad eyes tugged on his heartstrings and he wished he could kiss away her frown. The only way to make her smile was to help. Hopefully Max would show his true colors soon, and she'd move on to another man, and he'd be standing next in line. Funny he felt this way since he knew what kind of girl she was. Yet lately, the girls he'd gone out with were boring. Fake. He wanted something new. He wanted Cyndi. I think I know a way. Her gaze snapped to his face, her eyes widened. Does he still drink coffee in the morning? Yes. All right, here's what you'll do. When he leaves his office, sneak in and replace the coffee cup with a cup of hot chocolate. He took a swallow of his water to wash down the annoyance rising inside him. When he sips it, he'll drink the hot chocolate instead, and the chemical will enter his body. Color came back to her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled to a healthy sapphire. She grasped his hand and squeezed. Oh. I really think that will work. It should. He nodded. Damien, you're the best. He winked. I know. Thank you so much. Anytime. She smiled wide. Does this mean you'll help me win Max? He stared blankly at her. Help her. He didn't want to help her with Max, but then if it meant spending more time with her and watching her eyes light up, he'd do it. He'd also be by her side to make certain Max didn't hurt her. He nodded and she released a big sigh. Can you sneak into his office without being seen after he's put his coffee on the desk? He asked. She paused, her forehead creasing. Within seconds, her eyes widened. Yes. Every morning there's a meeting for the producers and anchor people. The old sports anchorman was usually only in there for a few minutes. If Max follows the same schedule, I can switch the drinks at that time. Damien lifted his water glass. Then let's toast to a successful day. She raised her glass and clinked it against his. The twinkle came back into her eyes. His chest ached knowing the feeling wasn't for him. Why had he offered to help when he should be keeping her away from men like Max? Under the table, he bunched his hand into a fist. He debated telling her the truth about his former friend, only because he didn't know if Max had changed from when Damien knew him in college. He'd ride it out and see what happened. With any luck, she'd get tired of Mr. Sportsman quickly. Okay, now that we have dinner out of the way, I have something to try on you. He pushed away from the table and held out his hand for her to take. She hesitated, her forehead creased. Try on me. He chuckled. Yes, the new GIO product. He paused, then asked, don't you trust me? The corner of her mouth lifted, but she didn't answer. Her eyes narrowed slightly and he grinned. He took her hand and pulled her out of the kitchen, through the front room and toward his bedroom. He hoped she didn't think he was trying to get fresh with her. For once, that wasn't his intent. It was his own fault she thought poorly of him. When he first met Cyndi, he suspected she was like most money-hungry women, just like his ex, but Cyndi didn't act impressed when he showed her his new furniture. Usually the women asked him about what he did for a living and how much he made by now. For some reason, Cyndi didn't care. At least she didn't act like she cared. He'd always thought she was one fine-looking woman, and when he first told her so, she voiced her opinion of his one-track flirtatious manner. Every time he saw her, he wanted to see the fire in her eyes, wanted to make her melt in his arms. So far, that hadn't happened. She became a challenge, and now with Max in the picture, it only made the challenge that much more important. Over the past 6 months, Damien had seen the men in her life come and go, and he'd noticed how much she hurt. She couldn't mask the pain in her eyes. He didn't want his old college friend be the next to break her tender heart. When they entered his room, Cyndi stopped and stared at his large bed with wide eyes. Is this bed from Scandinavia, too? Yes. Hans Sandgren Jacobsen designed it. He calls it Grandlit. She grimaced. It doesn't look very comfortable. Oh, believe me, it is. A flush of pink stained her cheeks, and he bit back a grin. It wasn't very often he was privileged to get this reaction from her. She usually just bit his head off when he said the wrong things. She glanced at the few pictures hanging on the walls and walked to them. So, you like the outdoors? Mountains, streams, waterfalls. Yes. She threw a skeptical glance over her shoulder, her eyebrows lifting in a mock laugh. Didn't figure you were the type. And what type is that? The rugged outdoorsman. He shook his head in disbelief. To him, a man couldn't consider himself masculine unless he loved the wildness of the great mountains. I love the outdoors. I enjoy fishing, and kayaking down the river. I even have a cabin in Colorado where I go during the winter when I ice fish. Amazing. She smiled. He took hold of her arm once again and pulled her into his bathroom. She gingerly ran her fingers over his counter, touching his razors, shaving cream, and a bottle of cologne. There were also many GIO brand hair gels, hairsprays, and combs organized along the top. As she stared at his products, he wanted to share with her the truth. This wasn't merely just any old testing they were going to do. He owned the company alongside his mother, and tests like this were important. But thanks to some women like his ex, he bit his tongue and confessed nothing. He was tired of women only seeing him for his fat wallet and enormous bank account. He motioned for her to sit on the small, black-cushioned stool near the garden tub. When her bottom rested on the seat, her back stiffened and her eyes met his. What are you going to do to me? He picked up the hair dryer with a long rod on the front of the counter and handed it to her. What's this? GIO has come out with a new toy. It's a combination hair dryer and curling iron. I'm trying it on you to see if it works. She crinkled her brows. And what if it doesn't work? Will I get a lasting perm through electric shock? He tipped back his head and laughed. Because she didn't join in with the humor, he realized she was serious. Don't worry, Cyndi. It's already been tested. Has it been tested on people or dummies? People. Were the people dummies? How he loved when she made him laugh. No. Did their hair still look the same afterward? No. It looked better. All right, but I'm warning you. Cindy, please trust me. Her jaw hardened and she nodded. He walked behind her, reached over to the wall and plugged in the cord. First off, let's get your hair a little damp. He grabbed the water bottle and sprayed her light brunette hair. She raised her hands to block the mist from getting in her eyes. After he'd completed his task, he brought the new contraption over and flipped on the button. As he played with her hair, the scent of her strawberry shampoo drifted upward, swirling around his senses. Even the hint of berry-scented perfume she liked to wear excited him. Beneath his fingers, the warmth of her skin sparked something inside him. He smiled. She was nothing like his ex. Cindy actually cared about people, and he dreamed of the time she would care deeply about him. Like most women, she probably suspected he'd never settle down, like good old Max Harrington. Inwardly, he growled. Out of the two men, he would settle down sooner than Playboy Harrington. With the threat of Max looming over his head, his chest tightened. Why hadn't he worked faster in trying to get Cindy to like him? Would it matter to her now since she'd set her sights on Max? Damien doubted it since she'd been in love with Max since high school. He couldn't give up. Charming her would be different from the other ladies. He must become her friend first to gain her trust. He didn't want to see Cindy hurt, and he'd do anything to protect her. But what if his old college buddy had changed? What if Max wasn't the womanizer he'd been back then? Silently cursing, he gripped the blow dryer harder. Cindy had been on his mind for quite some time whether she knew it or not. He liked the way she looked at him when she stepped out of her townhouse, pretending she didn't see him with another woman. And the way she turned her cute little nose up as if it didn't bother her. Especially those times he could make her laugh. She'd grown on him, and he enjoyed the feeling budding inside of him. How could he make her feel the same way about him? If she'd been the least bit interested, she would have succumbed to his flirtations. She would have gone out with him by now. His heart sank. Once again, a woman picked Mr. Blonde Hair and Blue Eyes. Once again, they picked Max Torture, that was the word to describe all of this. Damien's chest ached knowing he wouldn't be the one to hold her or feel her lips against his. His stomach clenched and so did his fingers in her hair. Cindy let out a whimper and he loosened his grip. Did I hurt you? Just a tiny bit. It's okay now. She moved in her seat, her shoulders relaxing. Damien rubbed his forehead, hoping to relieve the pounding in his skull. Thinking about Cindy eased the pressure, and although he didn't want to help her win Max, he did want to see her happy. Would the sportsman really make her happy? Several years ago he and Max parted ways as enemies, and Damien had wanted revenge against the lowlife. Revenge wasn't an issue any longer, but saving Cindy from another heartache was. Would she understand or would she think he only wanted her because of what happened back then? Mr. Sportsman would definitely think wanting Cindy was done out of vengeance. Damien was stuck because he'd offered to help. He'd make sure Max wouldn't use Cindy. If it looked as if his former friend was up to his tricks again, he'd barge in and save the damsel in distress. He'd be the Prince Charming in her fairy tale. The mere idea nearly made him want to laugh out loud, but he bit his bottom lip and kept the humor inside. That's exactly what he'd do. Then, at the right moment, he'd confess his feelings for her and hope she didn't hate him. What could go wrong with a great plan like that? Hot chocolate steamed in the foam cup sitting on her desk as Cindy kept her attention glued to Max's office. She prayed he wouldn't take his stainless steel coffee cup into the meeting. He couldn't. Then what would she do? When 8:30 neared, Max pushed away from his desk and picked up his notepad and pen. He stood and stopped, glancing back at his desk. She held her breath. Don't take it. Within seconds, he turned and walked out of his office without his cup. She released a pent-up sigh. "Amanda," he called out. "I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Cindy's red-headed friend nodded, her eyes glued to the small television on her desk, watching a national news flash. Amanda's fingers gripped the pencil tight as she wrote notes. Cindy waited until 8:35 before she made her move. Acting as if it was an everyday occurrence for her to walk with a cup of hot chocolate in her hand, she smiled, trying to steady her wobbly legs. She continued into Max's office and closed the door. She quickly slipped off the second foam cup she'd put underneath the first, and disposed of Max's coffee. Then she poured the hot chocolate into his stainless steel cup. Placing the now empty cup underneath the full one, she opened the door and casually sauntered back to her desk as if nothing happened. She scanned the room for anyone throwing curious stares her way. Surprisingly, nobody questioned her or even lifted a brow. She'd actually pulled it off. Of course, now she'd have to sit and wait until he drank it, and that would be the hardest part. The clock on her desk ticked by as if it were in slow motion. She kept checking to make sure the batteries were working and realized the hands still moved. 10 minutes passed with her limbs shaking uncontrollably. She wrung her hands and watched the conference room down the hall. When the door opened, her breathing accelerated. Max stepped out and she thought her racing heart would kill her. Taking deep and steady breaths, she tried to remain calm. Max walked into his room and sat behind his computer. He flipped open the notebook and glanced at the pages. His hand moved toward the cup. She inhaled, and held it. As he continued to read, his fingers drummed on the side of the cup. "Drink it." Finally, he picked up the cup and brought it to his mouth. Her own lips puckered as if trying to help him. He sipped. Within seconds, he choked and spit out the liquid, spewing it across his desk. He wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. Taking off the lid, he peered inside and sniffed. His curse whipped through the air from across the room. Oh dear. He's upset. He jumped away from his desk and grabbed the drink, hurrying down the hall toward the break room, his eyes wide, his face losing color. Why did he look so panicked? Had he choked? Did he need help this very minute? Now that he had digested the chemical, she needed to put herself in Max's way. She wanted to be the first person Max saw when the chemical began working. Hopefully, he wouldn't be mad when she saw him. She pushed away from her desk and tried not to run down the hall. Slowing her steps, she took her time, stopping at Amanda's desk, but her friend was busy on the phone. When Amanda looked up, Cindy smiled and continued on. Her legs shook the closer she walked to the break room. Her hand trembled when she reached out and opened the door. Then she froze. Max leaned over the sink, splashing water on his face, a face that looked too puffy to be his. He turned and gazed her way, his lips now swollen and losing color. She gasped, ran to him, and grabbed his arm. He coughed. "Call 911. Max? What's wrong?" "I'm allergic to chocolate." The blood left her head, and the room tilted around her. Her heart sank. What have I done? Chapter 4. She could have killed Max. Cindy paced the floor in her front room, biting down on her lip. Her temper threatened to release at any moment like a volcano spewing hot lava. It was all Damien's fault. If he hadn't suggested switching the drinks, none of this would have happened. Yet, she was the one who asked for his help, wasn't she? She grumbled loudly. She hated feeling this confused. Threading her fingers through her hair, she lifted the bulk off her shoulders. Although her skin was hot, cool air touched her neck. She marched to the thermostat on the wall. Oops, she'd forgotten to turn up the heat. But right now it didn't matter. She huffed and turned around. The box of chocolates from the other day still sat on her end table, untouched. Her heart lodged in her throat and tears threatened. Why didn't anything go as planned? The knock at the door made her jump, and she spun around, glowering at the barrier as if it were something evil. When another knock sounded, she marched over and flung it open. The man in front of her, who looked as muscular as Adonis, grinned. She glared at him. It didn't work, Damien. The light in his gray eyes diminished and his smile disappeared. What do you mean it didn't work? Just what I said. With a sharp turn, she moved away and continued her pacing across the living room floor. Damien came in, closed the door, and strode to the couch. When he sat, his relaxed position and nonchalant attitude made her clench her teeth. The red cotton polo-style shirt stretched across his wide chest, and black corduroys fit his tranquil posture too perfectly. She folded her arms across her bosom. Why didn't you tell me Max was allergic to chocolate? Stretching his arm along the back of the sofa, he tilted his head and looked at her. What are you talking about? Max is allergic to chocolate, she said slower and pointed to the box of chocolates. That's the reason he didn't eat any yesterday. Really? His voice lifted. Don't tell me you didn't know. His eyes widened. Honestly, Cindy, I didn't know. He shrugged. I thought everyone liked chocolate. She stopped in front of him, moving her hands to her hips. Yeah, well, he's allergic. His brows knit together. And I tell you again, I didn't know. But you were his friend. I don't remember him being allergic to anything while we were friends in college. The tone of his voice came out harsh. She cringed, cursing her quick temper. It really wasn't his fault. He'd only been trying to help. She exhaled deeply and plopped down beside him on the couch. His hand moved to her neck and massaged her tight muscles. Stiffening, her first reaction was to push him away, but his fingers quickly soothed away her anger. Second by second, her muscles relaxed, and she tilted her head forward to let his magical fingers do their work. Although he relieved some of the stress in her body, the havoc in her mind wouldn't rest. Why couldn't she get anything right? She'd messed up from the very beginning. Why was Damien suddenly being a sweet guy when just last week she'd been judging him harshly? Life wasn't fair. Damien, I could have killed him. His face swelled up like a balloon and lost all color. Her voice broke, and she fought the remorse trying to consume her. Guilt spread through her chest, making it hard to breathe, at least that's what she thought was the reason for the tightness in her chest. It couldn't be that her gorgeous neighbor was just a little too close, his touch a little too personal. She sniffed. How am I supposed to win his heart if I make him sick? Damien tenderly squeezed her shoulder. This incredible alpha male was actually sitting beside her, trying to comfort her. He wasn't to blame for Max's unfortunate accident with the chocolate. A tear slipped down her cheek and she wiped it away. Hey, he said. Come here. She glanced at him just in time to have him wrap her in a tight hug. Once again, she stiffened, ready to resist, but when her cheek pressed against his chest, the steady rhythm of his heart relaxed her. Her traitorous body had a mind of its own and slumped against him. But then, being cuddled by this big, strong Italian wasn't that bad, was it? Don't worry, mi amore, we won't mess up the next one. What should I do now? Does he know you were the one who replaced the drinks? No. Keep it that way. She lifted her head and peered into his dark eyes. Up this close, she detected the mint scent in his breath, as if he'd just gargled. Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to announce my mistake. His fingers stroked her cheek. The softness in his eyes confused her. Why was he looking at her like that? Certainly different from the come-hither stare he'd always given her. The look soothed her, and her heart cried out for more. Realizing where her thoughts had wandered, she pulled away. Damien was not the man she wanted to feel this way about. She only wanted a man who could commit to marriage and family. How is Max doing now? He asked, reaching over to the end table and taking a piece of chocolate from the box, then plopping it in his mouth. The paramedics gave him a shot before rushing him to the hospital. Everything must have been fine, because he came back to the office a few hours later. But friends sent him home to recover. I'm sorry. The genuine concern in his gray eyes thawed her heart and removed her anger. Her throat choked with a sob. Crying like a baby seemed like a good idea, but she blinked, fighting the tears. She shook her head. I'm the one who's sorry. I didn't mean to accuse you. He grabbed another chocolate. Here, eat this. It'll make you feel better. She tried not to smile, but the corner of her mouth tugged upward. How did he know chocolate made her happy? He brought the piece of candy close to her mouth as if wanting to feed her. Automatically, she started to open her mouth before it hit her to what he was doing. Allow a man to feed her like that was being way too personal. No way could she do that with him. Heat consumed her, warming her face considerably. She quickly snatched the piece of candy before she was tempted to open her mouth and let him feed her. Damien leaned back in the couch. But now we need to do something else to get him to notice you. Can't you just fix us up on a blind date? After all, you are friends. He shook his head. No, we were friends. Why aren't you friends any longer? Let's just say we didn't keep in touch after college. But couldn't you just? Cindy, it'd look better if you attracted him on your own. Besides, guys don't like to interfere with their friends' relationships. That's a woman's job. She scowled. But he was right. Guys didn't do things like that. She relaxed into the cushion. Okay, then, whatever I do to get his attention can't be something that might hurt him. He chuckled. No, we won't do that. We'll do something on that list of yours. What's the next way to win a man? She shrugged. I'm a little stumped on this one. Why? I'm supposed to get him a hard-to-find gift. He scratched his chin, his gaze moving around the room. Then it stopped and his eyes widened. I have it. You do? So soon? Yes. This is perfect. He leaned toward her and clasped her hands. You'll get him a plant. She drew her brows together. A plant? She curled her lips in distaste. Why a plant? Men don't like plants, do they? Then she remembered the plants decorating Damien's front room. But men who have plants nurtured them, cared, and loved them so they wouldn't die. Damien didn't seem the type of man who'd do something like this. His plants looked too well cared for to be just a work experiment. What do you usually buy people who are in the hospital? He asked. Don't you get them flowers? Yes. Well, I'm certain Mr. Sports Anchorman wouldn't go for flowers, so I'm suggesting a plant. Cindy hesitated, biting her lower lip. And guys like plants, right? He cocked his head, his stare still holding hers. Does he live alone? Yes, as far as I know. Then he'll probably need something to decorate his apartment. Look at my townhouse. The plants brighten up the place. I've studied a lot about plants due to the inventions of GIO products, and I've learned that they do more than just decorate. Some actually send off a scent that will make a person feel better. Promise? Yes. But I have to get him a hard-to-find gift. Plants aren't that hard to find. He nodded. His finger tapped against the cute little dimple in his chin. Then don't get him just an ordinary plant. Get him a tropical plant. She lifted her brows. A tropical plant? That sounds good. I know exactly where you can find one. There's this little shop in the center of Main Street that'll be perfect. If they don't have what you're looking for, they'll order one for you. He stood and held out his hand. Shall we go? She grinned. Should I go with him? It was strange how quickly he came sneaking into her life. Right now he acted like her best friend. But finding a plant for Max was something she wanted to do on her own. Sighing heavily, she shook her head. I can do this myself, but thanks for the offer anyway. He shrugged. If that's how you want it. His hand dropped to his side, his smile falling with it. Her heart twisted. She'd hurt his feelings, and although they were still new friends, she didn't want it to be over so soon. She jumped to her feet and reached for his hand, grasping it. "Don't be upset with me. It's all right, mi amore. I just have to find a way to pass the rest of my afternoon. Promise you won't be mad?" He smiled and squeezed her hand. "I promise." He gave her a wink. "Now go get that plant, and make it a good one." She widened her smile. "I will." Way number 2, hard to find gifts. A gift that requires effort is sure to be a big hit with the guys. "I'll call it the love fern," Cyndi muttered as laughter threatened to escape her throat. She ordered the plant online, and then clicked off the computer. Going to the plant shop Damien told her about certainly helped, but the plants weren't what she wanted. It had to be eye-catching. A plant that would look good on Max's desk. In a couple of days they'd deliver the pretty green and silver fern. This time she signed her name on the card so he'd know it was from her. She needed to force away her shyness. It wasn't that hard. She'd tell him the plant was for his quick recovery. After all, she was the one who called 911 and stayed with him until the ambulance came. Of course, she thought he was dying at the time. Although excitement bubbled in her chest once again, she couldn't control her jitters. Hopefully the next few days would pass quickly. In the meantime, she'd try to talk to Max as much as she could. Well, maybe she'd smile at him instead. Just thinking about talking with him made her stomach twist in knots. No, talking wasn't wise right now. Smiling was good, safe, comfortable. Baby steps, just take baby steps. But the next few days didn't fly by as she had wanted. Max and the sports producers were out of the office a lot, filming a segment with the local college basketball team. Fran piled extra work on her, as normal, but the boss's idiot daughters decided to give her extra duties, as well. Cyndi had wanted to argue with them and tell them that was their job, not hers, but she knew they'd run to their mom and complain, and Cyndi would be assigned those odd duties anyway. Plus, she was kept busy, which helped keep her mind off Max. Unfortunately, it was utterly impossible to work without seeing his charming grin and hearing the sound of his baritone laughter. She'd also missed smelling his knee-buckling spice cologne. She took small strolls by his office periodically throughout the day just to sniff inside. She finally admitted she was crazy for him. Or was it just memories from how she'd felt in high school that made her want him? Maybe for now it was, but once she got to know him, her heart would change, she just knew it. The day she waited for came, and Max sat in his office as though the universe knew her plan and wanted to help. The brown uniformed delivery driver brought in a large plant wrapped in yellow cellophane. Her hands shook when the driver handed the plant to Max. His wide eyes made her heart thump out of control, and the smile he wore when he looked upon his gift caused her legs to tremble. She moved from the file cabinet to her chair so she wouldn't end up on the floor like a puddle of warm jello. People gathered around as Max opened his gift. She couldn't see the plant so she rose from her seat, trying to peek over their heads. Laughter filled Max's room, and her cheeks heated. "What's so funny?" Once everyone started to leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. He'd placed the plant on the edge of his desk. Immediately, something was off. Why was the plant a different color? She inhaled sharply. The plant wasn't the green and silver-leafed plant she'd ordered. The leaves on this particular plant were dark green and shiny, with only a couple of flowers budding which were white and yellow suffusing in pink. This was not the love fern she'd sent. Her attention moved to him and she noticed he had the card in his hand. No. She couldn't let him read it. Not now, not since it was the wrong plant. She pushed away from the desk, rose and started toward his office. Her toe caught on a small garbage can and she tripped. Papers spilled onto the floor, but she didn't care. Explaining the plant's switch couldn't be put off 1 second longer. She hurried around desks, making her way toward Max's room, and just as she turned the corner, the senior editor, who coincidentally happened to be Anastasia, cut her off by stepping into Max's office first. Cindy skidded to a halt and groaned. That woman was so very annoying and always sticking her nose in other people's business. Cindy wasn't the only person at Channel 9 who disliked this particular person. But since her mother was the boss, nobody said anything. Anastasia laughed, her oversized belly shaking like Santa's bowl full of jelly when she waddled in. "Oh, what a pretty flower, Max." Cindy rolled her eyes. "It's not a flower, you dope." "Yes, this is a lovely plant," Max said. "Cindy sent it to me." He glanced at the card. "It says, for a speedy recovery." Anastasia shrugged. "Cynthia? Really?" She shook her head. "That surprises me. That woman can't do anything right." Cindy didn't like Anna's sarcastic tone. If only she could spit on the woman's face. That would certainly get her fired, though. Well, I happen to like it." Max nodded. "I think it adds color to my office." He likes it. Inwardly, she cheered. "Oh, yeah. It's definitely very colorful." "I suppose if you like things like that," Anna sneered. "I think it's a great plant. The tag says it's called a Christmas rose. I've never seen anything like it, and I'm sure Cindy went through a lot of trouble to get it for me." Anna rocked back on her heels. "Yeah, I bet she searched really hard to find it. She's not the research producer for nothing. For once she did something right." Cindy couldn't stop the smile from stretching across her face, even if she wanted to punch Anna in the face. All that mattered was that Max liked it. Her heart beat to life again, and she enjoyed the elated feeling. Now would be the perfect time to talk to him, but just as she said a silent prayer for courage, Amanda waved to her, motioning her to come over. Cindy shook her head. Amanda pointed to the clock on the wall. Then Cindy remembered. They had a deadline. The 5 o'clock news was approaching fast, with still so much to do. There would be no time to talk with Max now. She crept back to her desk and turned to her computer. Amanda held out a stack of papers to her. Cindy groaned. Yet, she could actually work better now with the plant delivery out of the way. Her mind was clear, and strength had entered her body once more, taking the shakes away. So deep in concentration, she didn't see Max walk by until he stopped and turned. "Hey, Cindy." "Huh?" She glanced his way. Her heart hammered against her ribs. "Oh, hello, Max. How are you feeling?" "Just fine, thanks. And thanks for the plant." He gave her a wide smile, and then strode back to his room. Beside her, Amanda nudged her elbow against Cindy's shoulder. "Way to go, girl." Once again, Cindy's face heated. "Well, I felt awful about the reaction he had the other day from that chocolate." Amanda scared. "Yeah, just terrible, wasn't it? And who knew his allergy was that bad? I wonder how chocolate got in his cup when he'd ordered coffee." Cindy shrugged, but kept her mouth closed. She hoped Amanda wouldn't suspect what had happened. The rest of the day passed quickly. Cindy kept busy until quitting time. When Max walked out of his office and turned off the light, he looked her way and smiled. He held up the plant. "I'm going to take this home and put it by my front window." Her heart leapt. That's a great place to keep it. Max had made her day. And her evening. She practically skipped out to her car, and when she walked from her vehicle toward her townhouse, the bounce in her step hadn't disappeared. Her face hurt from the constant smile, but she didn't care. Things were working perfectly. She'd have to thank Damien. Instead of going home, she went straight to Damien's door and knocked. Inside, his musical whistle rang through the house. The tune wasn't familiar, but it didn't matter. She enjoyed the cheerful lift of his voice anyhow. When he opened the door and looked at her, his smile widened. So did hers. Happiness overwhelmed her, and she couldn't keep from flinging her arms around his neck and hugging him tight. She kissed his cheek and he caught his breath in a quick inhale. His arms wrapped around her waist, bringing her closer to him. Once again, she was reminded how incredibly built he was. His musky scent enticed her and stirred flutters in her stomach. Even the beat of her heart quickened. She withdrew enough to gaze at his face. Your suggestion worked. His eyes softened, tenderness evident in the way he looked upon her. Strange, but this expression wasn't the heated look he'd always given her. Lately they had been different, and very confusing. What could he be thinking? Uncertainty clouded her mind again. He pulled her into his apartment and kicked the door closed with his foot. What happened? His voice was deep, which caused strange little flutters inside of her bosom. A spark started in her chest and spread throughout her body, fire consuming her quickly. She pushed away from him and took a step back. His tender look had disappeared, replaced by a familiar one. His gray eyes twinkled, stirring warmth in her chest. She scolded herself for reacting this way. Shaking off the perplexing feelings, she clamped her hands and held them to her stomach. They delivered my plant to Max's office today and he liked it. Had his smile just wavered? No, it couldn't have. He was excited for her, wasn't he? Really? I thought you bought it the other day. No, I ordered it. The delivery driver brought it today. She pouted for a brief moment. Although, it wasn't exactly the plant I'd ordered, but he liked it anyhow. Damien's dark eyebrows rose. Really? What did you order? The plant I ordered was called Hunter's Robe. What did they send? She shrugged. It was a weird-looking plant with shiny green leaves, and a strange white, yellow, and pink flower. She chuckled. It was definitely tropical. Do you know what it's called? Christmas rose, I think. His eyes widened, and then he bit his bottom lip. Christmas rose, you say? Yes, why? Have you heard of it? He nodded. If it's the plant I'm thinking about, he paused and covered his mouth. Is he hiding a laugh? She smacked his shoulder in a playful punch. Damien, tell me. What do you know about this plant? Cindy, honey. I think you gave him a poisonous plant. Her heart hit the floor, as her smile dropped into a frown. What? Why would a name like Christmas Rose be poison? He turned to walk into his den. She followed, her mind frozen in fear. No. She wouldn't accept this. There was no way this mix-up could happen. Not to Max. And not to her, not when her luck was slowly changing. On the far side of the wall sat Damien's computer desk. He bent over the machine, his fingers flying across the keyboard. She leaned closer, studying the websites as they popped on the screen. Within minutes, he'd found a site for poisonous plants. Another click displayed the picture of the Christmas rose. Is this it? He asked over his shoulder. Dread washed over her as bile rose in her throat. Oh, no, she muttered. I've done it again. Chapter 5. Color quickly faded from Cindy's face as she brought her shaky hands up to cover her cheeks. Tears swam in her eyes, wrenching Damien's heart. Her body swayed, and he reached out to clutch her shoulders, steadying her. Cindy, it's going to be all right. We'll just call Max and tell him. No, a sob tore from her throat. We can't call Max. He can't know I made a mistake, again. You didn't. The mistake was made by the shop. You don't understand. I can't mess up with Max. He's supposed to be different. She pulled away from him and sank into the swivel chair by the computer, her blank stare focused toward the screen. He knelt beside her and ran his fingers over her knee covered snugly by her tan slacks. Although the plant is poisonous, I'm sure he won't eat the leaves or the flowers. That's the only way it can hurt him. She leaned forward, her gaze moving across the screen as she read the internet article. It also says it may cause a rash. He sighed and swiped his fingers through his hair. True, but I don't think he'll be playing with the leaves either. But what if? Cindy, please stop worrying. She swung her head around to face him, her eyes wide. We have to do something. What do you suggest? Her face remained passive while she stared into his eyes. His chest constricted from the sadness touching those blue orbs. He wanted to take her into his arms and comfort her, and yet he couldn't. He wouldn't be able to stand a rejection from her. Besides, he wanted to prove to her, and himself, that they could just be friends. He liked her for her mind, not just her body. Because he did, didn't he? Yes, he did. Her shoulders lifted in a shrug. We could go get it from his house. She was so cute, even when she wasn't trying to be funny. He smiled, despite the warning bells going off in his head. And what would you say to him when he greets you at his door? Well, I was thinking, we could wait until he leaves, and then get it. He blinked and shook his head. I don't think I heard you right. Are you talking about breaking and entering? The corner of her mouth raised in a grin. Maybe. You are serious. He chuckled. She lifted herself from the chair and paced the length of his front room. Her teeth pulled on her bottom lip as she did the nervous nibble he enjoyed watching. Of course, he'd always liked watching her because she made him smile. Actually, I am serious. She stopped and met his gaze. I need to get into his house and take the plant while he's away. Damien stood and folded his arms. You've forgotten one thing, mi amore. How are you going to accomplish this? He took 2 steps and stood in front of her. He cupped her face with his hand. First off, do you know where he lives? The color in her cheeks darkened as warmth from her skin heated his palm. Yes. He wasn't going to ask how she knew. Not yet, anyway. He didn't want to think of her as Max's stalker. Then again, that thought only made him want to laugh. He nodded. Second, do you know his schedule? How will you know when he leaves his house? I thought about watching him, a stakeout, so to speak. And who'll be your partner in crime while you're ransacking his house? Who'll watch out for you? Her eyes softened and she smiled. She released his hand from her face and held onto it. You. She shrugged. Aren't you my very own fairy godmother? Her comment made him stare at her with wide eyes as his mind tried to reason what she'd just said. Laughing, he shook his head. I'm your fairy godmother. You know what I mean. She lightly punched his arm. You are trying to help me win Max, just like the fairy godmother tried to help Cinderella. So really, you are the only person who I'd want watching out for me. As hard as he tried, he couldn't stop his heart from melting, even if she did think of him as a fairy tale character, a woman, no less. Then again, he was in the friend zone. Women gave each other cute little nicknames all the time. But he really didn't think he liked the one she'd just given him. He really shouldn't go with her, yet the hammering in his heart gave him the answer. Crime or not, he'd help her. She'd owe him big time now, and he'd find a way to collect. Fine. He smiled. As your fairy godmother, I'll go with you. That title really didn't sound good coming from his mouth. It even left a bitter taste on his tongue. He was a man in every sense of the word. Some women considered him a hunk, although he thought that was an exaggeration, so why did he allow Cindy to give him this title? But how could he turn her down when she smiled so sweetly and her eyes glimmered with happiness? She squealed and threw her arms around him. Oh, yes. This was why he let her call him that name. He buried his face in her neck, inhaling her berry scent. The same smell that drove him crazy. He didn't want her to leave his embrace, but she pulled away. Let me go home and change first. I think we should both wear dark clothes, don't you? He chuckled. You're really getting into this, aren't you? He shrugged. I suppose we'll look into character when the police come to arrest us. She slapped his shoulder in a playful action. Would you stop thinking so negatively? This is going to work. I just know it. Besides, you can just wave your magic wand and everything will be made right. Someone just kill me now, he grumbled with a chuckle. An hour later, Damien drove them up to Max's house. Only one light lit his porch. From the passenger seat, Cyndi leaned toward Damien as she looked out his window. Closing his eyes, he breathed in her berry scent again. He gripped the steering wheel to keep from wrapping his arms around her and holding her there. This is perfect. His house is dark and his car isn't in the driveway. Her soft voice pulled him from his thoughts and he opened his eyes to look at her. Are you sure? Yes. She sat back in her seat. Now drive over there. She pointed to a spot on the street shadowed by the large oak tree. He drove the car alongside the curb and turned off the engine. At midnight, not a lot of neighbors were out and about. He thanked his lucky stars for the privacy of the night, especially the half-moon. Once he unfastened his seatbelt, he turned and took hold of her hands. Skin, so soft, teased and beckoned him to caress her fingers and arm. Good grief, working this close with her would cause havoc to his head. Are you certain about this? His tone was lower than he'd wanted. Positive. He sighed. Then let's go, Bonnie. Her eyebrow rose as did a corner of her mouth. I'm right beside you, Clyde. Hand in hand, he tiptoed alongside as she led the way, feeling just like the couple Bonnie and Clyde who were criminals during the 1930s. When Cyndi crouched low, Damien crouched. When she stopped, so did he. In fact, he could swear he heard the theme song from the movie, Mission Impossible. For some reason, he was starting to have fun doing this with her. Finally, they stood with their backs against the side of Max's house near the front room window. Excitement built inside him, only because they could get caught at any moment. The neighbors would call the police, and the prowlers would be arrested. He was sure of it. Regardless, by the tightness of her mouth and her narrowed gaze, she was serious in her endeavor. Heaven help her, but he could tell she watched too many cop shows on TV. She tilted her head, looking at the window, too high for her to see into. She pursed her lips. Great. How are we supposed to peek in now? He had an idea, although it would bring her closer to him, which was what he didn't need right now. Yet, it would accomplish looking into the window. He knelt on one knee in front of her and motioned his head over his shoulder. Climb on. Her eyes widened. Climb on your shoulders. Yes. She walked around him, hesitant when she reached out to touch him. I don't know how. Just step on my knee and swing your other leg over my shoulders. Haven't you been on a horse before? Once as a child, but there's no difference. Hurry, you're wasting time. When she placed her black athletic shoe on his knee, he helped her with the other leg, swinging it around his neck. The moment she was in place, he slowly lifted her to the window. He clamped his hands around her legs to keep her from falling. Can you see it? He asked in a tight voice. Not yet. He gritted his teeth. This is agony. Why was he going out of his way to do things for her when he'd never have her heart? Good old Maxwell would have it. What Damien helped Cyndi do tonight was something the sports anchorman would never do. Damien enjoyed being with her, and he wished she could see the man in front of her was more important than the one she'd set her sights on. I think I see it, she whispered. Where is it? By his television. Is it by a window? Yes, but really, Damien, I don't see how we're going to get it without breaking in. Too bad this wasn't the middle of summer. At least a window might be open. Funny. Despite it being early December, he wasn't cold at all. Her closeness kept the winter chill away. So now what do we do? He asked. Let me down. He knelt on the cement then helped lift her legs off his shoulders. He set her on the ground and fisted his hands to keep from touching her again, knowing if he did, he wouldn't let her go this time. More than anything he wanted to cuddle her next to him, to kiss her so hard she would never again think of the man who owned this house. He cleared his throat. So, what do you have planned now? I don't know, but I know I have to do something. I can't let him keep that plant in his house if it's poisonous. If he touches it, he'll get a rash, and let's hope he doesn't try and taste it. She shivered. Only an idiot would eat it, Cindy. She elbowed him in the ribs. You know what I mean. He sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. I think you'll just have to walk up to his door and explain to him the shop mixed up the plants. No. I can't. Worried lines creased her forehead as she pulled her bottom lip between her teeth. He'd watched her do this for so many months now that he loved seeing her this way. He'd practically memorized every expression, every arch of her eyebrow, and he knew when something made her happy that her eyes sparkled like gems. Why can't you just tell him? He asked, his voice deeper than expected. Well, because I'd have to actually talk to him. So, do it. She shook her head. It's too soon. She grasped his hand. You go talk to him. Honey, I'm not the one who sent him the wrong plant. She scowled. It was by mistake. Exactly, so I don't see a problem. Her mouth drooped in a frown, her sorrowful expression tugging at his heartstrings again. He shrugged. Maybe I can pick the lock to his front door. Her eyes widened. Can you do that without getting caught? Ah, you do care about me. He smiled and stroked her cool cheek. She rolled her eyes. Damien, please concentrate. What are we going to do? Voices from the house next door startled Damien. He grabbed Cindy around the waist and pinned her against the side of the brick wall, hoping the neighbors wouldn't notice them because they were in the shadows. Do you think they can see us? Cindy asked. Shoo, Damien placed his fingers on her lips as he whispered. If we stand still and talk softly, I don't think they'll know we are here. Over his shoulder he watched the two men leave the house but stand by the car in the driveway as they chatted. Damien didn't mind the neighbors taking their time. He rather liked the position he and Cindy were in at the moment. Oh, good grief, she growled. I've never seen two men shoot the bull for so long, and in the cold, no less. When are they going to leave? Any time now, I'm sure. He waited and after a few minutes, the two men were content in their conversation. It was a little chilly out tonight, but the men apparently didn't mind seeing their breath in the crisp air. So Cindy, he began softly as he turned back to her. In the shadows he could only see the outline of her face, but by now, he knew every curve as well as he knew his own hand. He knew the crooked tilt to her smile when she gave him that wary grin, and he knew the arc of her neck when she slanted back her head and laughed. Why don't you tell me about your snow globes? He could tell the moment her face relaxed. Even her lips parted for him to see her teeth in her smile. What do you want to know? Everything. Tell me what made you start collecting them. The year before my grandfather died, he took me to a store with Christmas knickknacks and bought me my first snow globe. He joked with me into believing that when you shake the globe to make the snow fall, if you make a wish at the right time, it will come true. Damien's heart melted even more. When is the right time to make the wish? She shrugged. That was for me to find out. Did it ever work? No, she chuckled. But after he died, I kept finding more to buy, hoping to get the special one that would grant me my wish. She expelled deeply. I haven't purchased one for a few years now, but I keep them to remind me of my grandfather. That's such a sweet memory. He stroked her cold cheek. Thanks for sharing it with me. Anytime. Finally, one of the men next door climbed into his car, turned it on, and backed out of the driveway. The other one walked back into the house. Phew, that was close. Damien sighed. Although he didn't want to pull away, he still took a step back. But when another car turned on the street and the headlights swung toward them, he pressed himself back against Cindy, sandwiching her between him and the wall. Now what? She grumbled. This street is sure busy for this late at night. Instead of the car driving by, the vehicle pulled into the driveway of the house they were staking out, and the engine killed. Just Damien's luck. Max was home. The increased pounding of his heart threatened to make more noise than the car. Max couldn't notice Damien. Not now. It was too soon. After the car lights turned off, Damien ducked and tugged on Cyndi's hand, leading her around the corner to the large bush bordering Max's property. She gave a sharp inhale. Damien, that's Max. I know. Do you think he saw us? He crouched low, pulling her with him. Shoo, be quiet. She snuggled against him, her arms tightening around his upper arm. Can you see anything? He peeked over the bush. Only shadows. He kept his eyes on the sidewalk. Soon two figures appeared. Damien's interest perked. Somebody's with him. Who is it? He waited until the clicking of a woman's high-heeled shoes touched the cement. Narrowing his eyes, he studied the slender feminine figure. When Max and the woman stopped underneath the porch light, Damien breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the woman he'd expected to see. Of course, he hadn't seen that particular woman in a long time, but the betrayal was still as raw as if he'd caught them wrapped in each other's arms yesterday. Beside him, Cyndi tugged on his arm. Answer me. Who is it? A woman, he said softly. Her body stiffened and his heart clenched. It hurt to see how much this bothered Cyndi. Is it his mother? She whispered. Damien switched his attention back to the couple at the door. The curvy young woman certainly didn't look like anyone's mother. Well? Cyndi asked, her voice rising. Unless he was conceived when his mother was 5, I seriously doubt it. She released a deep sigh, and another pain shot through his chest. Why couldn't he get her to like him in that way? So, she's an older woman? She asked. Can't exactly tell, but she might be. Damien waited until the door closed and another light glowed inside the house. Standing, he brought Cyndi with him. He hooked his arm around her shoulders and pulled her against his side as they crept back to the window. Her arms remained around his waist as if she didn't want to let go. The softness of her body cuddled against him was almost his undoing. He tightened his jaw. What would she do if he confessed his feelings? Scolding his thoughts, he mentally kicked himself in the tush. It was too soon for her to know how much he liked her. She would throw back in his face that he only wanted her for one thing. He frowned. Do I? As soon as he asked himself the question, he knew the answer. No. He respected her more than that. Problem was, would she believe him? Damien? Can you see what's going on? Since he was taller, he didn't have to climb on anything to see inside. Right away he spotted Max and the woman. It was obvious what they were doing, and he couldn't keep from smiling. No longer was Max the victim in Cyndi's stunt gone haywire, but so was his date that stood by the flowered plant, stroking the leaves as she pressed her nose in close to the bud for a sniff. Damien, Cyndi repeated. Can you see what they're doing? Yes, and it's not good. Once again, Cyndi's body stiffened. Is she in his arms? Are they kissing? Well, not exactly. She tugged on his black Levi jacket. What exactly are they doing? He's showing her his. His what? Her voice squeaked in irritation. His plant. She slapped him. Don't lie. I'm not. They're standing right next to the plant. The woman is looking at it. Her voice held a hint of sarcasm. Yes. She's touching it, smelling it, and pretty soon, she'll get sick because she's way too close to the plant. Cyndi chuckled, but her laughter grew, so she turned and buried her face in his chest. Closing his eyes, he tightened his arms around her and breathed deeply, cherishing the moment because he knew it wouldn't last long. I think you should go in and break it up, he told her. She lifted her head. Break it up. This is exactly what I want to happen. I want to be his new love interest, not that woman. A lock of her blonde hair had fallen over her forehead, so he swiped it back behind her ear. He smiled at her. you're not being very nice. She shrugged. All's fair in love and war, right? He cocked an eyebrow. Was the real Cyndi showing through? He rather liked this vicious, yet very passionate side to her. Yes, I suppose you're right. So come on, let's go home. I'll tell him about the plant tomorrow. He laughed. What if Max starts touching and smelling the plant? That's a chance I'll have to take, right? He gazed into her enchanting eyes. The moonlight touched them, making them sparkle just the way he liked. What had this woman done to him? He shifted his stance and shrugged. Come on, let's go before we're caught. Hunched over her desk, Cyndi focused on her computer screen deep in thought as she researched the next news story. From down the hall, voices rang out, calling out Max's name. She jerked to a sitting position and glanced at her clock. Only a half hour late. She looked his way as he came into view. Red marks blotched his face, and his lips appeared as if he wore blue lip balm. Inwardly, she groaned. Time to tell him about the plant mix-up. She wrung her hands against her stomach, not daring to talk to him. Would he blame her? Would he realize that Anna had been right, that Cyndi usually couldn't do anything right? He still didn't know it was her who switched the coffee and hot chocolate, and she wasn't about to tell him either. Cyndi tried to force herself off the chair and away from her desk, but her feet remained rooted to the floor. Luckily, her fingers still worked, so she turned to her computer and clicked open her email. Pulling up his email address, she nibbled on her bottom lip as her heartbeat hammered against her ribs. Please don't blame me. Max, the shop I purchased your plant from just contacted me. Apparently, there has been a mix-up. Instead of the fern I'd ordered, they sent you a poisonous plant. Please use caution and don't touch the yellow and pink flower. Also, don't keep the plant indoors as it might cause nausea. Please forgive me for this mistake. I've already contacted the owners of this company to complain. Let me know if there is anything else I can do for you. Your friend always, Cyndi. She read over her email again before sending. Closing her eyes, she massaged her forehead, praying he would understand and forgive her. What if he didn't? She snapped her eyes open and stared at the computer screen. No, that wasn't an option. He had to forgive her. It wasn't her fault, well, this time, anyway. With a deep sigh, she decided to let fate fall where it would. If Max forgave her, that would be her sign to proceed with the remaining 8 ways to win her man. Her phone rang and she jumped. Placing a hand over her crazily beating heart, she answered. Hello. Hello, mi amore. Damien? Sure is, honey. Or do you know another Italian man who calls you mi amore? His deep voice stirred emotions in her she didn't exactly want right now. Just like what happened to her last night. The main purpose for going to Max's house was to get the plant, but she found herself enjoying Damien's company much more than she'd expected. When he drove them home, she didn't want to leave his side, and when they separated, disappointment hung in her chest. She had pondered these strange feelings all night long. Hopefully, they'd go away. She didn't need mixed emotions right now. Hi, she replied, breathless. Well? How did it go? Did you talk to Max? What's wrong with his voice? Too soft and deep from what she remembered. Had he caught a cold while helping her spy last night in the winter temperatures? Yes and no. Yes, I let him know about the plant, but I haven't talked to him. What did you do this time? She chuckled over the rise in his tone, sounding like a father scolding a child. I emailed him. What did you tell him? Just the truth, that the store mixed up the plants and sent him the poisonous one. I told him what effects he might get, but by looking at him today, I can see he's already figured that out. Laughter pealed from the other end. You don't sound very upset. Anger grew inside of her as she remembered Max's date. Last night her heart had ached with the knowledge of him bringing home another woman. Today, however, she was upset. Of course I'm mad, But, well, he deserves this, I think. How do you figure that? Because he took out the wrong girl last night. His laughter became stronger, and she smiled. He'll learn, she told him. You're awful, Cynthia Randall, just awful. When she hung up, she was still smiling. Lately, Damien had been making her grin like a kid in a candy store. Good thing they were only friends. She drew her eyebrows together. Friends? Were they friends? She relaxed. Yes, he was her friend. He was no longer the teasing neighbor next door, but the man she could confide in. The man that didn't mind taking the chance going to jail with her. The man that didn't even mind her calling him fairy godmother. Her smile stretched the more she thought about their adventure. Regardless of what could have happened if they'd been caught, last night had been fun. She extended her neck, releasing the kinks, and then turned back to her computer to get some work done. Through the screen, a shadow appeared behind her. Seconds later, Amanda's voice made her jump. I have it all planned out. Cyndi swiveled in her chair and faced her coworker. What do you have planned? How I'm going to hook you and Max up at the office party. A nervous fluttering grew in Cyndi's stomach, and her hands moistened. Oh, really? Amanda's smile spread from ear to ear. Do you want to hear about it? Several months ago, her coworker had helped with another soon-to-be boyfriend, and although the results were disastrous, it was fun while it lasted. Sure. This ought to be good for a laugh or two. Amanda rolled her eyes. You'll be thanking me when it's over. I promise. The more Cyndi listened, the faster the rhythm of her heart became. Amanda was serious. Cyndi was going to speak to Max, and there would be no excuses this time. Chapter 6. The party is tonight. Cyndi wrung her hands against her stomach. How could she concentrate at work knowing she would have to talk to Max, and possibly ask him out tonight? Amanda had given her hope for an enjoyable evening as Cyndi became better acquainted with Max. Her friend even mentioned she had a plan to ruin his date for the party. Apparently, Amanda knew Max's date and could sabotage his evening. The confident Amanda actually had Cyndi believing it'd happen. This might be her night after all. Cyndi's stomach twisted, and she turned back to her computer. She was supposed to be taking notes on an upcoming news segment, so she should get to it. She'd finish up this project and then go home and get ready for the office Christmas party. Within hours she'd be in a pretty dress and meeting the dateless Max, offering her services as his companion for the evening. Another wave of nerves rolled through her stomach. Groaning, she rubbed her belly. No, she couldn't think of that. She had to finish this project, which was really almost done anyway. She'd wait until after she was dressed and at the party before she started worrying. Good luck with that one. Trying to put aside her anxiety, she finished typing what was needed for the segment. When she typed the last words, she sighed heavily and leaned back in her chair. Finally, she could relax, if only for a second, because she knew her nerves would kick in soon and she'd feel like she was going to throw up again. One more hour of work before quitting time. Things were certainly going her way today. Well, so far, anyway. Cynthia. Cyndi snapped to an upright position in her chair and looked toward Fran's office. The boss stood in her doorway, aiming her glare at Cyndi. Yes, she asked as sweetly as she could. In my office. Now. Inwardly, Cyndi groaned. What had she done this time? She pushed away from her desk and made her way swiftly to Fran's office and stepped inside. Fran now sat at her desk, looking over 2 stacks of papers. The woman's thick, black hair showed no signs of graying. Then again, the woman probably made enough money to have it professionally colored. Even her face held very little wrinkles. Her skin was too tight for a woman in her mid-50s. Can you say Botox? Maybe Fran used too much of it and that was why she never smiled. I have something important for you to do, she began without meeting Cyndi's stare. I want to have a special segment in tomorrow's evening news about the upcoming campaign. She patted one of the smaller stacks. This pile is information regarding the candidates. However, I was informed earlier today that Donald Cruz is hiding something. She finally lifted her expressionless eyes to her. I need you to make some phone calls tonight, and I don't want you to go home until it's done. The news sucked the breath out of her and her chest constricted. Yet at the same time, anger threatened to make a debut. But, tonight is the Christmas party for the daytime news crew. Yes, I know that. What if I don't get this done before the party? She asked in a tight voice. Fran arched an eyebrow. Cindy was so tired of seeing this expression on her. Then it looks like you'll be working here instead of attending the party, Fran said in her normal condescending way. Cindy fisted her hands in back of her. But that's not fair. Why are you making me work? Is anyone else on the morning team working tonight? No. Slowly, she took another breath, hoping to calm her ire before she voiced her frustration. Then why are you making me? Fran gave her a smirk as she laced her manicured nails together and rested her linked hands on the desk. Because you are the only one who doesn't have a date tonight, so it makes sense to give this assignment to you. There was always a reason with Fran. One of these days Cindy was going to. No, she couldn't act on her irritation. She needed this job. She loved her job, just as long as Fran and the evil sisters didn't bother her. Forgive me for saying this, but not having a date shouldn't keep me from attending a Christmas party. After all, bringing a date was not a requirement to attend, if I remember correctly. Fran shrugged her bony shoulder. Doesn't matter. I still need this information ASAP, which means if you don't have it done before the Christmas party, then you cannot attend. She lifted the stack of papers and handed them to Cindy, ending their conversation. Gritting her teeth from spouting out her thoughts, she snatched the papers from Fran and turned, but before she could leave the room, Drizella met her in the doorway. Oh, there you are, the evil daughter of the boss snickered. What do you need, dearest? Fran asked, the tone of her voice practically dripped with honey. I need Cindy to do something for me. She sighed dramatically and shook her head. I need to leave work early to get ready for the party tonight, and I just don't have time to schedule some appointments. I was hoping Cindy could do that for me. Cindy tightened her hold on the stack of papers before she used Drizella's face as a punching bag. And to think Cindy has never been a violent person before. I'm sorry, Drizella, but your mother just gave me a project to do. I won't have time. Cynthia. Fran screeched. You will add that to your list of things to have accomplished before you leave work tonight. Tears burned behind Cindy's eyes and she fought to keep them from showing. Although she wanted to argue, she didn't dare push her luck. Fine. She cleared her throat, hoping not to sound like she wanted to cry. Email me that list and I'll get them scheduled for you. Presenting a victorious grin, Drizella swung away and made her way back through the large room toward her desk. Cindy forced her legs to move as she walked to her desk. The closer she got, the more her eyes burned with unshed tears. The minute her bottom hit the chair, Anastasia moved in front of Cindy's desk and stood. My mom wanted me to tell you that she wants you to clean off my desk before you go home. The janitors don't do a very good job. She shrugged. And since you're going to be here tonight, Mom thought you could do it. Cindy couldn't speak for fear of crying, so she nodded instead. Once Anna waddled away, Cindy turned her back on everyone and stared at her cubicle wall. As hard as she tried, a tear slipped through and fell down her cheek. She quickly wiped it, and hoped others wouldn't follow. The phone on her desk rang, but she didn't answer it. She couldn't. Her strained throat wouldn't let her. After the phone stopped ringing, she drew in a deep breath and turned toward the stack of papers on her desk. With a shaky hand, she glanced over the first page. Soon tears blocked her vision, and she blinked to dry the liquid. She couldn't let Fran see how upset she was and especially how much she hurt. And if the evil sisters saw, they would only rub it into Cindy's already fresh wound, and add vinegar and salt to the injury. When her cell started buzzing on her desk, she glanced at the display window to read the caller ID, Damien Giovanni. Her heart leapt, but her throat tightened with emotion. Although she knew she shouldn't answer it, because she'd cry, her hand automatically picked it up as she swiped her finger across the screen. "Hello," she said softly. "Hi, it's me. When are you going to be home? I have a surprise for you for the party." A few more tears leaked from the dam she tried to build in her eyes. "I'm not. I have to work." Her voice broke. "Cindy, what's wrong?" The concern laced in his voice was her undoing, and her tears fell freely. She quickly turned her back toward the office again so nobody could see her cry. "I was given an assignment," she said brokenly before clearing her throat. "I can't leave until it's done. I won't be going to the party tonight." "Are you kidding me?" His voice raised in anger. "I wish I was, but my boss doesn't like me very well. That's no reason to make you stay at work." "Yeah, well, there's no use in trying to reason with her. She'll always win." "What is she making you do?" he asked, sorrowfully. As she explained to him about the candidates, tears filled her eyes faster and her nose became stuffy. She snatched a Kleenex and tried to wipe her eyes as she finished telling him. He growled on the other end of the phone. "Do you know what I'd like to do to your stupid boss right now?" She hiccuped a laugh. "Probably the same thing I want to do to her. She's not being fair. She never has been." She wiped her nose. There was a small pause before Damien said, "So all she wants to get is dirt on Donald Cruz, right?" "Yeah, pretty much." A low chuckle came through the phone, growing louder by the second. "Well, mi amore, it's who you know in this life that will help you make it through, and you just happen to be friends with someone who knows a lot about the mayor candidate, Donald Cruz. Don't stress and give me 15 minutes. I'm sure I can get you the information you need." Hope sprang inside her and caused more tears to come. She didn't dare believe him. Could this incredible man save her hide once again? "Really?" she whispered. "Yes. I'll call you back in 15. "Oh, Damien, you just don't know how much this means. Save your thanks for when I see you next." He chuckled. "But let me get on it so that we can get you home from work quickly." "All right. Bye." She quickly hung up, feeling excited once more. After wiping her eyes and blowing her nose, she turned to her computer and to her email. Drizella had already sent her the names of people who need to be scheduled. Cindy got on it immediately, and even noticed the lift of excitement in her voice when she called. Remarkably, she had 10 people scheduled within 10 minutes. She glanced at the time, and her smile stretched. She'd give Damien 10 more minutes, and if she hadn't heard from him, she'd call him. But during that time, she would go clean Anastasia's desk. Thankfully, most everyone had left work by now, so Cindy was able to hurry through her chores. With each minute she cleaned, she grumbled louder. How could one person be so messy? Food was everywhere. And how long had this sandwich been here? Seriously? The crust was showing mildew already. She shivered and quickly threw it in the trash. She'd disinfect her hands later. Just as she was finishing, her cell phone buzzed in her pocket. She jumped and scrambled to get it, even though she still had sticky hands. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Damien. Her heartbeat sped. "Hello. How much do you love me, mi amore?" Her heartbeat kicked up another notch. Love? Why would he say that? And yet, why had her breathing turned ragged? "Damien, quit teasing me. You know you are the best." What else could she say? She couldn't tell him she loved him and give him the wrong idea. "Yes, I know. But, the reason I ask is because I'm quite proud of myself. I found the information you want." Tears stung her eyes again, but this time from happiness. "Are you serious?" "Oh, Damien, you really are the greatest friend. Thank you so much. I'll fax it to you." "What's your fax number?" She quickly told him the number. Okay, I'm sending it now. I'll see you when I get home from work tonight. Thank you again. Her voice broke, but this time she didn't care if anyone saw her crying. How could she repay him for all the kindness and help he'd been giving her? He was truly turning into the best friend she'd ever had. I'm going to puke. Cindy stared at her pasty face in the mirror and frowned. Her nervous stomach wasn't cut out for catching a man, a hunk of a man for that matter. This time she could not mess things up. That's what worried her. With her track record, she knew it was almost impossible. She pinched her cheeks until a raspberry color appeared in stark contrast and made her look like she had a fever. Maybe she did. She placed a hand on her forehead. No. Her skin felt normal. If she wasn't sick, then why did her body tremble? Taking careful steady steps so as not to disturb her stomach, she made her way back into her bedroom and lowered herself face down on the bed. No way could she go to the company party tonight. Perhaps Fran had been right to discourage her from coming tonight. And yet, Amanda expected her to show up. But Cindy just couldn't. What if she passed out? She'd look like a fool. It'd be high school all over again. Maybe the queasiness had nothing to do with her tense nerves. What if something was seriously wrong with her? Yeah, like I have the chicken out disease. Not only that, but the tightness in her head convinced her a sinus cold would be hitting her soon. It was usually about this time of year when she got a cold, and thanks to the stress she'd been in lately, not to mention the extra amount Fran and her idiot daughters put on Cindy, there was no doubt she'd be getting sick soon. She couldn't go to the party if she was catching a bug and get everyone else sick. She'd never hear the end of it from Fran if that happened. She frowned. Okay, so maybe she wasn't as sick as she tried to believe, but talking to Max frightened her to death. That man was way out of her league. She'd faint if he turned his beautiful blue eyes on her. She couldn't lose consciousness at a company party. As shy as she was, there'd be no way she'd be able to show up for work after that. Plain and simple, she just wouldn't go to the party. Could she give up so soon? She'd definitely be the joke of the office. Her whole purpose for trying the article's steps to winning a man like Max was to see if she could keep him longer than 3 months. Hadn't she wanted him since high school? Wasn't it about time that Cindy went after what she wanted, and actually got it? She stared at the ceiling and the churning in her stomach slowly settled. She took deep breaths through her mouth to ease the rolling tension. As her eyelids grew heavy, she closed them, but a knock sounded at the door and yanked her back to awareness. Her heart beat to life, turning her stomach again. Who could that be? Amanda wouldn't come to her townhouse to pick her up. Cindy. Are you there? Damien. How had she forgotten that he was coming? She rolled her weak body off the bed and carefully walked to the front door, her hands splaying over her stomach, hoping to keep it from upsetting again. With shaky fingers, she released the latch and unlocked the door. Hi. His eyes widened as his gaze slid from the top of her head to her bare feet. What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to the party tonight? She groaned and stepped away from the door, weaving her way back to the front room and the couch. She plopped down and sighed. Not feeling like this. He walked inside and shut the door. Have you caught something? Yes. He stopped. Is it contagious? Sure, if you're a chicken. His dark eyebrows rose. I don't understand. He came closer until his knees bumped the edge of the couch. She peeked at him from beneath half-closed lids. Once again, he looked as if he'd walked straight from the new clothes rack from a model store. Today he wore sharp-creased gray trousers and a cream-colored shirt that hung looser on him than most of his shirts, and on his wide shoulders fit a gray suit jacket. 3 buttons on his shirt were left undone, and she caught a glimpse of his muscled neck. Tucked under one of his arms was a medium-sized box. She covered her eyes, hoping to ignore his image, but memories from all the things he'd done to help her floated through her mind. He'd been so sweet. So caring. So willing to help. Just thinking about how he went out of his way made her heart warm. His hand touched her forehead, and she jumped. You don't feel like you have a fever, he told her. I think I'm catching a head cold. He set the box on the coffee table before leaving her side and hurrying out of her house without closing the front door. Slowly, she watched the door between her parted fingers. Minutes later he returned holding a glass of water and 2 pills. Take this. What is it? It's a decongestant. It'll clear your head really fast. Cautiously, she grabbed the pills and water from him and swallowed the pills quickly. He took the empty glass from her. Great, now let's get you ready for your party. She groaned and shook her head, covering her hands over her eyes again. You don't understand, Damien. The reason I'm sick is because I'm scared of going tonight and making a fool out of myself. His chuckle made her sneak a peek at him from between her fingers. His gray eyes sparkled. Mi amore, you have nothing to worry about. Once Max gets to know the real you, he'll fall head over heels. She lowered her hands and scowled. I doubt it. The corner of his lips quirked in a knowing grin as he bent over and grasped her arm. All you need is a little encouragement. No, all I need is a fairy godmother. He shrugged. Isn't that what you think I am? Well, yes, but I was just joking. And I'm not. Damien, I don't think. He folded his arms across his chest and shook his head. Are you going to let your boss and her daughters win? She frowned. No. They don't expect you to be there tonight, and don't you want to see the look on their faces when you walk in looking gorgeous as ever? Gorgeous? She highly doubted she would fit that mold, however, she would love to see their shocked expressions. Well, I would love nothing better than to rub it in their faces that I had finished their chores and I was able to still make it to the party. Then let's get you ready. He grabbed her hands, and she allowed him to pull her up. Surprisingly, her stomach didn't protest this time. I assume you've already taken a shower. He leaned into her and sniffed her neck. Warm tingles spread through her body and she had to hold herself back from leaning into him more. Goosebumps ran over her arms and she giggled. Yes, you have, he said. You smell like berries, but I could get you a perfume from my work that complements your scent. She cocked her head. You think GIO products are better than what I use? He shrugged. You'll never know unless you try them. He pulled her into the bathroom and positioned her in front of the mirror. Her pale skin shone like a beacon, making her dull, blue eyes appear much larger. Ugh. First thing we need to do is let down your hair. He pulled her cloth-covered scrunchie free from her ponytail. A piece of hair came with it, and she yelped. Frowning at his reflection in the mirror, she rubbed the sore spot on her head. He picked up her brush and ran it through her hair. The gentleness of his actions made her close her eyes and relax. Soon his fingers threaded through her locks, massaging, stroking warmth back into her scalp. Oh, he's good. When he took her by the shoulders and turned her around, she looked at him. Up this close, his eyes appeared darker than she'd first imagined, almost black. He pushed her to the toilet seat and made her sit. Thankfully, the lid was down or she would have fallen in. Now be still and let me do my job. I don't have a magic wand, but I have magic fingers. He wagged his eyebrows. She couldn't believe how cocky and self-assured he was. But once his fingers made contact with her hair, she closed her eyes again. He hadn't been lying at all. His fingers were very magical. He used gel and hairspray, ratted and pulled, but she still enjoyed the tender way he relaxed her, just like the other night when he worked on her with that new GIO product. She sighed. Wonderful. Fluttering sensations moved throughout her, making her smile. When she realized her thoughts were not on Max, she scolded her traitorous thoughts. Think about Max. She imagined Damien's hands were Max's. What would Max wear tonight? Would he talk to her, dance with her, take her outside to walk in the moonlight? Would he kiss her? Should she make the first move? No. He'd definitely have to do it. She could almost feel the texture of his blonde hair as she twirled her finger around a strand. She could almost smell his musky scent of cedar. She'd run her fingers through his hair and caress his close-shaven jaw. Just as quickly as she continued fantasizing, Max's face was replaced with Damien's. His eyes would be closed as she touched his dark hair, his face, and a satisfied grin would pull at his mouth, a mouth that she wanted to kiss. Now that's done, let's move on. His voice made her dream disappear and she almost let out a disappointed groan. He stepped away. Forcing herself back to reality, she opened her heavy lids in time to see Damien snatch up her makeup case. He pulled it over closer on the counter. She blinked and shook her head. You're going to do my makeup? He folded his arms across his massive chest and tilted his head. You don't think I can do an adequate job? I didn't say that. You certainly implied it. He grinned. Do you trust me? I let you do my hair, didn't I? He laughed. Close your eyes and let me help with this. Once again, she let her eyelids drift close and concentrated on the sense of touch. His touch. So soft. Gentle. Warm. He used the brush to swipe on her foundation and blush. She should have told him to hold off on the blush because she figured her face would be beaming with color on its own tonight. It took a little longer for him to stroke the eyeshadow across her lids and use the eyeliner. She tried to imagine Max again, but Damien's masculine scent enveloped her, making her want to bury her face in his neck and stay in his arms. Forever. Here. I'll let you do this. She jerked back from his voice and snapped her eyes open. She cursed herself for letting her thoughts get carried away, once again. What was wrong with her, anyway? Why couldn't she focus on Max instead? He held the tube of mascara in front of her. She stood and faced the mirror, then froze. Wow. Good thing he wasn't charging her. Looking this good probably cost a fortune in the salons. She leaned closer to the mirror and thickened her eyelashes with the mascara brush. When she was finished, she turned to face him. He took out a lip pencil and glanced at her lips. Pucker for me, baby. She laughed. That's not a pucker. Then quit making me laugh. He was adorable. Cute enough to cuddle. Yup, he'd make some girl really happy when he decided to settle down. Therein lay the problem. Would he ever settle down? Probably not. By the amount of women that accompanied him during the week, he was definitely not the marrying kind. Relaxing, she puckered and stayed still while he outlined her lips. When he took the tube of lipstick and brought it to her mouth, she relaxed her lips and let him apply it. His eyes narrowed as he worked, but his face softened. Perfect. He stepped away, giving her a self-assured grin. She rolled her eyes heavenward. You're boasting. He clasped his hand around hers and pulled her into the bedroom. Now let's pick out a dress. Nothing too fancy. I don't want to stand out. Oh, but I think you should. She grimaced. She was afraid he'd say that. Really, Damien, I don't think. He stopped suddenly and she bumped into him. A scowl took over his handsome features. Now listen, Cindy. Do you want my help or not? I thought we were trying to get Mr. Jockstrap to notice you. Jockstrap? She snorted. Yes. That's my nickname for him. She chuckled. If you say so, but I won't tell him you think of him that way. He narrowed his eyes. I'd appreciate it if you didn't. So, do you want my help? He held up his hands. She shrugged. Well, that was the idea, fairy godmother. Then you're going to have to wear what I tell you. She expelled a heavy breath, her heart racing once again. Dare she? But then, she'd gone this far. Why now all the way? Chapter 7. All right, Cindy said, ready for anything. Damien wandered into her walk-in closet and sorted through her hanging dresses. She stepped just inside the room to see which one he'd pick. When his hands stopped on the Victorian-style lavender gown, her heart picked up rhythm. She'd always loved these gowns, which is why she'd purchased one. Unfortunately, she'd never had an opportunity to wear it. Odd that he would notice that gown amongst all the others in the closet. The shoulders of the gown were slightly puffy because of the era it portrayed, but the sleeves fit snugged against her arms. The bodice had a diamond cut that displayed more bosom than she'd showed before. Back in those days, the women wore corsets. Nowadays, they were called push-up bras. Thankfully, she owned one. He brought it over to her. "I like this one." "You do? Why?" "Because it has elegance written all over it. With you wearing this, you'll certainly be the belle of the ball." He winked. "Now go put it on." "Well, you see, I don't think it's the right gown for tonight's function." "Why not?" "It's just not me." "The dress is what?" He held it up. "Gorgeous? Perhaps you don't like it because it's the perfect color for you." His words were so sweet, and the thought of really wearing this dress made her heart thump faster than it should. If the truth were known, she didn't have enough body for that dress. Her mother's nickname for her when she was younger was Scrawny. Even with a push-up bra, she was certain the gown would hang on her. His smile widened. "This dress is more you than you realize. Go put it on." She huffed. "No. If I have to dress you myself, I will." He stood firm. "Cindy, we don't have long to argue. The party starts in half an hour." "But." "No buts. Just put the dress on." When she didn't move, he grabbed the end of her shirt and pulled it up. Before it reached her breasts, she clamped her elbows to her side to keep the material from riding up any farther. Her heart pounded out of control. She glared at him, yet the softness illuminating in his gray eyes took away her anger. "I mean it, Cindy." She swallowed hard and gave in. "Fine. Give me the stupid dress." She yanked it out of his hand and marched into the bathroom. Grumbling under her breath, she stripped off her clothes and pulled on the evening gown. There were small buttons in the back that she couldn't reach, and she was sure Damien would assist her with those. She had to admit, though, the lavender dress brought color to her face. The untamed hairstyle Damien had fixed looked good on her, although it didn't really match the era that the dress had. Nevertheless, she looked extremely sophisticated, just as he'd said she would. Max might actually take notice. She smiled wide. "You're taking too long," Damien called from the other room. "Be patient for a few more minutes." "I'm almost done." Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped out. Damien's gaze moved over her slowly. He whistled and shook his head as his smile grew wide. "Woman. You are stunning. I need help with the buttons at the back." She turned her back toward him and gently lifted the bulk of her hair. He stepped closer and his large fingers fumbled with the buttons, but it was his warm breath on her neck that made her shiver. A time or two she thought her legs would give out on her, but she stood strong. "There," he said softly. She faced him and held her arms wide. "How do I look?" "You take my breath away." Her cheeks burned. "Thanks, but this is your creation." Grinning, he touched her chin, his thumb gently stroking the skin. "Just make sure you're back by midnight. You'll turn into a pumpkin if you aren't." For the first time that she could remember, she really did feel like Cinderella, well, when she went to ball, of course. She always felt like Cinderella at work, thanks to Fran and her dumb daughters. But now, she enjoyed the elation rushing through her from Damien's creation. She laughed and threw her arms around him, giving him a hug. "You're the greatest. Do you know that?" "Yes, but I get rather bored telling it to myself all the time." She placed a light kiss on his cheek. His body stiffened and he sucked in his breath. Fire shot through her, touching every nerve ending in her body, especially when she could tell he enjoyed it. "What am I doing?" She quickly pulled away. "I owe you big time for this." Her voice shook. For a moment, his eyes had darkened the way she liked, as if he had experienced the same spark of interest as she had. Then he cleared his throat and the expression disappeared. "Are you ready?" His voice was lower than before. "Let me just put on my shoes and I'll be ready." "Oh, that remind me," he said, moving out of the room. "I bought something for you today." "Damien, you didn't have to buy anything for me." She followed him into the front room. He picked up the box he'd brought in with him when he first entered the house. "This is for you." She smiled, but warily opened the box. What on earth could it be? But when she lifted the lid and saw a sparkly pair of 2-inch heels, she gasped. They were white. No, actually, that wasn't correct. They appeared almost as if they were made of glass. No way. She'd been feeling like Cinderella all day, and now she held a pair of glass slippers. This couldn't be real. "Oh, Damien," she sighed. "They are beautiful. Where did you get them?" "Today at work I went to Gordon's Finest to try and sell the expensive store our line of products, and I walked by their shoes. This one grabbed my attention and I immediately thought of you." "Why?" She scrunched her forehead as that strange feeling came upon her again. Why was he thinking about buying things for her? "Because I knew they'd look good on you for your party tonight. And well, now you'll really be just like Cinderella at the ball." She laughed. "You are too much, Damien. Try them on." He motioned his hand toward the shoes. She sat on the edge of the couch as she picked up the first shoe. "And you got the right size." "How did you know?" He chuckled. "Because you are the same size as my sister. I hoped you had the same foot size, as well." He bent in front of her and took the shoe. "Here, allow me." He winked. Her stomach erupted with flutters, and when he held her foot in the palm of his large, and very warm hand, the flutters expanded to other parts of her body. Good heavens, why was her body reacting this way? He slipped the shoe on, and thankfully, it fit perfectly. Then he repeated the process with the other shoe. She stood, holding her dress up just enough to see them. They looked remarkable good on her, too. They are simply beautiful. Just like their owner. He winked again. "Now remember, when you're with Max, you'll need to tell him how nice he looks. Men love compliments." The internet article came to mind, taking her thoughts off Damien and back onto Max where they should have been. Give a man compliments. Yes, I need to do that. So what do you think I should say? Tell him how sharp he looks in his suit. Tell him how the color complements his eyes. Tell him you like his smile, enjoy hearing his voice when he's on the news, and most importantly, tell him, his grin widened, but he remained quiet. What? She urged. Tell him what a nice butt he has. She slapped his arm, but laughed at his remark. It was so close to the truth. You're awful. No, I'm serious. Guys like it when a woman tells us we look nice. He laughed. Okay. I'm going now. He kissed her cheek. Have a good time at the ball, and if you need a designated driver, you know my number. She shooed him with her hands. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't drink alcohol. That's right. You're too goody two-shoes, right? She pulled her shoulders straight. Right, and don't you forget it. After he left, she walked around her townhouse feeling like she was really Cinderella. Tonight nothing, and especially nobody, was going to stop her from feeling like fairy tale heroine. Her heart pounded in a different rhythm now, but she didn't know if it was the exchange she'd just had with the Italian spice, or because she was going to force herself to talk to Max tonight. She breathed slower, convincing herself the excitement bubbling inside her was for Max. In less than 15 minutes she would see Maxwell Harrington's reaction to the new Cynthia Randall. Way number 3, compliments. The quickest direction to a man's heart is through his ego. These heels made her ankles wobble. At least that's what she blamed for her unsteady legs. The last time her limbs shook this bad was last summer's earthquake that had trembled for what seemed like hours. Cyndi walked into the Richmond Hotel and headed toward the ballroom. She handed her coat to the coat check lady, while sounds of the party drifted around her, clinking glasses and voices rose in laughter. Smells of cinnamon and pine assaulted her senses, which made her sneeze. At least there was no tightness in her sinus any longer. That pill Damien had given her worked wonders. She followed the Christmas music coming from a room down the hall, the sounds growing louder the closer she came. Humming to the familiar tune, she stepped inside. People from her office filled the space, but there was no sign of Max. He wasn't at work earlier, so where was he? Strange how Fran and her daughters weren't here either. She definitely couldn't wait to see the shocked look on their faces. Cyndi. Is that you? She turned toward Amanda's voice. Her coworker stood amongst a cluster of other employees, all holding drinks. Cyndi gave them her best smile even though her lips twitched in a nervous gesture, and walked their way. Hi, Amanda. Wow. Look at you. Cyndi's cheeks heated. Yes, I'm aware I'm out of character, but you look fabulous. Amanda grabbed hold of her hand and squeezed. You're going to knock em dead tonight. Cyndi let out an uneasy laugh. Oh, let's hope nobody dies. That wouldn't be a good thing, especially with my luck. She scanned over her friend's attire. Amanda always looked great in dark colors, and the silky forest green dress fit her personality. Although the dress covered most of her neck and arms, the satiny material flattered her figure. So, Cyndi, have you seen Max yet? No. Have you? No. Cyndi frowned and clasped her hands against her stomach. I hope nothing has happened to him. Amanda laughed and waved her hand through the air. Oh, you know Max. He's got to make a grand entrance. She reached out and touched Cyndi's sleeve. But I think you've taken that special moment away from him. You look good, woman. Cyndi placed her hand over the deep opening in her bodice, hoping it hid the cleavage her push-up bra displayed. Thank you. She shrugged. This is my neighbor's creation. Her friend's eyes widened. Really? He helped you get ready for tonight? Yeah, can you believe it? Is he gay? Cyndi snorted a laugh. He's far from it. He just works at GIO Products, so he knows all about a woman's needs. Amanda shook her head and whistled softly. He's good. Hey, are Fran and her daughters here? She did another quick scope of the large room. No, not yet. Why? Because Fran almost made it so I couldn't come. What? Amanda's voice was louder than normal. Cyndi flipped her hand. I'll tell you later. From behind her, someone called out Max's name. Cyndi sucked in a breath. Had her heart stopped beating, too? Slowly, she turned, and as her gaze rested on his form, she exhaled a sigh. Max looked as if he'd just walked off a magazine cover. In the latest style of clothing, his navy blue jacket and matching trousers practically shimmered. Naturally, he took the spotlight. His white straight-collared shirt complemented his tanned skin, and when he smiled at his friends, her heart raced. What could she do to get him to look at her like that? But best of all, he was without a date. Amanda's plan must have worked. He stood not more than 10 feet away. She longed to walk over and talk to him, but the more she stared at him like a rock star groupie, the more she lost her nerve. Just like high school. He moved away with his friends to the punch bowl and she grumbled under her breath. Missed my chance, again. Amanda nudged her arm and Cyndi glanced over her shoulder. Her coworker nodded in Max's direction. Go speak to him. Cyndi scowled. I can't. I wouldn't know what to say. It's not like we chat on a daily basis. Amanda rolled her eyes heavenward. You may not know him personally, but you know Ted and Gary. Act like you're going to talk to them. Cindy's heart hammered against her ribs like a tom-tom. Her throat tightened and she couldn't swallow. It's that chicken-out disease again. What did she have to lose? If she didn't go over, she'd be upset with herself. If Max shot her down, at least she'd know he wasn't interested. Besides, this wasn't high school anymore. The woman she'd turned into was more self-assured. Right? She nodded to Amanda. Wish me luck. Taking a deep breath, she pulled back her shoulders and began her walk across the room, trying her hardest not to look like the coward she'd always been. Max's deep baritone voice rang out in laughter, and tingles shot up her spine. Give him compliments. Tell him he looks nice. His hair does look good tonight. And yes, heaven help me, I like his butt. Thanks a lot, Damien. When she drew near, Max's gaze touched and vibrated through her. His attention roamed over her from the top of her wild hairdo and down to the toes of her squishy heels. She couldn't breathe. He looked into her eyes and smiled. She was going to faint, but no, she couldn't. Too embarrassing. Then again, if she did, he'd come pick her up, take her in his arms and hold her in his strong arms. Since her lungs didn't work, he'd have to give her mouth to mouth. The thought made her lightheaded. But it was just a thought, right? She groaned and closed her eyes. Dizziness overwhelmed her and her stomach lurched. Please no. Not here. Not now. Not with Max watching. Before she knew what was happening, the room tilted and her legs gave out beneath her. Her head connected with the floor like a bowling ball starting its run down the lane to the pins. Sounds faded except for the ringing in her ears. Someone slipped an arm beneath her shoulders, lifted her, and lightly tapped her cheek. She raised her heavy eyelids and focused on the person who held her. Max. Wishes do come true. She smiled. Worry etched a crease in his brow. Are you all right? His voice overrode all of the bells clanging in her head. She nodded, ignoring the pain shooting through her temples. Give him compliments. Tell him he looks nice. His hair looks good, his butt. Max, thanks, she paused, trying to think of a compliment. Did I ever tell you, I think, your butt has an intoxicating smile? That didn't sound right. Had she said it wrong? Why weren't her mind and mouth cooperating tonight? Max's eyes widened and snickers exploded from the crowd who had gathered. Oh gads. Why hadn't she noticed the others? Think. She had to say something to cover herself. I mean, your smile is outfitted in style, I mean your butt looks stylish. She shook her head and inwardly groaned. I think you really look good tonight. Open mouth, insert foot. Heat flooded her cheeks, spreading quickly down her neck. The corner of his mouth lifted in a grin. She struggled to sit, but he tightened his hold. Cindy, I think you hit your head pretty hard. You might want to rest a second before standing. She squeezed her eyes tight. Where's the nearest hole? Maybe if she thought hard enough, she'd be back home and all this would be a bad dream. This can't be happening. Mentally, she tapped her heels together 3 times. There's no place like home, there's no place like home. Then she realized her heels were not ruby. Thankfully, being made of glass, they hadn't shattered when she'd fallen either. From the whispers around her, more people had gathered. Amanda's voice boomed loud and clear. Here, Cindy, drink this. You'll feel better. Without opening her eyes, she reached blindly for the drink, then curled her fingers around the stem of the glass. The chill of the flute soothed her hot skin. Another hand helped raise the glass to her lips as strong fingers guided it to her mouth. The arm behind her shoulders lifted her even more. She peeked underneath her lashes just as the glass touched her lips. The strong scent of alcohol assaulted her senses mere seconds before the liquid slid into her mouth. She didn't drink alcohol, yet spitting out the vile stuff wasn't a good pickup tool when flirting with men either. She swallowed hard, trying not to gag. The liquid burned her throat, cutting off her air. Gasping, she sat up, clutching Max's arm as she continued to choke. "Oops," Amanda said, giving Cindy an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I forgot you don't drink champagne." Cindy cleared her throat and glanced at Max, who thankfully, still held a concerned gaze on her. His forehead creased. "Are you feeling better?" She shook her head. "Now the burning in my throat is competing with the throbbing in my head." His expression relaxed into a grin. "You've got your sense of humor back. That's good." Her heart picked up rhythm. "He thinks I have a sense of humor. Cool." She looked around at the large crowd and groaned. Her hand massaged her temple. "I'll be fine in a minute. Here, let me help you over to the table." The moment she'd dreamed about for weeks came when Max's arm slipped down her back and hooked around her waist. Hesitantly, she circled her arm around his neck, holding him close as he helped her off the floor. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her weak legs buckled and she stumbled into him, her face pressing into his neck. "Oh, he smells good, so incredibly male. So like Damien. Did they buy their cologne from the same place?" Together, they walked to the nearest table, and he guided her onto a chair. He crouched beside her, his hands resting on her knee. Warmth spread from that spot throughout the rest of her body. "How do you feel now?" "A little better, thanks." His gaze bored deep into her eyes. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "You still think my butt has an intoxicating smile?" He grinned, and heat consumed her face again. She closed her eyes, covered her face with her hands, and groaned. His chuckle made her peek at him between her fingers. "That's okay, Cindy." His hands grasped hers and pulled them away from her face. The touch warmed her again. "I appreciate the compliment no matter how it came out. I have to admit, nobody has ever said that to me before." Through her embarrassment, she forced a smile. "Well, anytime you want to hear something out of the ordinary, you know where my office is located." "Yes, I do." He laughed. "You know, I haven't seen a fall like that since the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team took the cup." "Oh, thanks." She rolled her eyes. "I feel so much better now." He stood. "Take it easy from here on out, okay?" She nodded and watched him walk away. Giddiness sprang to her chest. "It's working." Chapter 8. Cindy nibbled on another carrot, not caring if she looked like Bugs Bunny. She leaned her hip against the buffet table, then quickly pulled away before the table came crashing down and the food decorated the floor in a huge mess. Her night had been full of blunders so far, and she didn't want to chance another one. When Fran and her daughters had arrogantly waltzed into the party, Cindy hadn't been paying attention, because of embarrassment, and missed their stunned reactions. And right now, she really didn't care. She'd made a complete fool of herself in front of Max, and there wasn't anything she could do to repair it. From now on, he'd only think of her as the class clown. Out on the dance floor, smiling couples moved together with the rhythm of the music. Others wandered from group to group, visiting. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. Everyone except her. She'd been left alone. Even Amanda had abandoned her, chatting with a group of editors on the other side of the room. Her coworker batted her long eyelashes and let out a husky laugh from time to time. "Why can't I be as carefree?" And to think it didn't even matter if Amanda wore a wedding ring. Cindy turned her attention from her friend's crowd and searched for Max. He was in another woman's arms, dancing in the middle of the ballroom. The bubbly blonde who worked in sales had her head resting on his shoulder, a wide, satisfied smile pasted to her mouth. "That should be me pressed against him while we dance." But no, she had to bite the big one and faint just because he smiled at her. "I'm an idiot." She reached for another glass of punch and sipped. Max hadn't looked her way since he'd left her at the table. Perhaps she should faint again, just to have him come to her rescue. She scowled. How pathetic. You should have stayed home. The scratchy tone of the woman's voice was like fingernails on a chalkboard, making Cyndi cringe. She wondered when the witchy sisters would come taunt her. Cyndi sighed in defeat before turning to look at Anastasia. As Cyndi figured, Drizella was right beside her sister. Both of them wore expensive gowns, but they looked utterly ridiculous. Anna wore a gown that hugged her oversized body, showing all of her many curves. Dreis wore a pastel green gown that made the poor woman look as if she was on her deathbed. Of course these two would come over to bother her. They knew they didn't look as pretty as Cyndi and they wanted to ruin her moment. Oh, if it isn't the Twinkie twins. Oh! Drizella gasped. How dare you say that? Cyndi shrugged. I couldn't think of anything else. What are you doing here, anyway? Anna snapped. Have you cleaned my desk? Yes. She drummed her fingers on the counter. And I made all of Drizella's appointments. What about Mother's assignment? Dreis snapped. Done, and the paperwork she requested is on her desk. I can't believe it. Anna shook her head. How could you have done that so fast? Cyndi shrugged. I don't care what you believe. They are done. The sisters exchanged heated glares, so Cyndi prepared for more of their insults. Perhaps they were right and she should just go home. Well, Anastasia said, returning her sour expression back to Cyndi, I suppose if you got everything done then you should be here. Ha! Drizella released an evil laugh. I know I wouldn't want to be here if I were her. I mean, look at her. She picked at the sleeves of Cyndi's gown. She looks like she walked out of a historic era. Look at how old-fashioned this dress is. Just awful. Cyndi wondered when they'd say something about her dress. She didn't have the energy to argue with them. Not now. Anna joined in the laughter. Oh, I know. In fact, she looks like Cinderella. Dreis laughed harder. She is. From now on we'll call her Cinderella. Cyndi rolled her eyes. These two sisters were so immature. Why in the world were they working for a television station? Yeah, whatever. Well, if I were you, Anna said, I wouldn't be caught dead wearing a dress like that. Lucky for Cyndi, you are not her. When she heard Damien's voice behind her, she jumped and swung in his direction. He stood looking twice as yummy as he had earlier this evening. Wearing a dark-colored suit jacket and trousers, he appeared to be going to his own elaborate function. He glared at the two witches by her. Cyndi's heart soared with happiness. He'd come to her rescue yet again. Who are you? Drizella asked. I'm Cyndi's date. He moved closer. She knew I was coming late because of work. She didn't dare contradict him. Not when he scowled at the other women as if they would combust into flames at any moment. She quickly looked at them to see their reaction. Their gazes slid up and down Damien's frame as their mouths hung open in awe. Score! He slid his arm around Cyndi's waist. Shall we move to a table? The company you're keeping now will spoil the food. He motioned his head toward the buffet table. She bit her bottom lip to keep from laughing. Nodding, she grinned. Don't bother, Anna snickered. My sister and I were just leaving. Cyndi waited until the other women were far enough away before she laughed. Oh, Damien. You saved me again. As I always will. The musky scent of a man's cologne surrounded her, and just his presence put her at ease. What are you doing here? She wondered as she stepped out of his arms. Just passing by. She gave him a playful scowl and folded her arms as she tilted her head. Since when do you pass by this way? Since I couldn't stop wondering how your evening was going. Heaving a big sigh, she shook her head. Not as well as I'd wanted. She looked over her shoulder at Max still dancing with the blonde. As you can see, he's over there, and I'm here. Damien leaned to the side, looking around her toward Max. He snickered. You know, they must put a lot of makeup on him so he can appear handsome on the television. He doesn't look anything like he does during his sports segment. She slugged his shoulder. Be nice. You're insulting the next man in my life. He frowned. Sorry. So, really, Damien, what are you doing here? It's like I said, I came to check on you, perhaps give you a little nudge in the right direction. He shrugged. Isn't that what fairy godmothers do? She shook her head. You could shove me clear across the room and it wouldn't help. Have you talked to him? Sort of. His gray eyes widened. And? What happened? Instead of making him melt, he made me melt, all the way to the floor. A smirk crossed his face, and he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. You don't say. She hit his shoulder again. Be nice. He nodded and dropped his hand. So what do you want me to do? She glanced at Max. Well, since you're my fairy godmother, could you go sprinkle a little love dust on him? I'll do one better. Slipping his arm around her waist, he pulled her next to him once more. Let's make him jealous, shall we? She widened her eyes for the second time in 5 minutes. You? She rubbed her head, thinking she heard wrong. I'm supposed to make him jealous with you. His dark brown eyebrows creased in a scowl. Don't you think I'm handsome enough? Well, yes, but... Then let's try, shall we? What about, well, you know. She paused, hesitating on how to say it without sticking her foot in her mouth. Men like him just didn't do things like this unless they wanted something in return. Perhaps he was just being nice. What about your reputation? She finished. What reputation? Well, guys like you only go out with. With Barbie dolls. He chuckled as he led her out to the dance floor. Oh, those Barbie dolls have got nothing on you, mi amore. Besides, you're my friend. I'd never forgive myself if I didn't try to help. She smiled and hugged his arm. Thanks, Damien. You're the best. Yes, I know. When she tried to link her arms around his neck, he stopped her by taking one hand in his, letting the other hook over his shoulder. It surprised her to see him dance this way. This was how her parents used to dance. That was all right. Although he looked like a bodybuilder, he danced with graceful ease, sweeping her around the floor. She hadn't danced this way since her mother taught her as a young girl. The more Damien swung her around like a professional ballroom dancer, the wider her smile stretched. I must admit, I'm shocked, she said as her grin broadened. At what? That you dance so well. But come to think of it, you do everything so well. You can fix my hair perfectly, do my makeup, pick out my clothes, and now dance. She chuckled lightly. In fact, if I didn't know you were a womanizer, I'd think you were gay. He laughed loudly and shook his head. Oh, sweetie, I'm far from being gay, but the reason I can do all of this is because I grew up with very old-fashioned parents. Not only that, I'm the only boy in a family of 6 girls. Oh, that makes sense. However, he winked, I'm happy to know you think I'm perfect. When her face grew hot again, she looked away. Her attention landed on Max. His eyes were wide, glued to her and Damien. Her heart accelerated. Perhaps Damien was right about making Max jealous. The song ended and a slower one began. Damien kept her in his arms in the same hold, but pulled her closer. She rested her cheek on his chest, breathing in his seductive scent. Max smelled this good, too. Well, not as good, but close. Don't look now, Damien whispered, but lover boy's watching. She giggled. Really? Yes. She raised her head and looked up at Damien. So now what do we do? Now we lay it on thick. Go with me on this. He leaned down and brushed his lips across her cheek, then down her neck. Goosebumps rose over her skin and she shivered. Waves of heat filled her body, and she fought the urge to close her eyes and tilt her head back. "That tickles," she said softly. "Keep still." "It's working." "Why?" "Because he's coming this way." She tried not to let anticipation shake her to death, but once again, her legs felt like jello on the verge of dissolving. Why couldn't she remain in control? Why couldn't she just pretend Max was Damien? After all, Damien was a great-looking guy. Damien even had a better body and smelled nicer. So then why didn't she act like a squirming schoolgirl around him? "Excuse me." Max's voice, so close behind her, made her catch her breath. She looked over her shoulder at him and smiled. Damien stopped moving, but kept his arms around her. What a great friend. It was all she could do to keep from sighing aloud. Why was Damien the one winning her heart at the moment? She concentrated on Max and tried not to think about Damien the way she had been. "Hi," she said in a soft voice. Up this close, Max looked better than he had earlier. Of course, back then, her vision had been a little blurred because of her dizziness. Max glanced from her to Damien. "Giovanni. It's been a long time." Damien nodded. "Certainly has. Do you mind if I cut in?" Max motioned his head towards Cindy. "I promised her a dance." She looked at Damien, who for some reason didn't appear as happy as he had a minute ago. His lips tightened and a crease appeared in his forehead. "That's fine." He let go of her and walked away. A chill entered her body and the secure feeling she'd experienced in his arms had disappeared. She wanted it back. She dismissed the thought. Must be the sinus decongestant pill. Max didn't pull her into the ballroom hold, but slid his arms around her waist instead. She linked her arms over his shoulders. Right away, she noticed the difference between the two men. Max, a little shorter, was also not as broad through the chest. Although nice, Damien's body still fit better next to hers. At least Max smiled as he gazed into her eyes. He watched her, and only her. Heat rushed to her cheeks again. "Is my hair messed up? Do I have carrot in my teeth? How are you feeling?" Max began, the tone of his voice just as sweet as his smile. "I'm much better, thank you." She chuckled. "I don't know why I passed out earlier. Must have been hungry." He nodded. "That'll happen." She fell quiet again, as did he. The urge to speak choked her, and nothing came to mind for them to discuss. If Damien were here instead, this wouldn't have been a problem. Under her breath, she scolded her confused thoughts. Max glanced over at the punch bowl where Damien stood, and she followed his gaze. Damien's somber stare remained on her, causing her heart to clench. Why does he look so miserable? How do you know Damien Giovanni? He asked. He's my neighbor. What a coincidence that you know him. We were friends in college. She turned back to Max, opened her mouth to comment, but hesitated. He'd asked her to dance out of jealousy. How did Damien know Max would act this way? It must have something to do with the past Damien wouldn't talk about. Now she was even more curious. She'd have to think up a plan to get him to open up to her. I didn't know that, she replied, hoping he wouldn't know she was lying through her teeth. Max glanced back at Damien. How long have you two been dating? Should I lie again? Not for very long. Well, that wasn't a complete lie. I see he hasn't lost his talent for sweeping the ladies around the dance floor. Really? He used to do this back then? Yes. The arms around her waist tightened. But you dance very well, too. She laughed. When I was a girl, my mother taught me the lessons she learned while taking ballroom dancing. She smiled in remembrance. After the housework was finished on Saturdays, she'd pull out the ballroom records and crank up the volume. We'd dance right there in the front room. He chuckled with her. I remember being so embarrassed. I'd close the curtains so if my friends walked by the house, they wouldn't see. You were an excellent student. His gaze softened. Thank you. He nodded, but then silence poured over them, once again. Why did he act this way? If she didn't know better, she'd think he was shy. Nah. That was her specialty. He cleared his throat. I wanted to thank you for your email. I wondered about that plant. Heat flooded her cheeks again, and she prayed her face didn't resemble a beacon light here in the semi-darkened room. She didn't want ships crashing through the building, mistaking her for a lighthouse. I was so upset when I discovered the plant had been switched. I wanted to tell you right away, but circumstances made it impossible. She shrugged. It was a rather busy day, wasn't it? Yes. I hope no real damage was done. He shook his head. It explained why I'd gotten a rash and felt nauseated. I swear, I didn't know. He nodded. I'm aware of that, and I don't blame you one bit. She let out a heavy sigh. That's a relief. I thought you'd blame me for the mix-up. No. I understand. The song ended. Her chest grew heavy just thinking she'd have to step out of his arms. Why couldn't they stay like this all evening? Then again, why couldn't he feel as good as Damien did in her arms? Thanks for the dance, she told him, hoping to keep him by her side a little longer. No. Thank you. When he turned to walk away, she quickly touched his sleeve. Hey, Max, are you here by yourself? He chuckled. Although my date cancelled at the last minute, I really wouldn't consider myself alone. Well, would you like to sit with me for a few minutes and have a drink? He glanced over her shoulder, and then looked back at her. I don't think Damien would appreciate that very much. He grinned and squeezed her hand. But I'll catch up with you later. Promise? He nodded, then turned and walked back to his friends. Later. He's going to find me later. But her enthusiasm dropped when she remembered he'd only danced with her because he was jealous. Should she continue with the little lie? If she didn't, would Max give up? She shouldn't have led Max to believe Damien was her boyfriend. Funny, the internet article didn't mention anything about making a man jealous. Another drink, please. Damien scowled at Cyndi as she sat hunched shoulders at the bar. Thankfully she only sipped on a fruit punch drink rather than the champagne moving around the room. Then again, she had been acting funny. Had someone spiked the punch tonight? Her mood had turned sour quickly, yet her personality seemed loopy. Cyndi, I think it's time to take you home. You don't look like you're all the way with it tonight. She had explained to him in detail what she'd done when Max had entered the room, and the big scene she'd made. Thankfully, she wasn't like that any longer, but now she was staggering into people like a runaway train. Perhaps she still had a concussion. Damien, leave me alone, she slurred, pushing his hand away. I'm waitin' for Max to come ask me to dance again. Come on, honey. Let's go. No, she glared at him. He promised to come get me. Damien sighed. I think Max has already left. She swung her head so fast it unbalanced her and slid off the stool. He slipped his arm around her waist to keep her from falling to the floor. Really? She tilted her head to look at him, her sad eyes pleading for honesty. Yes, mi amore, really. I saw him leave half an hour ago. Her brows drew together. What was I doing? You were probably ordering another fruit punch. She glanced back at the bartender who had his gaze locked on her. He nodded at Damien's comment. Well, that's a grand idea, she slurred. Drinks for everyone. She held up her empty glass and would have fallen backward if he hadn't been holding her up. Good grief, Cyndi. Have you been drinking something other than punch? Course not. I don't drink alcohol. I told you that. Then why are you acting drunk? I'm not drunk. She waved her hand through the air, nearly hitting his head. He ducked quickly. Although, she met his gaze. I've been feeling funny since I took that sinus pill you gave me. Inwardly, he groaned. The pill was too strong for her. Now he knew why she acted so loopy. The bartender leaned across the counter and looked at Damien. I don't think your friend knows that the drink isn't just fruit punch. He arched an eyebrow. There is a little alcohol in it. Not good at all. Come on then, it's definitely time to get you home and put you in bed. He pried the glass from her hand and passed it to the bartender. She huffed and a frown marred her face. You're no fun. He shook his head. A decongestant pill will have this kind of effect on her, especially since she had it with an alcoholic drink. But for some reason, he liked the way she draped her arms around him as if they were a couple in love. He enjoyed the glassy look in her eyes when she gazed at him, and he especially liked being able to hold her when she couldn't stand by herself. As they left the party, she called out goodbyes to her coworkers. By their wide-eyed expressions, they weren't used to seeing Cyndi this way. Hopefully, she wouldn't get teased at work tomorrow. And thankfully, those two witches were not at the party any longer either. They were nothing but bullies, and someone had to stop them. He wished Cyndi would. Nobody should be bullied like that. Damien helped her to his black Porsche and buckled her in the seat. Her body went limp. What would he do with her if she had fallen asleep? For sure, he'd take her to his place, but definitely not for the same reasons he took other women there. When he climbed in the driver's seat, she giggled and reached for his arm, cuddling to his side. Did you see the way Max danced with me, Damien? Yes, he grumbled. He had watched every second of the time she was enfolded in Max's arms, and at the time he'd wanted to go break up the cozy moment. He wanted to be the man holding the beautiful woman. He wanted to be the man Cyndi gazed up at so lovingly. Max isn't as good a dancer as you, but he still knew how to move. She growled. Oh, baby. He's certainly an adorable man. Damien clenched his hands into fists. If you say so. He moved her aside to adjust his seatbelt. She rolled her head on the headrest and looked at him. You really need to find someone special, you know that, Damien? Yes, Cyndi. Finding someone special, now that was a talent he'd never possessed. Someone to have a good time with fit his lifestyle much better. Yet lately he'd been tired of his carefree ways, and he couldn't stop thinking about how Cyndi was a very special woman. It's not good to go from one woman to another, she continued. You need that special someone to love. Forever. He dared to meet her gaze. Big mistake. Her heavy-lidded eyes were like soft moonbeams. Her pouty lips made him wonder what she'd do if he kissed her right now. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Diverting his stare, he looked out the windshield and started the car, then pulled out of the nearly empty parking lot. The heat of her gaze was still on him. What could she be thinking? Certainly not the same thoughts running through his mind. Damien? Her voice dropped lower. Yes? Have you ever kissed one of your friends before? He glanced at her with wide eyes. Of course not. I'm not that kind of guy, remember? She scrunched her forehead, but after a few seconds she giggled. No, I didn't mean your guy friends. I meant the women you consider your friends. His heart hammered. His throat tightened, and he couldn't breathe. What was she getting at? Yes. He winked. I've kissed you before, or have you forgotten? She flipped her hand through the air. Not that kind of a kiss. I mean a kiss shared by la ver. He locked his attention back to the road. It wasn't a good idea to look at her, especially when she acted this way. She didn't know how much he wanted to do that very thing. He wanted to kiss her until he was the only man in her head. Cyndi, why don't you close your eyes and relax? We'll be home shortly. Damien, she whined, why are you avoiding my question? He gripped the steering wheel tighter, turning his knuckles white. Her suggestions were adding fuel to the already stoked fire, making him imagine things he shouldn't think about. Especially with her being as loopy as she was right now. Because I don't see the point in discussing this. Are you embarrassed? No, not as embarrassed as you're going to be if you keep it up. She chuckled again. Damien. She poked him in the side and he jumped. He grinned at her childlike antics. You can talk to me about anything, you know. I know. She jabbed her finger in his side once again, but this time he didn't jump. Her hand moved to his arm and stayed. Automatically, he covered her hand with his and squeezed. Pressing on the gas pedal, one thought filled his mind, getting her home as fast as he could. Then why don't you want to talk to me? What do you want me to talk about? I want to know about you and Max. I don't feel like discussing him, but thanks for the offer. Her fingers rubbed his sleeve. He masked a groan by clearing his throat. Her touch was so soft. He pressed his foot harder to the gas pedal then quickly to the brake. Why am I catching all the stoplights? Curling his fingers around her hand, he stopped her from touching any more of his arm. She sighed and he glanced at her. A sweet smile touched her lips. Her eyes were closed. She must be thinking about Max. He wished he could take those thoughts away and switch them with images of him instead. When he drove up to the townhouse, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hopefully, she'd fallen asleep. But when he pulled her out of the seat and adjusted her weight against his body, she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face in his chest. You smell so good, she mumbled. Thank you. His voice tightened. He carried her until they reached her townhouse, then he leaned her against the wall as he searched through her purse for her keys. After opening the door, he shifted Cyndi in his arms and carried her to the bedroom. He sat her on the edge of the bed as he pulled off her coat. As soon as it was removed, she flung back and sprawled out on the pink comforter, resting her arms above her head. A smile still spread across her mouth, her eyes closed as if in a dream. Should he throw a blanket over her and leave? Yet he couldn't stop looking at her. He couldn't stop wishing for something he would never have. At the foot of her bed was a brown blanket folded up neatly. He unfolded it and gently covered her. He stared at her for a moment, wishing he could confess his true feelings. He'd wait to see what happened between her and Max. There was no way he wanted to compete with Max again. Nor would he be able to stand the rejection when she didn't choose him. Before leaving, he bent and kissed her forehead. Her body jerked and her eyes flew open. He smiled and stroked his finger along her jaw. Good night, mi amore. When he withdrew, she grasped his hand. Don't leave me. He shook his head. Honey, you're home in bed. It's all right. No. I don't want to be alone. Can't you stay and talk? His lungs must have stopped working, making it difficult to breathe. He sat on the edge of the bed and lifted her hand to his mouth, kissing her knuckles. You're in no condition to talk right now, honey. The pill has made you extremely tired. It's best if you rest. But I like having you here. His heart twisted. Cyndi, I've got to go home. With his other hand, he trailed his fingertips over her cheek. Her gaze dropped to his mouth and his heart came to life again, beating an uneven rhythm in his chest. He traced her lips. They parted. Her fragrant breath touched his skin. Turning, she propped herself up on her elbow. Cyndi pulled his hand to her mouth and kissed his knuckles, too. What is she doing? Did she even know she'd kissed him? Cyndi, his voice was too deep to be his own. No other words escaped, just quick breaths. She shook her head. I know you want to kiss me. Obviously she could read his mind well. He dropped his gaze to her mouth. Heaven help him, he wanted to know if she would ever consider him good enough to date, to fall in love with. Somebody stop me. Because he was falling for her fast. Damien kept his gaze on her eyes as he leaned forward. As he neared, she closed her eyes, her lips puckering slightly. The silent encouragement told him not to stop. When he placed his mouth over hers for a soft kiss, she sighed and leaned into him more. She pushed her fingers through his hair as she kissed him, and he enjoyed the magic of her caress through his hair. He took things simple, knowing he didn't want to treat her anything like his past girlfriends. Cynthia was too special. She had higher standards, and he didn't want her to lower them for him. He didn't think he could ever reach her level, but he wanted to try, and if that meant going to church with her, he would. He craved her respect like a thirsty man craved water. He didn't want to think of why she would kiss him, that maybe she'd regret it in the morning. For now, he wanted to let her know through his kiss, how much she meant to him. Breaking the kiss, he stroked his thumbs across her cheeks. Her eyes fluttered open, still appearing like she was half asleep. A smile curved her lips and his heart soared. As he leaned in for another kiss, she mumbled a name under her breath, halting him completely. Max? Did she just say Max? He couldn't be sure, but disappointment crashed over him. Of course she thought he was Max. The sports anchorman had been the man on her mind. Max was the man Cyndi wanted. Not Damien. Pain like no other grabbed his chest and tightened, and then spread throughout his body. He jerked away, his heart dying slowly. Her body fell to the mattress in exhaustion, her eyes closing and didn't open this time. Finally, she drifted into dreamland. He moved off the bed and pulled the blanket over her. Leaving her townhouse, his heart grew heavy as a knot tightened his throat. If she thought she had been kissing Max, he'd let her believe it. Chapter 9. Intense throbbing in Cyndi's head roused her from a deep sleep. She didn't have to open her eyes to know the sun shone a brilliant path through her window onto her face. She groaned and clutched the edge of her pillow, rolling away from the light. There, that's a little better. Unfortunately, the pounding still raged. From the back of her mind came a nagging feeling as if she'd done something wrong. Through her fierce headache she recalled the party, and especially the devastating way she'd passed out in front of Max. She reached up and touched the bump on the side of her head and winced. She remembered the dance with Max, and, oh, the way her head swam the rest of the evening as if she'd been riding the roller coaster at the amusement park. Her stomach rolled in protest and she groaned. She'd throw up soon, she just knew it. Thank heavens for Damien, always there to take care of her, always there to give his aid whenever she needed, and always there. In a flash, last night's events came crashing through her fuzzy memory. She sat upright, opening her eyes as shock vibrated through her. Her stomach lurched before there was time for another thought to penetrate her blurred brain. She yanked back the blanket and ran to the bathroom, making it just in time to pay homage to the toilet. She clutched her head, then her stomach, and then tried holding them both. Had she heaved up every organ in her body? Cyndi grabbed the towel hanging on the wall and pressed it to her mouth. Slowly she stood, her legs as wobbly as a newborn calf's. The beat in her head increased, but at least her stomach had calmed. She rinsed her mouth out at the sink before weaving her way back into the bedroom. She headed for the sanctuary of the soft mattress and warm blankets. Cool air touched her face, and she glanced down at the floor as she hurried to her bed to fall face first onto the bed. What have I done? Kissing the very man I've been avoiding. What was I thinking last night? Damien had let her kiss him, knowing she wanted Max. But why? She climbed underneath the covers and curled into a ball for warmth. I kissed my neighbor. More importantly, she had kissed her friend, the man she had no intention of having any lovey-dovey feelings for. She remembered the way his hands had stroked her cheek, the way his mouth had moved across hers. Especially, the way she'd felt in his comforting arms. He'd been so gentle, and so loving. That still didn't answer her question. Why hadn't Damien stopped things and left her alone? He knew what condition she was in, how her body had reacted so strangely to the sinus pill. Hadn't their friendship meant anything to him? Perhaps he had been drinking last night and that was the reason he kissed her. She couldn't think of another explanation. She moaned and tried to pull her knees to her chest, but then realized she was still wearing the gown she had on last night. Groaning, she slowly moved out of bed just long enough to discard the dress before finding her nightgown and slipping into that. Once she was back in bed again, she curled herself into a ball. Would Damien speak to her today after what they had shared last night? Would he even remember? She prayed it wouldn't damage their friendship. But more importantly, had he enjoyed kissing her as much as she had him, enough to want to change into the kind of man she wanted? She brought her thoughts to a halt. Ridiculous. Damien would always be a womanizer. There was no way he would lower himself to going out with just one woman. And if she hadn't been able to change any of her other boyfriends, why did she think she could do it this time? The more she thought about all of her failed relationships, the more her head throbbed. She needed to get up and eat something, but just thinking about food turned her stomach. Strange, but a sinus pill never had this kind of effect on her. Once again, her thoughts wandered back to last night. Her hazy memory wouldn't let her recall how Damien had looked after he kissed her. In fact, there were a lot of things her memory wouldn't allow. Perhaps she'd been dreaming all of this, kissing him and holding him. She groaned and held her head. Why can't I remember more? The pounding in her head grew until it sounded like the walls were crashing together. Or was somebody knocking at her front door? She pulled the pillow closer to her ears, hoping whoever it was would go away and take that noise with them. Footsteps echoed on the hard wooden floor in her front room. Her heart stopped, so did her breathing, and she listened closer. Had someone broken in? Cindy. She sighed heavily. It was Damien. But then the rhythm of her heart took on a different beat. Excitement, worry, and fear of bringing up the incredible night, all in one horrendous staccato that pulverized her body. As his footsteps drew nearer, she pulled the blankets up to her chin. Perhaps it was because of her foggy memory, wondering if she'd said things to him that she shouldn't have. Damien knocked on the bedroom door before he peeked inside and smiled at her. So, you are awake. Barely. Her voice squeaked. He held up a glass filled with red foamy liquid. I hope you don't mind, but I used your keys to open the door. I've brought something for your head cold and your tremendous headache. He walked into the room. How did you know I had a headache? The corner of his mouth lifted a little higher than the other. You forget, I saw you last night. I figured you'd be miserable this morning. Makes sense. So what is this drink? A concoction to make your recovery smoother from the pill I gave you last night. Did you make this? Yes. It's a family secret that's been passed down through the generations. I take it you've had a lot of sick people in your family. He chuckled and stepped over to the bed. Do you want it or not? I promise within an hour you'll feel much better. She nodded and sat up, trying to keep the covers up around her chin, but they still drooped as he lifted the glass to her mouth. She placed a shaky hand over his and guided the drink to her lips. Tingles burst through her. Touching him again was wonderful. With her eyes closed, she swallowed. The foam rose instead of heading down her throat, and she gagged. She pushed the drink away. Yuck. He laughed. It's not the best tasting medicine, but it will help. Drink all of it. She grimaced and shook her head. I don't want to throw up all over you. You won't. She held up her hand. Please, no more. I'd rather have a congested headache. He shrugged. Suit yourself. An uncomfortable silence fell over them. The hooded look in his warm, gray eyes bothered her, especially when it wandered all over her face as if he tried to read her thoughts. He'd better not. She didn't understand her own thoughts lately, especially her feelings about him. Damien glanced around the room, then back at her. So, how was your evening with Max last night? A breath caught in her throat and she couldn't stop her eyes from widening. Max? Why did he think Max was here? She shook her head. Max wasn't here. Yes, he was. He was with you last night. A greater ache pounded her head. Had she really brought Max home? Had it been Max she'd kissed so tenderly instead of Damien? Her stomach churned. Oh, why couldn't she remember? Now that he'd thrown the doubts at her, she tried to recall her evening, but once again, the fog in her mind just let her know she'd been with a man. Could it have been Max? Damien, don't play games with me. I don't remember being with Max last night, unless of course, it was at the party. His brows drew together. Really? I could have sworn you were with him. Did I dream everything? Maybe she didn't kiss Damien. That would certainly relieve her confusion. Then why did her fantasy seem so real? Why could she still feel his hands on her cheek, his lips on hers? She scratched her head. Well, I was pretty goofy last night because of that pill. Anything could have happened. He chuckled and stood. Exactly. He placed the drink on the stand next to her bed. Well, I'll leave this here if you change your mind. I've got to get to work. Leaning over, he kissed her forehead. Aren't you lucky today is Saturday? She nodded. You'll never know how lucky I am. I don't exactly feel like answering questions from people at work today. Monday will be hard enough. He winked, then turned and walked out. Scowling, she slammed her fist into the mattress. What's wrong with me? Why am I dreaming about letting a Casanova like Damien into my heart? Damien gave a polite nod to the people greeting him when he walked out of the elevator and toward his office. The lab technicians at GIO had been working on a new product, but Damien didn't care right now. All he could think about was last night. He couldn't get the image of Cyndi out of his mind. He couldn't stop thinking about the way she'd returned his kiss with so much passion, and the way she'd felt in his arms. He also couldn't stop thinking about the name he thought he'd heard when she'd sighed. Mistake or not, she'd been thinking about Max. Yet, according to her this morning, she hadn't. She didn't even recall bringing the sports anchorman home. So why had she sighed his name? Damien would give anything to hear Cyndi whisper his name like that. Could he have heard wrong? Doubt it. He walked into his office and closed the door. Just as he made it to his desk, the office door opened. Damiano? The woman's tone was natural, sweet and caring. There are a million things we need to do, and don't forget about the board meeting with our investors today at 3. He chuckled. Which explains why you won't give me 2 minutes to myself this morning. Shaking her head, she walked to him with hands planted on her hips. Your thoughts haven't been centered lately, so you need me now more than before. He leaned over and kissed her cheek. It's good to see you care, Mother. She smiled. The crow's feet around her eyes only enhanced her beauty. She was still a strikingly lovely woman even at her age. Her black hair had streaks of silver. Her gray eyes sparkled all the time. What a charmer you are. He laughed and stepped behind his desk. Did Michelle get those documents to you? Yes, she brought them by the house 2 days ago. Good. I'd hate to think I was paying her good money for nothing. Stop talking about your baby sister like that. She's a hard worker and you know it. He raised an eyebrow. She's only a hard worker if her goal is flirting with single young men. His mother flipped her hand in the air. What do you expect from a 19-year-old? In fact, why aren't you trying to catch somebody's eye? Too busy. He sat in his brown leather swivel chair and opened his briefcase. That's not what I heard. What did you hear, Mother? He asked without looking at her. For years now, stories had circulated around the office. None were true, but they were entertaining, nonetheless. I heard you've been hitting on your neighbor. He snapped his head up and caught her knowing smile. Is this true? She asked. Who told you that? Michelle. She said you were all dolled up last night just to help out your neighbor at her office Christmas party. She said she'd never seen you look so refined before. His breath caught in his throat and his heartbeat quickened. He let out an uneasy laugh. Michelle is making up stories again. She narrowed her eyes. So you're saying you don't have a neighbor? This was all he needed, his mother to know he had an interest in Cyndi. I do have a neighbor who is a woman, but she's just a friend. He shrugged and glanced at the papers he took out of his briefcase. She thinks of me as her friend. His mother let out an exasperated breath and slapped her hands on his desk. He looked up and raised his eyebrows. Damiano, you've been lying to another woman, haven't you? Mother. Why haven't you told her the truth? I've told you before. I'm protecting myself from fortune hunters. You're also throwing away your social life. I have a social life. She arched a brow. Sure, with women who think of you only as their best friend. Now tell me, what kind of life is that? It's a life with no heartaches, that's what it is. Her expression relaxed, the tense lines around her mouth disappearing. You can't let one heartache control your whole life. He took a deep breath and slowly counted to 10. Mother, you're meddling again. But Damiano, I just want you to be happy. She squeezed his hand. You'll be 30 years old in 2 months. Don't you think it's time you settled down and raised a family? I do, but I'll settle down on my own time, and the children will come when I'm ready for them, and not a moment sooner. She stood straight and folded her arms across her chest. You're upset with me again. He exhaled slowly and ran his fingers through his hair. No, I just wish you'd stop lecturing me. I've heard this speech before. I know what I need to do. She nodded, then turned and walked back to the door. When her hand touched the knob, she glanced over her shoulder. Oh, and speaking of fortune hunters, Liza Scappali is back in town. The name struck him like a hammer, inflicting painful wounds in his chest and bringing back memories he didn't want. It had happened 7 years ago. Why was the pain as fresh as if it had happened last week? His mother walked out of the office before he could ask more questions. But he really didn't care what Liza and Max had done to him. At least he didn't want to care. Chapter 10. Cyndi kept her eyes downcast as she hurried through the front doors to Channel 9's building. Rushing by, she glanced at her co-workers out of the corner of her eye. None of them looked at her as if she'd grown 2 heads, thank heavens. She worried about Fran and her idiot daughters, but then she recalled what Damien had said to Anna and Dreis, and it gave her hope that maybe those 2 would finally leave her alone. When she reached her cubicle, she slid into her chair. It rocked to one side and tilted. On the brink of plowing face first into her desk, she grabbed the edge and steadied herself. Phew. She peeked from underneath her lowered lashes. No eyes had turned her way, and she heaved a sigh of relief. Resting her elbows on the desk, she leaned her face into her hands and massaged her forehead. Yesterday at church she did a lot of soul-searching. At least she hoped that's what it was called. She didn't listen to one word of the sermon because Damien and Max occupied her thoughts. Mainly Damien. Since the night of her attack when he had rescued her, she had thought of him in a different light. Little by little, she'd let him into her heart. Would God look down on her if she decided he was the man she wanted instead of Max? Within minutes, other workers entered the building. As always, they dragged their feet to their desks for a Monday, all except one. Max. When that man finally entered, there was a bounce to his step and his face glowed. His smile could have melted an iceberg. Right away, his gaze moved to her desk. She held her breath. He raised his hand and waggled his fingers, his smile widening. She grinned, at least she hoped her expression was pleasant since shock pretty much vibrated through her body, but she returned the wave. He chuckled before turning and heading toward his room. What was that all about? She was almost afraid to ask. Why had he looked at her that way? Unless... She caught her breath and almost choked. Her heart thundered in her chest and she placed her hand on it to keep it from jumping out. Had she taken Max to her place Friday night after the party and kissed him? Damien seemed to think she had. She didn't dare jump to assumptions. Not yet. Not before she talked to Amanda. 2 hours passed with the office buzzing with the latest news reports from around the world. When the office slowed down, the employees of Channel 9 had left their desks and seemed more concerned with socializing than the news. Some gathered inside cubicles, others wandered outside for their break. It wasn't hard to find Amanda. Cyndi rolled her eyes. That woman always stood in the midst of a group of men. Cyndi hurried over and yanked on her elbow. When Amanda turned, her eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Cyndi. Why had Amanda greeted her that way? Am I still in my pajamas? She glanced at her clothes to double-check, running her hand over her midsection. No, she was dressed in a white blouse and gray slacks. Maybe she forgot to brush her hair. She reached up and touched the side of her hair, then tucked a stray lock behind her ear. Everything seemed to be in order. So why did Amanda and a few of the others gathered around look at her differently right now? She met Amanda's wide eyes. We need to talk. Amanda excused herself and kept in step beside Cyndi as they walked to her desk. Once they were out of earshot from the others, Amanda giggled. Cyndi, you're the talk of the office today. Everybody's discussing the Christmas party, and especially your performance. Her heart sank. Oh, dear. What were they saying? Amanda clasped Cyndi's hands. Are you going to tell me every juicy detail about Friday night? Cyndi scratched her head. I was rather hoping you could. Amanda's brows lifted and she let out a loud laugh. Oh, you're funny. Why do you think I'd be able to tell you? You were there, weren't you? With squinted eyes and brows pulled together, her friend gave a quizzical stare. Cyndi, I don't think we're talking about the same thing, here. Cyndi took in a deep breath, clearing her head so she could communicate better. I want to know what happened at the party. Amanda laughed. Oh, let me guess. After tasting your first champagne, you realized you had to have more than became drunk? Cyndi scowled. I wasn't drunk. I had taken a decongestant before coming to the party. I think that's what made me act so loopy. Amanda cocked her head. Actually, that fruity drink you were consuming had a trace of alcohol in it as well. Cyndi's heart plummeted. Are you kidding me? Not at all. She groaned and rubbed her forehead. Why didn't someone tell me? Probably because you looked as if you enjoyed yourself. Cyndi frowned. Not funny, Amanda. Her coworker shrugged. If you say so. What do you want to know about Friday night? I want to know who I left the party with. Amanda tipped back her head and laughed hard, holding her sides with her arms. Cyndi gritted her teeth, counting to 10 slowly under her breath. This was not a laughing matter. Her memory was at stake here, and the truth could either make or break her. If she didn't find out who'd kissed her so tenderly, she'd go crazy. Wiping away the tears gathered in her eyes, Amanda shook her head. I don't know who you left the party with. I was gone before you were. Really? So, you don't remember anything? I recall some things, but as the evening dragged on, my memory becomes fuzzy. Oh, I wish I could have been a fly on your wall that night. What night? A male voice asked. Cyndi jumped and swung around. She gasped. Max. How long had he been standing there? He leaned his elbow on the corner of the cubicle wall, his relaxed stance enhancing his good looks. Of course, he always looked good in light colors. Today faded levis hugged the lower half of his body, and the light brown cotton shirt stretched across his chest. She also enjoyed the way his gaze moved over her, from her ponytail down her silk blouse to her creased slacks, making giddiness bubble in her chest. When his blue eyes met hers again, his smile grew. What night? He repeated. She couldn't let him know. She'd rather die from humiliation first. Cyndi released an uneasy laugh and flipped her hand in the air. Her fingers accidentally connected with Amanda's face. Her friend yelped and stepped back, holding her nose. Cindy cringed, her face burning. Oh, Amanda. I'm sorry. No problem, Amanda mumbled behind her hand. I'll be back in a minute. Turning sharply, Amanda hurried down the hall toward the restrooms. Max laughed. Way to go, Cindy. If you wanted a private moment with me, all you had to do was ask her to leave. Her stomach rocked with uneasiness. What's that supposed to mean? His expression softened, looking extremely relaxed. She wished she could feel as comfortable. So, about Friday night. She swallowed hard. What about it? I think I should apologize. I did take him home. Her jittery stomach caused a wave of nausea to erupt. Why? Didn't you, enjoy yourself? She bit her lip. Why did I say it that way? He nodded. I did, but I don't think you did. Of course I did. She forced a laugh. Why would you think differently? Well, considering all the alcohol you drank. Her limbs shook, so she sat on the edge of her desk and folded her arms just to keep them still. Actually, I didn't know it was an alcoholic drink. And on top of that, I'd taken a decongestant before coming to the party. Decongestant? He dropped his arm from the corner of the cubicle and stepped closer. Well, that certainly explains why you were acting that way. Yes, unfortunately. I'll never do that again. She shrugged. Apparently, I gave quite a show, if I recall. Recall? I can't remember much of anything. Yes. He stroked his finger down the side of her face, his gaze softening. You did give quite a show and said some amazing things. Her palms moistened. She tried acting casual as she wiped them on her slacks. She must stay strong. Confident. Encouraging, but mostly, she must not mess up. She took a deep breath, trying to gather her wits. Would you like to see a repeat performance? Now why did I say that? She scolded herself, wishing she would think before she spoke. His eyebrows rose. Are you asking me out, Cindy? She gulped. I suppose I am. What about your heartthrob, Giovanni? She shrugged one shoulder. We're more like good friends. I see. He smiled. Then my answer is yes. Her heart leapt to her throat. Great. Her voice squeaked. He chuckled. Is the dance included in our date? He wants to go dancing with me. Okay. How about dinner first? Her thoughts screeched to a halt when she recalled the article on how to win a man. Way number 4, an old-fashioned date. She nodded and smiled. Dinner first, but I'm cooking. The corner of his lips lifted higher as his gaze ran over her body again. You sure are. Her face flamed hotter from his compliment. The room seemed to close in around her, making it difficult to breathe. No, we'll have dinner at my house. He nodded. How about tomorrow night? Sounds good. Does 7 o'clock work? Works for me. He leaned forward and she held her breath. Was he going to kiss her right here at work? He withdrew before she had a chance to pucker up. Thank heavens. She didn't want to appear overeager. He turned and strode back to his office. When she'd actually moved from the corner of her desk to the chair, she stared at her blank computer screen. In the reflection, she wore a smile. As her mind finally began to work, she realized Max never really did confess he'd kissed her. All the hints were there, but he'd still left her wondering. This was all she needed. Well, she'd make certain she didn't take any cold medicine or drink anything with alcohol in it. She'd also wait for him to make the first move. What could she make him for dinner? She groaned and rubbed her forehead. She wasn't a chef, that was Damien's specialty. He was always cooking up something special for all his women friends. She could smell it from her townhouse all the time. She snatched up her cell, quickly punching in Damien's number. Drumming her fingers on the desktop, she let it ring 4 times and was about to hang up when his deep voice answered. "Hello." She sighed. "Oh, Damien, I'm glad you're there." "Cindy. What's wrong?" His voice rose in quick response. "Nothing's wrong. In fact, everything is right." "Why?" She giggled and relaxed back in her swivel chair, twirling the phone cord around her finger. "You'll never guess who's coming over to my house for dinner tomorrow." There was a long pause. "Me?" She sucked in her breath. Had she heard him right, or did she detect a sense of hopefulness in his voice? "No, silly. Max is coming." After she said the words, her chest tightened. Why did she wish Damien was coming instead? She shook away her thoughts and focused on their conversation. "Oh, Damien, I actually carried on a normal discussion with him and nobody got hurt. Can you believe it?" "No," his voice came soft. "Yeah, me either." She chuckled. "Actually, I did smack Amanda in the nose while Max was talking to me, but that doesn't count." "So, what are you planning to fix?" "TV dinners." "Haha, very funny, but you're also very right. That's all I ever eat." He laughed, his deep voice sending chills up her arms. She rubbed the goose bumps away, trying to focus on Max instead of how she currently reacted to Damien. "Anyway, I need your help. In the internet article, number 4 says I have to give him an old-fashioned date. So, I want to cook him a meal." She paused briefly, and then added, "I mean, what could be more old-fashioned than that? How about snaring a jackrabbit and cooking it over an open fire?" A hint of sarcasm laced his voice, and she hoped she'd heard wrong. Her chest ached again. Why did he sound unhappy about this? "Does that mean you won't help me?" Another long period of silence followed on the other end, and with each second, her heart sank. He didn't want to help, but she couldn't do it without him. A heavy sigh came across the line and he cleared his throat. "Yes, Cindy, I'll help you. I'll do anything for you. You know that." She exhaled in relief, smiling wide once again. "Oh, Damien. You're a lifesaver." If he were standing in front of her now, she'd throw her arms around him and bury her face in his neck. No. Thinking that way was unhealthy. She had to stop thinking of Damien in romantic terms when she was working on Max. But Damien's mesmerizing scent did crazy little things to her stomach, as if the butterflies inside were putting on their own production of the river dance. Not only that, but she loved the deep timbre of his voice when he called her mi amore. "Yes, I know," he said with a catch to his voice. Wrenching emotion called to the deepest part of her. For a single, endless heartbeat, the sound of his breathing came through the other end of the phone. She wanted to rush to his side, to see his face, and to know if he hurt as much as he sounded. Her throat had turned dry and she swallowed. "Thanks, Damien. I'll love you forever for this, you know. What would I do without you?" His chuckle was weak. "Hopefully, I'll never have to find out." Damien clutched his briefcase and stormed out of his shareholders' meeting, straight toward his office. Women filled the lobby from wall to wall. He dodged around the ones stepping in his way to get an introduction. GIO Products had a new promotion going and was looking for a woman model. An assortment of perfumes wafted heavily through the air, but none came close to smelling like Cindy's berry scent. None of them stirred feelings in his chest, a longing to pull that woman into his arms and keep her there forever. When he passed his secretary, she held up a hand to stop him. He ignored her and hurried inside his office, closing the door behind him. "I need some privacy." He set his briefcase on his desk and walked to the wide window that overlooked the city. As he gazed at the busy traffic, he pinched the bridge of his nose and breathed deeply. That woman disturbed my thoughts, again. During the hour-and-a-half meeting with the shareholders, he probably only heard 6 words, "Good morning and have a nice day." Why couldn't he stop thinking about Cindy? And why did his gut twist the longer he thought about her and Max together, alone? Their date was tomorrow, and she expected him to help her make a meal for them. He didn't think he could do that. Jealousy gnawed at his gut like a starving piranha. He couldn't allow Max to be alone with Cyndi. She'd said she loved him. Although right now she only loved him as a friend, he'd change that as soon as possible. No matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't tell her how he felt. He needed to know if she truly wanted Max, or did she want him because she thought there was nobody else for her. He'd promised he would help prepare dinner, and he was a man of his word. It just wouldn't be what she expected. Yes, call him vindictive, but he wanted Cyndi for himself. Seeing Max out of her life was his main priority. So far, Max hadn't given any signs of being different. The man Damien knew in college went after women who belonged to others, and the night at the party proved Max was still up to his old tricks. Max had responded perfectly to the jealousy setup, going after Cyndi when it appeared she'd been with Damien. What would stop the sports anchorman from going after the next attractive conquest he saw? Cyndi didn't need to be hurt again, and he'd see to it Max wouldn't be the next man to break her heart. He walked to his swivel chair and dropped into the seat. Out the window and across the street, the tall building came into sight, blocking his view of the park nearby. From what he could see, the blue sky held only a few clouds, but a storm soon headed toward them. By the way the limbs on the trees waved, the storm would be here quicker than he expected. He'd always liked winters. Colder weather made cuddling with a woman near a roaring fire more enjoyable. He smiled and pictured Cyndi in his arms as they sat on the bearskin rug in front of a fireplace. It could happen. Although he didn't have a fireplace in his townhouse, his cabin in Colorado had 3. It had been a while since he'd been there. Perhaps it was time to take Cyndi and show her how the real Damien Giovanni lived. The knock on his office door jolted him out of his daydreams. The door opened a crack and his secretary peeked her head inside. "Mr. Giovanni? There's someone here to see you." He glanced down at his open day planner. "I didn't forget an appointment, did I?" "No. She's been waiting since right after your meeting started." He creased his forehead. "Who is it?" Marianne hurried to his desk and handed him a business card. "Says she's the vice president of Herbal Sensations. They're competitors." "Really?" He glanced down at the card. As his gaze skimmed the name, Marianne spoke the words aloud. "Her name is Liza Scapali." Chapter 11. Damien drummed his fingers on his desk and clenched his jaw so tight he thought his teeth might break. He couldn't believe he'd agreed to see Liza. Not more than 10 seconds ago, he'd nodded to his secretary to allow that woman into his office. What was he thinking? He'd gone this long without talking to her, so why couldn't he go another 7 years or more? The clicking of heels outside his door caused him to glare in that direction. He fisted his hands on the desktop, crinkling the paper beneath. Realizing he'd picked up an important document, he hurried and smoothed out the wrinkles, then moved it out of his way. The door opened. The long legs peeking from beneath a black leather miniskirt grabbed his attention. Then a silk, rose-colored blouse that had most of the top buttons undone to show off a generous bosom came into view. His gaze traveled up the slim neck to the dolled-up face of the Italian woman who'd trampled his heart 7 years ago. She'd been his first love, and thankfully, not his last. Albeit, Liza Scapali had been the most malicious. His gut clenched. What was the backstabbing woman up to now? She pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head. Long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders and curled at the ends. The smile she wore looked just as fake as her leather skirt. "Damiano, my dear. How long has it been?" He tried to act nonchalant when he lifted his eyebrows in what he hoped would be an unexpressive look. "Not long enough." Her throaty laugh bothered him, making him think she didn't believe him. He'd try harder next time. She shut the door and slinked over to him. Instead of sitting on the brown leather chair, she sat on the edge of his desk, crumpling the document he'd previously unwrinkled. Leaning back in his chair, he linked his fingers over his stomach. To what do I owe this? Torture, Liza. Torture. Now, Damiano. That isn't the way to treat an old friend. She crossed one leg over the other. Her heavy mascara eyelashes batted. Since I was in the neighborhood, I thought I'd come and say hello, she practically purred. Fine. Now that you've said hello, you can leave. I'm very busy today. She pouted. Too busy for a friend. He sat up. Friend? He looked beyond her as if someone else were in the room. My friend is here. Where? Oh, Damiano, you haven't lost your sense of humor, she drawled, then released a brittle laugh. I am very busy. If you haven't noticed, the lobby is packed with women auditioning for our ad. So Liza, please say what you've come to say and leave. Gasping, she quickly stood. I'm appalled you don't believe I'm here for a little visit. Perhaps I should leave and come back when you're in better spirits. He rolled his eyes heavenward. Liza, I know you better than to think you've come to see me just because you've missed me. In fact, I'm willing to bet you're here because you want to talk me into becoming your partner. Her eyes widened and she placed her hand over her heart. Why would you think such a thing? I'd heard you were back in town, so I checked out your company. I think Herbal Sensations is worried about GIO's new herbal lines. In fact, all analysts agree it's a better product. Since you stole the idea from me in the first place, I'm thinking you need my help. I believe you want to form an alliance. Through her caked-on makeup, her skin lost a little color. She stared at him with her dark eyes, but kept a smile. He'd been right. The little heathen was still performing. 7 years ago he'd thought the sun rose just to shine on her every morning. He couldn't understand why the pain of betrayal was still fresh because he thought he was over her long ago. He was over her. But he didn't like the fact she'd entered his life again. That could only mean problems. Finally, her lips fell into a scowl. She took a step back and plopped into the chair on the other side of his desk. She shrugged. Damiano, you're being very unreasonable. Ha, he snickered. I have every right to be unreasonable. You had said you loved me just to get information. Didn't you think I'd catch on? Not even 4 months after you left, I'd heard of a new company selling herbal shampoo, and guess who's vice president and married to the president? None other than my ex. Her delicately shaped eyebrows creased in a scowl. That's not how it happened, and you know it. Besides, I'm not with Dale any longer. I never got over my feelings for you. I loved you. And that's why you made the moves on my best friend? It's not what you think. Maxwell Harrington was just comforting me. He held up a hand. It doesn't matter now. You have your company and I have mine. He smiled. And my company is doing so much better than it was while we were together. She glanced at her hands while she twisted them against her stomach. Damiano, don't you even want to hear my offer? Her voice was low. He rolled his eyes again. There she went on, over-dramatizing. Not really. Her gaze lifted to his and fire could have shot out of her eyes. A muscle in her cheek jumped. He recognized the early symptoms of her anger. Now he couldn't wait to annoy her further. And why not? She asked. Because I don't need you. She leaned forward. But, Damiano, think of how much more your company could make. There's nothing wrong with Herbal Sensations. We just need stronger backing. Impatiently, he pushed away from his desk. Sorry, Liza, I'm not interested. He walked closer to her. I'm not interested in anything you have to offer. But your mother seemed pleased with the idea. My mother doesn't know you're a bloodthirsty shark either. With a huff she stood, her body only inches from his. You're a very stubborn man. True, but I think you're more upset because you haven't been able to sink your claws into me this time. Oh. She pushed her palms against his chest and walked past him. Her heels clicked loudly on the floor as she stomped out the door, slamming it shut behind her. He breathed a sigh of relief that she was gone, but knowing Liza, she'd be back, and that worried him. She didn't give up easily. Way number 4, a night on the town. Take your man on an old-fashioned date. Fix him dinner or go dancing. While in his arms, stare into his eyes. Damien was just pushing his key into the front door of his townhouse when Cyndi came flying out of her front door. "Damien, you're late," she said breathless. He glanced down at his watch. "Only by 10 minutes. We have to hurry. Max will be here in 2 hours." He chuckled and opened his door, motioning for Cyndi to enter first. When she stepped past him, he breathed in her berry scent. He wanted to swipe the silky blonde hair off her neck and kiss her skin. Inwardly, he cursed his weakness. He couldn't think this way about her. Definitely not tonight. "We have plenty of time, mi amore. Have you thought of what we could fix for dinner?" He shut the door behind him and leaned against the wood. "No, have you?" She nodded. "I thought about some exotic French dish." "Oh, that's good." Her smile brightened. "Really?" "Yes. I have everything we need in my kitchen." He moved away from the door and in 3 steps stood in front of her. "I have French dressing to go on the tossed green salad. I have French fries that will go great with French bread." She slapped his shoulder and laughed. "Be serious." "Okay, I'll be serious, but just for tonight." He paused and gave her a nod. "I have it. We'll fix my specialty. Cinnamon chicken and cheesy scalloped potatoes." Sounds heavenly." She rubbed her hands together. "And what about a vegetable? Would you rather have asparagus or broccoli?" She scrunched her nose. "Definitely not asparagus." He winked. "Then broccoli it is." He clasped her hand and hooked it around his elbow. "Now, cher, if you'll allow me to escort you into the kitchen, we'll prepare the most tastiest dish that's ever touched your tongue," he said in a fake French accent. She laughed and hugged his arm. He groaned, wishing he could tell her just what her hug had meant to him, what she meant to him. "First things first, we have to wash our hands." He reached over the sink and turned on the water. She grabbed the bottle of pump soap and gave a couple of squirts before repeating the process to hers. He cleared his throat. "Since I have everything we need, we'll just make it here." She nodded. "But I want to cook it in my kitchen. My place needs to smell like I've been laboring over a hot stove." He dug through his drawer full of recipes and pulled out the one for cinnamon chicken. Leaning beside him, she peered at the card with him. "I'll get the ingredients, and you get the chicken," she said. "Sounds like a plan." He moved to the refrigerator and withdrew the full chicken he'd planned to have for dinner. He unwrapped it and then brought it to the sink to wash. He glanced over to see if Cyndi needed any help, but she'd found his spice cabinet and had proceeded to grab the needed spices. When she reached for the cinnamon bottle, he realized how he could sabotage her meal with Max. Right next to it in the identical colored bottle was the chili powder. He opened his mouth to make sure she didn't grab the wrong one, but then snapped it close. The dinner would indeed be ruined if he used the powder instead of the spice. Should he switch bottles when she wasn't looking? After blotting the chicken with a paper towel, he motioned with his head. "Sweetheart, why don't you go put on one of my aprons?" "Great idea. Where do you keep them?" "In the long closet right around the corner there." He nodded in the direction. "And grab me one while you're there." As soon as she turned, he made the switch. Within seconds, regret hit him like a punch in the stomach, and he almost put the chili powder back, but she returned and seeing her sweet smile made his heart twist. He wanted her, and he'd do anything to keep Max from hurting her. So yes, ruining the dinner was vital. He proceeded preparing the chicken, holding his breath when he applied the chili powder. Luckily, she didn't mention the smell. Of course, she stood by the sink cutting up an onion, so that helped block the smell. She hummed a soft love song that he recognized from 10 years ago. He smiled. She was such a romantic, and if all went according to his plans, she'd be his soon. Setting the chicken in his roaster and placing the lid over it, he picked up the pan. I'm going to get this cooking in your oven. I'll be back in a moment. All right. I'll start peeling potatoes. When he walked into her apartment and noticed what she'd done, his heart sank. Candles, low lighting, and what looked to be her best plates and utensils were all on a table set for two in the middle of the front room. Music played in the background, and he realized why Cyndi had been humming that song. She had on music made for romance. His hands tightened around the handles of the roaster. Would substituting the cinnamon for the chili powder be enough to ruin the evening? He doubted it, especially if she planned on dressing to kill. He walked into the kitchen and turned on her oven. It hurt to think he knew her townhouse almost as well as his own. Yet he was just her friend. He released a heavy sigh. Tonight he must tell her how he felt about her, and especially what he knew about Max. Yet, could he confess his feelings this early in their friendship? What if she found out about Max and the revenge he had planned for the man back then? Would she think this was his way to get back at Max? He couldn't take that kind of rejection. Before heartbreak rooted itself in his chest, he hurried to his apartment to finish the dinner. He explained how to fix the potatoes while he cut up the broccoli. Once she placed the potatoes in the casserole dish, he carried it over to her house and placed it in the oven with the chicken. She followed behind with the pan full of vegetables. Do you like how I set the table? Her voice lifted with excitement. It's perfect. She turned on the stove and put the lid on the vegetables. Would you watch these steam while I go hop in the shower? He nodded. She took a step away from him, and then stopped. Without hesitation, she turned and launched herself in his arms, plopping a big kiss on his cheek. He closed his arms around her waist and held her body against his, enjoying the moment while it lasted. Oh, Damien, what would I do without you? She whispered in his ear. Her warm breath teased his skin and made his heart leap. I don't ever want to find out. She pulled back and smiled. You won't. She moved to kiss his cheek again, but he turned his head, letting her lips brush his mouth. He'd kissed her on the mouth once before, but this was different. This time she knew she was kissing him. Electricity shot through his blood. Would she whisper Max's name again? Damien wanted his name to sigh from her lips. Laughing, she pulled back and stepped out of his arms. Her laugh seemed a little too light and breathless. Her eyes were dark with emotion, but she turned and hurried down the hall to her bathroom before he could see more. Funny, but he could swear her cheeks had turned red, too. Usually she didn't act so shy, but just a second ago it was like she didn't want to meet his eyes. Was she starting to have feelings for him? Nah. He sulked back to the kitchen and readied the last-minute items she would need. From down the hall, her singing lifted through the apartment. She hit a few wrong notes and he smiled. It didn't matter. He liked her because she wasn't perfect. She was Cyndi, and that's all that mattered. The next half hour passed with irritating slowness, but soon the bathroom door opened and the berry scent of her shampoo engulfed him. He hurried into the kitchen to appear busy. When her heels clicked on the kitchen floor, he turned to look at her. His breath caught in his throat and his heartbeat accelerated. You're absolutely stunning, he whispered. Once again, she blushed, which made his heart sing. She fidgeted with the spaghetti straps on her white silky dress before slipping into the lavender-laced shortwaist jacket. She then ran her hands down the straight skirt that ended just above her knees. She looked far different than the woman who'd gone to the Christmas party, yet surprisingly, very proper. He shook his head. Woman, you're going to make Max sit up and take notice. Her face flamed brighter. Thanks. I'm glad you approve. Approve? His voice rose. I'm about ready to send you back in the bedroom to change into a nun's habit, young lady. She laughed while tucking a lock of hair behind her ear in a nervous gesture. He'd always liked it when she kept her hair down, cascading over her shoulders. I look that good, Huh? She asked. He stepped to her and grasped her hands in his. He scanned her length, once again, and whistled. If I was Max, I'd never let you go. Laugh lines disappeared from around her mouth and blue eyes. Really? Her voice was lower than usual, reminding him of their kiss the other night. Really? She smiled and squeezed his hands. Damien, I really do love you, you know. Keeping her hands in his, he lifted them to his mouth and kissed her knuckles. His heart beat fiercely against his ribs and his throat went dry. Just as I love you. Did she just catch her breath? In fact, had her breathing grown faster? His certainly had. And how long was she going to stare in his eyes before looking away? He could gaze at her forever. The buzzer on the oven rang through the air and broke the magical spell between them. He grumbled under his breath and dropped her hands, turning to go into the kitchen. Too bad he couldn't think of anything else to ruin her date with Max. He just hoped the chili powdered chicken did the trick. All is fair in love and war. There was no way he wanted her to fall in love with Maxwell Harrington. Chapter 12. Cindy closed her eyes and breathed deeply, trying to calm her out-of-control heart rate. She placed her hand on her chest and the erratic flutter bounced against her palm. Why did Damien have to look at her like that? His eyes were so dark, his expression so serious. When he told her he loved her, it was as if he'd meant every word. Not as a friend, but more. The worst part of all of this is that she enjoyed it. She could have melted at his feet in a puddle of goo. Those hypnotic gray eyes of his affected her like none other. In fact, none of the men in her life could influence her the way this Italian spice had. She shook away the confusing thoughts and turned to inspect her table. Everything was perfect. Except Max would be sitting here and not Damien. Growling with frustration, she massaged her forehead. What's wrong with me? It had to be that incredible kiss. When she tried to kiss his cheek, his lips somehow got in the way. Images from the other night came drifting back, making her wonder if it was truly Damien who'd kissed her. Yet the way he acted, he hadn't been there at all. Okay, I think everything's ready. Damien's husky voice brought her back to reality. She swung around and looked at him. His gaze skimmed over her hair and face, making her limbs weak. His eyes darkened and his face softened. Hadn't he given her that same look the other night after the Christmas party? It seemed so familiar. I'll let you do the serving, he added with a smile. She nodded. Thanks again, Damien. He winked and playfully cuffed her chin with his knuckles. But remember, I don't wash dishes. That's your job. She laughed. When he turned to leave, she grabbed his arm. Damien, before you go, I need to ask you an important question. His brows drew together. What is it? About the other night, after the Christmas party, I need to know something. Narrowing her gaze, she studied his expression, hoping to see something there, some sign that he was the man who'd kissed her and not Max. His face remained blank. I really need to know if you brought me home. I don't remember much, but I really don't think Max did. Impassive. His expression didn't falter. He nodded. I brought you home. She wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but dared not. How did I act? He grinned. Like an intoxicated woman. Yes, I know that, but did I seem forward in any way? He folded his arms across his chest. Cindy, where are you going with this? She huffed and balled her hands into fists. Why was he making this so hard on her? Just answer me. Did anything happen? No. Nothing happened. Do you know if Max came to my apartment after you'd left? He shrugged. It's possible, but I don't know for sure. Okay. Why all the questions? Because I don't want to say something stupid in front of Max tonight. When we talked yesterday at work, he acted as he had been here. He let out a brittle laugh. Then maybe he had. But I want to know for sure. I don't want to say something and have him think I'm an idiot. Damien shook his head. He won't, and if he does, he moved closer and cupped her face in his hands, then he's not worth your time. You deserve someone who can love you for yourself. And you'd better make sure he does before you give your whole heart to him. I'd hate to see you miserable again. She nodded. I'll be careful. He stared deeply into her eyes for a few seconds before leaning forward and kissing her on the mouth. His gentle lips brushed tingles across hers. It was all she could do to hold herself back from wrapping her arms around his neck. When he pulled away, she held in the disappointed sigh. The kiss had been too short. Dang it, but she wanted more. I better go before he catches me here. Damien dropped his hands and took a step back. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. He winked, then turned and left her townhouse. Blowing out a frustrated sigh, she marched into the bathroom to recheck her makeup. She leaned in closer to the mirror and widened her eyes. Yes, the eyeshadow was evenly matched. She pinched her cheeks to make them rosier, and puckered her lips to check her lipstick. The memory of Damien's kiss came back, and she groaned aloud. Would she ever stop thinking about him that way? She didn't want to ruin her life by falling in love with a man who would trample her heart when another Barbie wannabe came along. She wanted a man who wanted a lifelong commitment and a family. Plain and simple, if she didn't get rid of her feelings for Damien, she was in for a depressing, lonely life. She straightened and fluffed her hair the way she'd seen Damien do it. A stray lock fell into her eyes and she swiped it away. Studying the thickness, she realized it was time for a haircut. Did Damien know how to cut hair? He certainly did a lot of things she didn't expect him to do. Funny, but she really didn't know what he did at his job. What kind of friend was that? She scowled. Starting tomorrow, she'd stop thinking about her miserable life and try to find out more about his. Her doorbell buzzed and she jumped. She placed her hand over her chest to settle her erratic pulse. Be yourself. Perhaps that was the wrong thing to think. Instead, it should tell herself don't mess up. As calm as she could, she walked to the front door, her legs shaking as if walking on eggshells. Before she opened the door, she took a deep breath for courage. Right now she needed all the help she could get. Her sweaty hand slipped when she reached for the doorknob, but she gripped it harder and turned the knob. When she looked upon Max's handsome appearance, she smiled. Hello, she greeted. Hi. His gaze wandered over her, so she took this moment to inspect him closer. Instead of his business attire, he wore a long-sleeved blue and white striped shirt with a collar. The first few buttons were unfastened. His fingers were inside the front pockets of his faded blue jeans, giving him that relaxed look. Why did men always look so casual and unaffected? One day she'd like to see a nervous twitch in the man's eyes, or a bead of sweat on the forehead. Even stammering or a loss for words would be good. At least it would make her feel better. You look really good, he said after a few moments of silence. She smiled. I was just going to say the same thing to you. She took a step back and opened the door wider. Come on in. Thought you'd never ask. When he passed, she closed the door and followed him into the front room. Smells good in here. What's for dinner? Something Mexican. She walked past him toward the kitchen. Why would he think it was Mexican? She took a deep sniff. Come to think about it, it did smell like that. Not Mexican. Just a family recipe I threw together. I hope you like chicken. Love it. Go ahead and have a seat. I'll bring in the meal. Glancing over her shoulder, she noticed Max walking to the table, his gaze wandering around her apartment. The smile on his face eased her worries. So far, so good. So then why did he seem to be looking at things as if he'd never seen them before? If he had come to her place after the Christmas party, why did he act as if this was his first time here? If neither he nor Damien had kissed her, had it all been a dream? If she had dreamed at all, it had been Damien in her dream, not Max. Confusion tightened her chest and a headache threatened. She shook it off and continued into the kitchen. Damien had taken the chicken and potatoes out of the oven and covered them to keep them warm. She picked up the potatoes. From the other pan, a different scent assaulted her senses, making her stomach growl. That was chili powder she smelled. No, it couldn't be. Her nerves were not only playing tricks on her body, but they were playing tricks on her senses as well. Careful not to drop the dish, she carried the potatoes in and set it on the table. Max leaned over and sniffed. These smell heavenly. Don't tell me this is another family recipe. This smells like it came from a gourmet restaurant. She chuckled. Yes, this is just another family recipe. After a few more trips into the kitchen, everything was placed on the table. The aroma from the chicken wafted through the air. Confusion washed over her again, but it had nothing to do with the other night. The chicken did smell like chili. But wasn't it supposed to smell like cinnamon? Coughing lightly, she tried to clear the lingering spice from her throat, willing away the tears threatening her eyes. Hopefully, chili powder wasn't baked in the chicken. She'd always had such a wimpy mouth, and she didn't need to eat something spicy tonight. Max smiled. This smells great. Let's hope it tastes great, too. Are you sure this isn't a Mexican dish? He asked again. No. It's called cinnamon chicken. She sat and adjusted the napkin on her lap before reaching over to spoon potatoes on her plate. Max eagerly took a piece of chicken off the platter, licking his lips in anticipation. Deep inside, a sinking feeling invaded her stomach. Something would go wrong. She just knew it. Max spooned potatoes on his dish before diving into his chicken. The red sauce dripped from his fingers when he picked up the piece and took a big bite. She held her breath, praying nothing was wrong with the meat. The good Lord must have been too busy to hear her prayer, because when Max's eyes widened and he took a quick intake of breath, she knew something wasn't right. Slowly, he placed the chicken on the plate and picked up the pitcher of water, pouring the cool liquid into his glass. Tears pooled in the corners of his eyes while he brought the drink to his mouth. She licked the sauce off her finger. Her tongue burned like the Mexican border in the dead of summer. Instead of drinking the water, she hurried and took a bite of potatoes. At least they tasted good. Max wiped his mouth with his napkin and cleared his throat. That's certainly a different tasting chicken. He cleared his throat for the second time. So, it's a family recipe, you say? Humiliation washed over her and twisted her gut. Couldn't she do anything right? She gave a helpless shrug. Thought so, but now I'm wondering what I did wrong. He took a large spoonful of potatoes, but said in between bites, "Didn't you say this was cinnamon chicken?" "Yeah, I thought it was." "Doesn't taste like cinnamon to me." "Me either." She tried to remember when she'd taken down the spices from his cupboard. Did she read the bottle or just look at the color? Inwardly, she groaned. There'd been 2 bottles the same color. She was willing to bet she'd picked up the chili powder instead. "Oh, Max, I'm so sorry." She wiped the napkin across her mouth. "I think I put in chili powder instead of cinnamon." He took another drink of his water, nodding. He didn't have to reply. The liquid in his eyes told her what she needed to know. She'd failed again. At least Max was the only person to see her humiliation. Then again, he was the one she didn't want to see. She sighed and covered her face with her hands. Tears threatened to spill and a sob lodged in her throat. Could this night hurry and get over with? What was she doing? Obviously, she messed up on everything she did. She should just let him off the hook and tell him they'd just be friends, but she didn't want to be the office joke either. If she gave up on Max, she'd never hear the end of it from Amanda and whomever Amanda had told. The screech of Max's chair sliding on the wooden floor made her jump. He's leaving. She jerked her attention to him, trying to think of something intelligent to make him stay. He had to stay. Instead of walking out the door, he came around to her side and knelt beside her. He took her hands in his. The warmth from his skin tried to heat her cold blood. "Cindy, it's okay, really." His fingers tightened around her hand. She wanted to cry, but blinked to keep her tears from falling. "How can you say that?" Her voice croaked. "I nearly gave your mouth third-degree burns." He chuckled. "No, you didn't. In fact, I like spicy foods." He shrugged. "But I must confess, the chili powder went a tad too far." She laughed, then bit her bottom lip. "I wanted the meal to be perfect." "It is. I really like the potatoes." "What about the broccoli?" "Well, I don't exactly like that vegetable, but I'll eat it." She shook her head. "No, don't eat it. I've punished you enough for one night." He rose and kissed her cheek. "Then we'll just snack on potatoes tonight. I have bread and butter." "That's even better." The tightness in her chest eased when she retrieved the bread and butter from the kitchen, although she knew Max was just being nice. He hated the meal, she could tell, but he still slopped down his food like a man in a hurry. She picked at her food like an anorexic bird. Her stomach wouldn't allow her to eat any more. He leaned back in his chair and linked his hands over his stomach. "Well, now that we're done, what else did you have planned?" The husky tone to his voice told her exactly what he had planned. He couldn't have turned into that kind of man, could he? Didn't he know she didn't do things like that? "Well, I hadn't really made any other plans. Why don't we watch the tube? TBS has a Stooges marathon playing tonight." She raised her eyebrows. "Stooges?" "Yeah, you know, the Three Stooges." "Oh, Larry, Moe and Curly." "Exactly." It sounded like a good idea, but she really didn't know that much about the Stooges. Her mind came to a screeching halt. Number 6, Funny Movies. Before she could watch the Stooges with him, she'd better make sure she knew them. Then they'd have something to talk about. "Well, unfortunately, my satellite dish isn't working," she lied. "The repairman hasn't come to fix it yet, so watching television is off." The idea for number 5 struck her. Tall buildings. Not too far from where she lived, there was a tall building with a restaurant on top. In fact, if she remembered correctly, the room moved around in a circle, giving a beautiful sight of the city. She grinned. "Perfect. I have a better idea." "What's that?" "How about dessert? I know this great restaurant up the street with a beautiful view of the city. Interested?" His smile relaxed. "Yes." Simultaneously, they pushed away from the table and stood. She waited for him to walk around to her side before they stepped toward the front door. She grabbed her coat and purse. He opened the door and led them out. So, the evening had started out bad, but she had definite hopes for a better ending. Chapter 13. Way number 5, Tall Buildings. In general, guys like big things. Find a place with a good view. Kiss him under the stars. Damien growled, but the rumble in his stomach overrode everything. He'd tried to put his needs aside and concentrate on his irritation, but now it was time to eat. He stormed to the front window and leaned against the pane. From this location, all he could see was her porch steps. How was her night going? Had the chicken ruined the dinner? Had Max left already? He glanced down at his wristwatch. It had only been a half hour since the date started, so perhaps they were still there. And if they were, what were they doing? Sighing, he pushed his fingers through his hair and leaned his forehead against the cool glass. Outside, the wind picked up, stirring winter's brown and orange leaves on the lawn. He loved this time of year. The coolness, the coziness of two people in love. He huffed and pushed away from the window, turning to retrieve his jacket. What was he doing sulking like this? He'd never acted this way over a woman. Of course, he'd never met a woman like Cynthia Randall. Like most women he knew, she wasn't trying to find a man because of his money but instead wanted to find one to fill the void in her life. The void in his life needed to be filled, too. A different woman every other day had been getting old for a while now. He wanted a relationship. One woman. Forever. Only one woman to love. He stopped his thoughts as he reached for his black leather jacket behind the door. Love? Could it be possible he was in love with Cyndi? He'd told her he loved her, but did he really mean it that way? He'd wanted her for a while, but was it because she didn't want him? Being with her lately had filled his days with laughter and softened his heart. Heaviness grew in his chest as he admitted the truth. He did love her. Yet it didn't matter because she wanted Max. Slipping on his jacket, he stepped outside. The cool wind blew against his face and he bundled the collar around his neck, trying to block out the chill. Tonight was certainly not the kind of weather for walking, but he hoped it would simmer his aggravation and his scorn. Not very often did a woman reject him, but with Cyndi, it was like a runaway train hitting him head-on. He walked the street until a large building loomed before him. The Franklin Hotel was famous for their top-floor restaurant. He enjoyed this place. Looking over this section of the city at night calmed him and ceased his worries, if only for a little while. Inside the five-star hotel, he unzipped his jacket and waited in front of the elevators. Many elegant couples walked arm-in-arm toward the grand ballroom. This hotel was not only known for their revolving restaurant on the top floor, but the numerous ballrooms used for various events. Tonight would be a great night to get fancy and have a knockout woman on his arm. Coming here by himself while surrounded by couples only intensified his loneliness. The bell to the elevator dinged and the doors opened. He stepped inside and smiled. It had been wonderful to dance with Cyndi the other night at her party, to hold her in his arms, and breathe her berry scent. Unfortunately, that moment was gone, and he didn't think he'd get it back. The elevator dinged again, jarring him out of his thoughts. He stepped forward. Soft music from the overhead speakers played a love song as he walked into the lobby of the restaurant. The aroma of steak caused his stomach to growl. As he scanned the tables, waiting for the hostess to seat him, he spied a familiar white dress and the woman wearing it who had filled his dreams lately. His heart dropped. They're here. Cyndi had her arms crossed and was leaning on the edge of the table, her eyes dancing as she laughed at something Max said. Damien fisted his hands and shoved them into the pockets of his jacket. Looks like she had won her man. But Damien couldn't let Max use her. All during college, Max was the man who jumped from one woman to another. Damien's so-called friend even went after women who were taken, and like an idiot, Damien didn't notice when the woman who was supposed to have loved him started spending more time with Max. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't let Cyndi go through that. She deserved better. He'd watched men traipse through her life the last 6 months, and he knew by how she reacted that she wanted someone to settle down with, which was exactly what he was now looking for now. Max wasn't the settling down type. He never would be. He glanced around the room, searching for a place to hide, but the plain and simple truth was, he couldn't. He couldn't let Cyndi see him. She'd think he was spying, and he didn't want her to be upset at him. No matter how much he wanted to stay, eat, and watch Cyndi, he needed to return home. He pivoted on his heels to head back to the elevator but knocked into another person. He grasped hold of thin shoulders, keeping them from teetering. When the dark-haired woman looked up at him, he grumbled and dropped his hands to his side as if he'd just touched hot coals. What is Liza doing here? Damiano? She laughed. Fancy bumping into you here. He nodded. Yes, what a surprise. It shocked him that she wasn't hanging on some rich man's arm. Are you here alone? Yes and no. I'm actually waiting for my friends. They were going to meet me, but I've been waiting 10 minutes and they haven't arrived. She looked over his shoulder, then back into his eyes. Where's your date? I didn't come with a date. Really? Why not? He bit his lip. she didn't need to know what was happening in his life. I guess you can say I was stood up, too. So if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving. Damiano, wait, she grabbed his elbow before he could walk past her. Since we've both been stood up, let's dine together. He glanced at Cindy's table. Thankfully, she wasn't looking his way. Of course, he didn't like it that she had her stare glued to Max's face either. Although dining with Liza didn't sound exciting, he welcomed the excuse to stay and keep an eye on Cindy. He looked back at Liza and nodded. Fine, but I'm here only to eat. Don't read any more into this. She smiled and hooked her arm around his. Oh, Damiano, I wouldn't read more into it. We're just old friends. The hostess came and escorted them to their table. When they headed in Cindy's direction, he grimaced, hoping she wouldn't see him. Luckily, her back was to him. As they passed, he hurried faster, hoping she wouldn't notice. When they reached their table, several sections away, he slid into the seat. Lifting the menu to cover his face, he ignored the fact that Liza waited by her chair to be seated. With a huff, she pulled out her chair and sat, bumping the table in the process. He peeked over the top of the menu, first at Liza's scowl, then beyond her to Cindy's table. The object of his dreams still stared into Max's eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damiano, Liza whispered harshly. What's wrong with you? Looking around the edge of the menu, he smiled at Liza. Nothing. She shook her head. Liar. For some reason, you're trying to hide. Nah, I'm just reading the menu. To prove it, he relaxed in his chair, still keeping the menu up, but not as close to his face. First, the words blurred, and then he thought he had dyslexia. Inwardly he groaned at his mistake. Trying to act in control, he slowly turned the menu over right side up so he could read the words. Everything looks good. What are you going to have? He peeked at Liza. She opened her menu and gazed down at it. He took this moment to spy on Cindy and Max. Cindy's smile was wide, her eyes twinkling in the chandelier light. She looked so pretty. Then she laughed at something Max said, and the cheerful ring to her voice floated across the room like angels singing. He sighed heavily, wishing he could sit with her instead of Max. Would the ache in his chest ever subside? Damiano? Are you listening to me? He snapped out of his daydream and focused on Liza. Yes. Then what did I say? He grinned. You said you're not hungry and you want to go home. She rolled her eyes. No, I didn't, and you know it. I said I'm ordering the vegetarian plate. Oh, in that case, I'll order steak and potatoes. Tilting her head, she crossed her arms over her breasts. Why are you trying to annoy me? He shrugged. Old habit. 7 years ago, you were never this mean. She reached across the table and pulled the menu out of his hands. Panicked, he ducked lower, hoping he was out of view from Cindy. Liza squeezed his hand. Back then, you were so charming and loving. He sighed irritably and focused once again on his ex. Back then I was foolishly stupid to be taken in by your beauty. Back then I didn't know what I wanted in my life. Now I do. He withdrew his hand from her grasp and stared out the window. The gathering clouds made the sky darker, which in turn made the lighted city brighter. Slowly, the neighboring buildings crept by in passing, and once again, he wished he shared this with Cindy. Across from him, Liza cleared her throat. Hesitantly, he looked at her to see what she wanted. Poor woman couldn't stand that he didn't hang on her every word. Damiano, have you thought any more about my offer? What offer? You know what offer I'm referring to. He shook his head. There is no offer, Liza. I don't make deals with the devil, or one of his followers. Her lips pursed, her fingers tightening around the cloth napkin on the table. Would you for once in your life think logically? I've been thinking logically since I caught you in Max's arms. He narrowed his gaze on her. In fact, I've never thought clearer than I do now. So you're going to ignore everything I'm offering you? It appears that way, doesn't it? I could make you a wealthy man. He laughed deeply. Liza, I'm wealthy enough, thank you very much. She folded her arms and leaned back in her chair. The waiter came to take their orders. Liza snapped what she wanted, and he ordered the 10-ounce steak smothered in sautéed mushrooms. When the waiter left, Damien glanced back at Cyndi's table. The room had moved farther now, and the bright lights of the building he'd just seen were behind her. She had her head turned to look out the window, as did Mr. Jockstrap. Damien noticed something different when Max turned to look out across the room. The shade of the man's face seemed a little greener than he remembered it being. Could Max be sick or afraid of heights? Damien grinned wider. Could the poor anchorman be feeling his head swim in nausea at this very moment? Damien could only hope. Now why do you have a malicious smile? Liza asked, looking over her shoulder as she searched the room. No reason. He didn't want Liza to know what he couldn't keep his eyes off, but he didn't look away quick enough. Besides, it was comical to watch the color of Max's face grow greener the more the room moved. Damien placed a hand over his mouth to keep from laughing. Oh, my. Liza gasped. Isn't that Maxwell Harrington? In the flesh. Why are you watching him? He shrugged. No reason, really. He's just having dinner with my next-door neighbor, Cynthia Randall. When Cyndi finally realized Max's green face, her brows drew together. She reached across the table to touch his arm, but Max quickly withdrew and knocked over his drink. Cyndi jumped up and dabbed the wet tablecloth with napkins. 2 waiters rushed to her side. Max stood and took a step back. He swayed. Damien leaned his elbows on the table, watching, waiting. He's going down for the count. Max's knees buckled and he dropped. Gasps echoed around the room. Cyndi hurried to Max's side, patting his cheeks. One of the waiters took a glass of water and splashed it on his face. Even from over here, Damien heard the sick groan from Max. Poor guy. Oh, my. Liza's voice rose in excitement. Do you think we should go over? Damien shook his head. It looks as if Cyndi and the waiter have it handled. He moved his attention back to Cyndi. Her beautiful mouth was pulled tight in worry. It took all of his strength not to rush to her and take her in his arms, assuring her everything would be all right. But he'd be there for her later, and maybe finally be able to confess his true feelings. Wearily, Cyndi pulled herself into her townhouse and closed the door. She dropped her purse and keys on the nearby table, then dragged her feet to the couch where she collapsed. What a night. She swiped her hair out of her face, not caring that the hairstyle had been ruined a while ago or that her makeup was probably smeared under her eyes. Burying her head in the throw pillow, she heaved a disappointing sigh. Way to get your date sick, Cyndi. How could she know he was afraid of heights? And why didn't Max just say something? It wouldn't have hurt her feelings to go to another restaurant. She messed up way number 5. Dare she even attempt number 6? Groaning, she rolled over on the couch and looked at the television. Max had mentioned TBS was doing a Stooges marathon. Should she watch it? What did she have to lose? Obviously, she couldn't sink any lower, at least she hoped not. She maneuvered on the couch, tucking her legs under her. Taking the remote from the end table, she switched on the television and turned it to the correct station. Time to really study Max's favorite comedians. As Larry, Moe and Curly slapped, kicked and did other strange things to each other on the screen, she cocked her head to the side. Max thought this was funny. Okay, maybe the pie in the face, but really. The light tapping on her door jerked her attention away from the television. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 1 a.m. Who could be here at this time? Cyndi. Softness enveloped her and her heart fluttered. Leave it to Damien to check up on her. Come in, the door's unlocked. The second he walked in, his eyes scanned the room. Am I interrupting anything? No. He shut the door and sauntered to the couch. Across his arm hung one of his shirts. What's the shirt for? She asked. I just wondered if you could sew a button on for me. He shrugged. My talent doesn't lie in that area, and I'm hoping yours does. She nodded. I know how to sew, and I'd love doing it for you. Cindy. Why aren't I interrupting anything? He stroked her cheek with his knuckles. Because, as always, I mess things up. Her voice choked and she held in the sob ready to escape. His forehead creased. He laid the shirt on the edge of the couch, moved to sit next to her and opened his arms. Come here and tell me about it. Wearing her heart on her sleeve was not a good thing, but Damien's invitation was too good to pass up. She cuddled against him, pressing her face against his chest. Her heart pounded out of control, but it was more from their closeness than from her misery. The gentle hand stroking her hair soothed her, and she felt she could actually talk without crying. She laid her hand on his chest, his heartbeat hammering under her palm. Just like hers. Why? Now tell me what happened, he commanded in a soft voice. She hiccuped a laugh. I don't know if you realized it while making the chicken tonight, but I mistakenly gave you the chili powder instead of the cinnamon. His body froze. You did? Yes, but Max only took one bite out of it before realizing it was too spicy for him. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. His arm tightened around her shoulders. His warm breath brushed the top of her head and smelled like mints. And the scent from his body, he was the essence of a true male. But the rest of the meal turned out fine. Well, except he doesn't like broccoli. Then what happened? I remembered another of the internet article ways to win a man's heart, which was taking him to a tall building. The article mentioned how guys like tall things. Anyway, I remembered the Franklin Hotel had a nice revolving restaurant on the top floor, so we went there. Sounds romantic. Yeah, well, I'd thought so too, but it wasn't. Why not? Believe it or not, Max is afraid of heights and sitting right by the window made him sick. She pulled back and looked up at him. He even passed out. She noticed the small tick to his lips as if he held back a laugh. The proof of it sparkled in his eyes. She gasped and playfully smacked his chest. Don't you dare laugh. I'm trying not to. When a tug pulled on her own lips, she quickly lowered her cheek back to his chest before he could see. It's not funny. No, it's not. I'm sure he was very humiliated. He was, and so was I. Silence lasted for a few minutes, the only sound was the Three Stooges on the television. I didn't know you were into the Stooges, he said, his voice laced with disappointment. I'm not, but I'm trying to be. Why? Because Max is. She lifted her head and looked at Damien again. Way number 6 says to share their favorite movies. He nodded toward the television. And do you share his interest? She shrugged and glanced over her shoulder at the program. I really haven't gotten into it yet. I don't understand why they have to hit each other all the time, and why she pointed to the dark-haired man with the funny haircut, has to act so tough. He's more silly stupid than tough. Damien's chest shook with laughter. That's the whole purpose of the Stooges. In fact, if you'll look at all those older comedians, you'll see they are the same way. Look at Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, even Jerry and Dean. She nodded. True. She gazed at him, noticing the softness in his gray eyes. Why did he have to look so darn gorgeous? Who's your favorite comedian? He shrugged. I have a few. Although I like Abbott and Costello, my favorite is Robin Williams. She gasped and sat up straight. No kidding. Mine, too. His smile grew. No kidding. Isn't that funny? Yes, very. His voice came deeper, softer than before. She stared into his eyes. I could look at him all night. Her heartbeat quickened, and her mouth turned dry. His gaze dropped to her lips, and the urge to lean forward and kiss him grabbed her. Mentally, she shook away the thought. She couldn't fall for him. He would love her and leave her for the next Barbie doll. Her chest ached, and she sighed with disappointment. She cuddled back against him and rested her cheek on his shirt. His heartbeat hammered against her ear. Why? He certainly couldn't be feeling the same thing as she. But she also couldn't ask. She'd been humiliated too many times tonight. Another episode would pretty much do her in. Cyndi. Yes? What happened after the date tonight? Did Max kiss you goodnight? His body stiffened, and his voice tightened. She frowned. No. He didn't feel very well, so I didn't push the issue. Do you still think he's the one? She shrugged. I don't know. Personally, I feel like he's out of my league. Why? His hand moved over her hair in soft strokes. Because I can't seem to be myself around him. She drew tiny circles with her finger over his chest. I wish I could act normal, but I'm nervous all the time, and you know what happens when I get nervous. He chuckled. Yes, I know. She smiled. Too bad Max wasn't more like Damien. She was never nervous around Damien. But I'm not giving up. Not until he gives me some kind of signal that he's not interested. Damien's hand cupped her chin, forcing her to look at him. The seriousness in his dark eyes confused her. Who wouldn't be interested in Cynthia Randall? You're every man's dream. She snorted. Every man's nightmare, you mean? Quit being hard on yourself. Can't help it. I'm an accident on parade. No, you're not. She pulled away and straightened. I suppose I should tell you about my ex, James. What happened? I started a fire in his apartment. Sure, it was only a grease fire, but still. Damien frowned. Then I'm certain the fire was put out quickly. True, but I still caused it. I could have burned down his whole apartment building. Damien opened his mouth to continue, but she held up a hand and stopped him. And that's not all. Guess what happened with Timothy? What? He broke his leg sliding down the back steps. They were covered with ice. He scowled. You can't blame yourself for that. I'm sure he knew there was ice on his back porch. She shook her head. He would have been able to walk down them if I hadn't tripped on the rug and plowed into him. She folded her arms across her chest. Shall I go on? No, Cyndi. Stop it right now. Irritation captured his narrowed eyes. All of those things were accidents. They weren't meant to happen. Oh, come on, Damien. Cynthia. He cupped his hand over her mouth. If I hear one more word about this, I'm taking you over my knee. A giggle erupted from her throat. She pulled back and his hand dropped. And do what, may I ask? He grinned. Keep belittling yourself and you'll find out. She pouted teasingly and poked him in the ribs. Oh, you're so mean. He jumped, and then tightened his arms around her. Cyndi, the plain and simple truth is those other guys weren't right for you. You'll find the man of your dreams and know it because you can be yourself around him. If a man can't love you for the Cyndi I know, he's not worth it. Her heart melted. Why can't you be the man of my dreams? Damien would be the perfect man. If only he didn't move from one woman to the next so quickly. But then, what if he'd changed? What if he was looking for a relationship? Perhaps she could test him in some way to see. The idea gave her hope, and her mind began thinking of ways to see. Her spirits lifted and she looked forward to the challenge. First, she had to give Max one more shot. She had to find out if things were just going to be doomed between them forever. Chapter 14. Way number 6, Funny Movies. When you can laugh together, you're really connecting. Strikeout number 6. Cindy expected to be able to at least make it all the way through an inning before striking out again, but it didn't look that way. She shoved the car into park and killed the engine. Glancing up and down the darkened street, she made certain nobody could see her. The single streetlight on the corner didn't illuminate anyone. The quiet night gave her the peace she needed, and she heaved a sigh and slumped her head forward to knock against the steering wheel. What was wrong with her? Why couldn't she make anything go right? She'd had it all planned out this morning. She'd invite Max to lunch, and during their meal, she'd start the topic of the Stooges. Well, that part seemed to go well. Max had picked the restaurant, an out-of-the-way Greek place not too far from work. It was semi-crowded, but she had expected that. She'd been extremely nervous. She almost had to sit on her hands because they shook so bad. But soon, they discussed the Stooges, and she breathed easier. She thought it brilliant when he asked her a question and she threw out Curly's phrase, "Why certainly?" Nyuk, Enyuk, Enyuk. Max had laughed over that, so she continued with one of Mo's this time. "Why, you lame brain, I'll fracture ya." Mo always threatened to do bodily harm. Max had thrown back his head and laughed heartily. She went on with the name-calling, mashed potato muscles, 2-ounce brain, little man, and cabbage head. Since Max seemed to enjoy her play acting, she decided to move in for the kill. Prepare for 81C. She held out a hand, 2 fingers extended and aimed for his eyes. Cindy growled in embarrassment and pounded her head on the steering wheel. Was it her fault Max forgot to block her fingers? After all, he was a Stooges fan. He should have known. She lifted her head and rubbed the sore spot just below her hairline. Perhaps she'd hit her head a little too hard that time. Yet she deserved it. Poor Max couldn't see for at least 10 minutes after she'd gouged his eyes. Tears threatened, and it wasn't because of the pain in her head. Plain and simple, she was a loser. She couldn't do anything right when it came to men. Reluctantly, she opened the door and climbed out of her BMW. When she slammed the door, the echo rang through the deserted street, mimicking the loneliness of her heart. A tear slipped free, then others joined. She clutched her purse to her chest, trying to hold back the sob ready to burst forth as she shuffled toward her front door. Before she reached it, Damien's door opened and she quickly wiped her tears. When he stepped out on the porch and saw her, he stopped. Relief flooded through her body. Her chest ached, her throat burned. He was the only person she wanted to see right now. His gaze wandered over her face. His eyes widened, and then his forehead crinkled. "Cindy. What's wrong?" The concern coating his voice made an ache form in her heart. Tears fell freely once again. He held his arms open and she rushed to him, pressing her face against his black leather jacket. Her sobs grew louder as his embrace tightened around her. "Mi amore, what's wrong?" he repeated with a tender voice. When she didn't say anything, couldn't find the strength to pull away from him, he lifted her in his arms and stepped back into his house. He raised her face enough to press it against his neck. His spice scent smelled so good. Like always. The gentle stroke of his hand in her hair soothed her cries, calming her the way only Damien could. He took her to his couch and sat. She remained in his lap, and scolded herself for enjoying every second of it. But she loved him. She caught her breath and bit her bottom lip. When had this happened? The bigger question was, did she want it to happen? Taking a refreshing breath, she finally lifted her head and gazed into his caring eyes. Soft and gray. So dreamy and laced with concern. Her heart clenched harder. She wanted him in her life. She wanted him to love her, to devote himself to her and only her. Would he ever do that? He swiped his thumb over her cheek, brushing away more tears. "Will you tell me what's wrong?" She nodded and cleared her throat. "I'm up to strike 6. Good thing I'm not playing baseball, huh?" "What happened?" She tried forcing a laugh, but it didn't come across as humor. The squeak sounded pathetic. "You wouldn't think I could mess this one up, But I did. Did you talk to him about the Stooges? Yes. He didn't like it? Oh, he liked it, all right. He thought my version of Curly's N-yuck was amusing. Then what went wrong? She shrugged. I thought with him being a Stooge fan and all, that he'd be prepared when I did the fingers in the eyes trick. She shook her head. He wasn't. His eyes watered for nearly a half hour, and even when he left work, they were still red. If he goes blind, it'll be my fault. Damien's lips twitched, yet his eyes still drooped with sympathy. Through her misery, there was humor in everything, and a smile tugged at her lips. Soon, his smile widened. Oh, Damien, why didn't he block my poke? She rubbed her forehead and sighed. He chuckled. I don't know, mi amore. He pushed a lock of hair behind her ear. Perhaps he's kicking himself for not doing it at this very moment. She laughed. Oh, I'm sure he's doing a lot more than kicking himself. He's probably at the eye doctor discussing surgery this very moment. He shook his head. Cindy, I love your sense of humor. His laughing eyes grabbed her, pulled her in. Her heartbeat quickened. His square, clean-shaven jaw drew her to touch it, so she did, cupping her hand on the side of his face. It was smooth against her palm and she imagined how it would feel against her cheek. Heated tingles surged through her. Why did the picture in her mind seem so real? Had he been in her room the night of the Christmas party? Had it been his hands cupping her face, his lips kissing her? It was. She just knew it. Her heart hammered out of control. She stared at his lips, remembering the way they glided against hers. It hadn't been a dream. She'd kissed Damien only a couple of times, and his lips were very gentle. How would she know that if it hadn't really happened? His expression softened, the gray in his eyes darkening and his lips parting. She had to kiss him. Now. Her heart jumped and lodged itself in her throat. She continued to lean forward, slowly, and waited for him to stop her. He didn't. She closed her eyes and their lips touched. His hands bracketed her head, holding her in place. Her heart soared. Electricity ripped through every nerve in her body, heating her blood to boiling. A sigh escaped her. She threaded her fingers through his hair, pulling his face to hers as she partook of his kiss. This was exactly what her dream had been like. Now everything was real. And that night had been real. Oh, Cindy, he mumbled as he broke the kiss. I've dreamed of doing this for so long. Damien, she whispered his name, just to hear it on her lips. She cupped the side of his face and he nuzzled against her palm, kissing her skin. She urged his face back to hers, but just before they could touch, the cell phone chirped, making her jump. She held his stare during the second ring, but by the third, a scowl had replaced his expression. He lifted himself off the couch and grabbed the cell clipped to his waist, quickly reading the caller ID, grumbling, he answered on the fourth ring. This better be a life-threatening emergency. Within seconds, his expression changed again, but from a scowl to worry. His forehead creased, as did the corners of his eyes. He'd shown her this look before. Fine. I'll be there shortly. He sighed heavily and turned off the phone. When he met her stare, he smiled, although it wasn't full. I hate to bring this to an end, but that was work. She nodded. Although she didn't want him to leave, her heart swelled with happiness. She'd been thinking about kissing him for a while now, and it had finally happened. Although, she was grateful for the interruption. She needed time to sort out her newfound feelings. Are you in trouble or something? She asked. No, mi amore. He leaned down and brushed his lips across hers briefly. I'd like to finish our little discussion later, if that's all right. She nodded. How long before you come home? It'll be around midnight. Is that too late? No. He touched his finger to her lips, stroking them softly. Please stay here until I return. We have a lot to discuss. He winked, then left his townhouse. A giddy laugh sprang from her throat and she hugged the throw pillow to her chest. The evening looked brighter already. Damien stormed into his office, slamming the door behind him. That conniving woman was at it again. If Liza's company was in the hole, how did she find all this money to buy out his stocks? He would not have it. Liza Scapoli needed to be stopped. His mother had been informed that something was wrong in the stock market, and upon investigating, found Liza's name adding up slowly, which was why his mother had called to warn him. Sure, her call was at the inopportune moment, but she couldn't help that. At the thought of Cindy, he smiled. He didn't like that she might be on the rebound from Max. If they continued on the path they'd been before he'd left, wouldn't he just be taking advantage of her again? He would, and he knew it. Just like that night after the party. The tender emotion in Cindy's eyes flitted through his mind, and he groaned. How was he supposed to resist her? Besides, wasn't this what he had wanted all along? Her kisses were like hot honey, melting his heart quicker than any woman had done before. She was everything he'd dreamed about, and more. Tonight he'd come clean and tell her the truth, he'd been in love with her for quite a while. 2 swift knocks pounded on the door, interrupting his reverie. His mother bustled inside, wringing her hands against her stomach. Damiano, what are we to do about Liza? Mother, I can't control the shareholders of the company. If they choose to sell their stock to Liza, there's nothing I can do. Stop her somehow. Make a deal with her. I don't care what, but do something. He ran his fingers through his hair. In a flash, he remembered the way Cindy had slid her fingers through his hair. A smile loosened the tension pulling at his mouth. Damiano? Are you paying attention? He snapped his gaze to his mother. Of course I am. Then quit looking like you're in dreamland. Yes, dreamland with Cindy. There you go again with that faraway look. His mother huffed and folded her arms across her chest. Don't you care about the family's company? Of course I care. Then pay attention. We have to figure out what we can do. He nodded, then scooted around his desk and sank in his black leather chair. He leaned forward, linking his fingers and resting them on the desk, trying really hard to concentrate. Cindy's beautiful face kept returning. Their talk could definitely not be put off any longer. Tonight would be the night for confessing. Then tomorrow he could organize his thoughts and think of a way to stop Liza. He returned his gaze to his mother. What's so wrong with bringing her on as a partner, his mother was saying. We could write the contract up so she'd only get 48% of the stock. He scowled. No. I won't have her back in my life trying to steal ideas from me again. It might not be that way now. He arched an eyebrow and titled his head. What way do you think it will be, then? That woman is Satan's own sister. Damiano. Watch your mouth in front of your mother, she snapped. He wanted to laugh, but refrained. His mother had been raised from the old school, and that was how she'd always act. Perhaps it's why she made such a great businesswoman. Please forgive me, mother, but when speaking about that woman, my tongue gets carried away. He shrugged. An old habit, I suppose. I have an idea. She walked around the desk to his side and reached over to click on the computer. Look up the rest of the shareholders she hasn't swayed yet, and call an emergency meeting. Maybe then, we'll figure out what can be done to stop this madwoman. He nodded and clicked on the program holding their addresses. Brilliant idea. She nudged him with her elbow. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't think of it first. I've had other things on my mind. He smiled again when his thoughts turned to Cindy. He couldn't help it. Love did crazy things to him. His mother leaned forward and cupped his chin, turning his head to look at her. Narrowed eyes studied his. Finally, a smile stretched across her mouth. You're in love, aren't you? He laughed, pulling away to look back at the computer screen. Yes, mother. I can't lie to you. Who is she? He paused, his hand and stared blankly ahead, only Cindy's face in his mind. She's my next-door neighbor. His mother gave a hearty laugh. So Michelle was right. When do I get to meet this wonderful lady? He glanced over his shoulder. Should we wait until we get this mess cleaned up with Liza first? Yes, but you better hurry. With news such as this, I can't wait much longer. He chuckled. Neither could he. Chapter 15. Way number 7, offer to mend his clothes. Believe it or not, most men are old-fashioned and love it when a woman can do domestic housework like this. How did she get so lucky? The man she'd grown close to as a best friend was now within her grasp. She'd thought about how she loathed him upon meeting the womanizer a little over 6 months ago, but somehow his attitude about life had changed. He'd changed. Or had she? And what about Max? Why was it so easy to dismiss him from her mind? Had she known all this time he wasn't the right guy for her? She'd never once been comfortable around him, stumbling over her words and causing him bodily harm. Damien had been right. The perfect man would be the one she could be herself with when she was around him. Damien Giovanni fit that mold. Of course, it didn't hurt that he'd been so attentive, so loving, caring, and thoughtful. He'd really listened to her, shared in her sorrow, and made her laugh when she needed uplifting. Best of all, she hadn't messed up his life as she'd done to the others. And what about the point she was trying to prove to her coworkers? She'd failed proving the internet article on how to win a man, or had she? Most everything she tried on Max and messed up, Damien was doing to her, and succeeding. Damien had melted, and won, her heart. He was her Prince Charming. Not Max. She smiled. What her coworkers said at the office didn't matter. Damien was the only person who mattered. The rest of the evening flew by in a blur. She tried watching the television, but her thoughts kept returning to Damien. She studied books upon the small bookshelf in the corner of the room. At the bottom of a pile of books, one caught her attention. The Bible? Damien read the Bible? Yet as she pulled it out, the light dust covering it told her he hadn't read it for quite a while. Still, at least she knew he believed in God. That was encouraging. She sat on the sofa and started to read, but the words ran together like watercolors in a rainstorm. Not that she didn't enjoy the words of God, just not today while her mind was full of Damien. What else could she do? She really wasn't hungry. There wasn't anything else for her to do but pace the floor, wringing her hands in nervous anticipation. She promised she'd stay in his house, but it drove her crazy not to be doing anything. At least if she was home, she could soak in a nice hot, bubble-filled tub. She searched for another set of house keys, and when she found them, she left his house, locking the door behind her. When she entered her place, the first thing she saw was his shirt lying across the back of her couch. He'd wanted her to sew on a button. Grinning, she rushed around the house until she located her sewing kit, then sat Indian style on her bed as she went to work, fixing his shirt. Her mother had drilled these kinds of lessons into Cindy's head when she was young, encouraging her to learn as much as she could about the domestic life because one day she'd had a husband and family to care for. Although Cindy lacked talent in the kitchen, the other areas she did well. Once she was done, she studied her handiwork, feeling proud of herself. Damien would approve. Oh, Damien. She sighed and fell back on the bed, her thoughts turning to their first kiss. The kiss she almost didn't remember. She'd have to ask him why he didn't say anything. From the bits she recalled about that night, she had enjoyed being in his arms, kissing him, and sighing his name. Dread washed over her like shards of ice, and she bolted up into a sitting position. I called out Max's name. Groaning, she covered her face with her hands. Why had she done something so stupid when she should have known perfectly well who'd been participating in the kiss? It had to be that blasted sinus pill mixed with the alcohol. Was it any wonder Damien didn't say anything about it? She didn't blame him one bit for leading her to believe she'd kissed Max, served her right for being such a fool. Now she had to make it up to him some way. Had Damien forgiven her? He must have, or he wouldn't have kissed her with so much feeling earlier tonight. She smiled and scooted off the bed. As she looked at his shirt, she wondered what it would look like on her. Giggling, she threw off her own shirt and slipped into his, buttoning up the front. This could have been a nightshirt for her since the bottom nearly hit her knees. It looked funny on her since she still wore her pants. Still, having his shirt on gave her comfort as if he had his arms wrapped around her right now. Way number 8, surprise intimacy. She grinned. Did she dare let him see her wearing this? Hopefully she wouldn't give him the wrong impression. Then again, she wanted him to know she was his, but only if he wanted a wife and family. She walked the floor in her townhouse, but by 12:30, she realized he wasn't coming. Sadness weighed heavy in her chest, and doubts flickered in her mind. Did he want to talk to her tonight? Had he really been going to fix a problem at work, or was there another woman? Shaking her head, she pushed away the doubts. He wouldn't do that to her, not after what they'd been through lately. Maybe the reason he wasn't here was because something terrible had happened to him. She kicked off her shoes and slid her bare feet along the carpet, relaxing in the comfort it provided for her crunched toes. She'd never understand why high heels were invented. A man must have created them, not caring if they killed a woman's feet. And of course, a professional working woman was required to wear them. Soft, low music from the stereo had been playing for over an hour now, so she turned it off. She sighed, regret flowing through her with a bitter reminder of another failed night. It could have been perfect. So what happened? She turned out the few lights and moved over to lock the door. The chain was cold and heavy in her hand, and when she pressed her forehead against the door, the night's chill came through the wood. Such a change from how warm she'd been earlier. Just as she slid the chain into the slot, there was a knock. She jumped, and her heart nearly leapt from her chest. She placed her hand over her bosom to calm the frantic beating. Yes? Cindy, it's me. She breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly, she unlatched the door and opened it. The porch light wasn't bright, and shadows disguised Damien's face. He'd flung his black leather jacket over his shoulder, hanging from his finger. His gaze moved over her slowly, and a lazy grin touched his mouth. That shirt looks better on you than it does on me. He gave her a wink. Have I interrupted something? She chuckled. Yes. Can't you tell I'm just about ready to curl up in bed with a good book? He stepped closer until he was a breath away. She looked into his dreamy eyes. He cupped her chin, staring at her lips. Lucky book. She shrugged. I thought I'd been stood up. When a man tells a woman a time, he'd better stick to it. The meeting ran later than I'd thought. His thumb stroked her bottom lip. Will you forgive me? Yes, as long as you do something for me. What's that? His voice deepened, causing chills to run down her spine. Come inside. Standing here with the door open is freezing me. He laughed. She stepped back for him to enter, then shut the door behind him. He threw his jacket over the small table and took her in his arms. She sighed, happy once again. Are you still cold? He asked. I am slowly warming up, thank you. He took her hand in his and led her to the couch. When he sat, he pulled her beside him, his arm wrapping around her shoulders as he brought her close. This is nice. She tilted her head to look at him, but he lowered his mouth to hers. Closing her eyes, she kissed him, the whole time her heart bursting with love, and she wondered how she could contain herself. This was the first time she'd experienced such a love, and she wanted to tell him so badly her chest ached. When he broke the kiss, he smiled. I think we need to talk. We do. There is something I need to tell you. He pecked a kiss on her lips. And you. A small lamp remained on by the couch, enough for her to gaze into his dark eyes. He cupped her chin and tilted it up. What did you want to tell me, mi amore? I finally remembered what happened the night of the Christmas party. His eyes widened. You do? Yes. As much as you tried to sway me, I know it was you. You were the one kissing me. Not Max. He smiled but didn't speak. She continued. I want to apologize for saying Max's name. I don't know why I said it, because you were the one on my mind. You were the one in my dreams and making me giddy with excitement. It's hard to believe that I couldn't see what has been in front of me this whole time. His eyes widened even more. Really? She nodded. Really? I'd been thinking of you for a few days, and my thoughts were confusing me. I'd actually been thinking of kissing you, not Max. His expression relaxed when he smiled. Promise? Yes. Why didn't you tell me before now? She shrugged. Because once you became my friend, I figured you weren't interested in me any other way. He grinned. And because you thought I couldn't commit to one woman? She chuckled. Yes, I'll admit, I thought you were a player. She crinkled her forehead. You aren't, are you? I mean, can you commit to one woman now? I was a player, but not anymore. Lately, I've wanted more. I want one woman to come home to every day. I want only one woman in my life now. She smiled as her heart burst with happiness. What changed your mind? I wasn't looking for a relationship, Cyndi. Being with all those others protected me from money-hungry women like my ex. What happened? What did she do to make you this way? He held her hand in his, gentle fingers stroking her skin. Liza Schiappali isn't a very nice woman. Of course, I didn't know that at the time. She was only after me for one thing, to collect information about GIO products to take back to her boyfriend who was creating his own company, Herbal Sensations. She stroked the side of his face and he cuddled against her hand. How awful. He kissed her palm. That wasn't the worst of it. I caught her in an intimate embrace with my so-called best friend. She sucked in a quick breath and frowned. Really? Yes. Oh, Damien. She cupped his face again. That's just terrible. He nodded. The man I caught her with was Max. A building falling on top of her couldn't have struck her as hard as his statement. Her heart ached for all the pain she'd inadvertently caused him. No wonder Max and Damien acted skittish around each other. I can't believe it. Max? Yes. Why didn't you tell me before now? His fingers threaded through her hair and he pulled her face closer to his. I didn't want you to think the only reason I disapproved of Max was because of my past revenge. If you remember right, you were not very fond of me at that time. She shrugged. True. His thumb stroked her bottom lip. Now let me ask you. What about Max? Are you over him? She lowered her gaze to his neck. She touched the top button on his shirt. To be honest with you, I don't think I was ever really into winning his heart. At the time, I was angry with Amanda for suggesting I couldn't keep a man in my life longer than 3 months. Max was a challenge. Plus I wanted to prove to myself I could keep a man. What about me? She met his stare again. What am I to you? A challenge? A friend, or more? A friend, yes, but so much more than that. You're not a challenge, yet I wouldn't mind seeing how far we could take our relationship. He ran his fingers through her hair near her ear. What do you want now? She smiled. I don't want to be just your friend anymore. She slid her hands around and cupped the back of his head, pulling him closer. I want you to be my Prince Charming. I want you with me for a very long time. I just pray it's something you might want as well. If not now, then maybe you could come to want. He stopped her words with another kiss. Sighing, she leaned into him and wrapped her arms around his neck. His kiss sent her floating to the clouds and back, and yes, it even made her toes curl. Damien pulled away and grinned. You're not going to believe this, but I do want what you want. Call me crazy, but I've even thought about going to church with you. She squealed and threw her arms around him tighter and smacked a kiss on his mouth again. He chuckled as his hands stroked her back. Oh, Damien. That's what I wanted to hear. Although, she frowned, I don't want to make you do something you don't want to do. He caressed the side of her face. You have made me want to change, Cindy. I like the way I feel when I'm with you and I don't ever want that to go away. That will never happen. I promise. And she would stick to her promise no matter what. Cindy went to work happier than she'd ever been. For the first time, she literally skipped to her office. A few coworkers raised eyebrows at her, but she just giggled and waved. Yes, she had a man in her life, and she planned on keeping this one. She realized now why she hadn't kept the others. They hadn't allowed her to be herself, her clumsy, silly self. But Damien had. That's one of the reasons she loved him so much. Although they talked last night, she never did say those 3 little words that meant so much. The first few hours of the day, she found herself grinning like a kid at a carnival, anxious to see Damien again. She prayed he loved her as much as she did him. Then again, he must. He wanted to attend church with her, which was a great surprise, but one she cherished. This morning's latest breaking news story kept the office jumping with projects and phone calls. 2 incidents had happened in town, both the top stories of the day. She'd been on the phone contacting witnesses and searching for more leads about the carjacking. It surprised her that Fran and the Twinkie twins hadn't bothered her since the Christmas party. Cindy only hoped they would keep their distance a while longer. The message light on her phone blinked, but she couldn't check to see who'd called. Was it Damien? She grinned. Yes, it had to be. He'd always been considerate enough to call, and he'd understand why she couldn't return his call right away. During lunch she found a moment to relax, so she called him on her cell, but received his voice message instead. On impulse, she looked up the number for GIO products and dialed it. When she asked for Damien, they informed her he was in a meeting. She laid her head back against the couch in the break room, creased her forehead and clicked her phone off. He'd never really told her what he did at GIO, but he must be a supervisor of some sort. It could explain how he had enough money to redecorate his apartment. She rolled her neck, releasing the tight muscles due to the stressful morning. The door squeaked open. Max entered and headed for the soda machine, not noticing her curled against the corner of the couch. He looked nice today, which wasn't any different from how he looked every day, but her heart didn't leap like it used to. Her hands didn't moisten with the thought of talking to him. She smiled. Now she could treat him like she treated all of her coworkers, well, almost all of them, anyway. After the soda can rolled from the machine and into his hand, Max straightened and turned. When his eyes landed on her, he stopped. At first, his eyes widened, and then a smile replaced his worried expression. What a busy morning, huh? She nodded. It's been a while since we've been this hectic. At least we'll have plenty to cover for the 5 o'clock news. True. She swung her legs to the floor and stood. I've been meaning to ask, how are your eyes? He chuckled. Fine. I really worried I'd gouged them out or something. He leaned against the counter as he opened his can. No, it's nothing that awful. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I hurt you like that. He shrugged. It's my own fault. I should have known to block. She walked over and stood beside him. So you're not angry with me? Of course not. She let out a heavy sigh. Good. I'd hate to think we'd just become friends and I've upset you already. He shook his head and playfully punched her shoulder. Don't worry about it, Cindy. She smiled and turned toward the door. Gotta go. Catch you later. As she passed through the door, her heart lifted with relief. She'd actually carried on a normal conversation with him without stammering. And she'd actually left without bringing him any harm. Her luck must be improving. Thanks to Damien. She walked by Amanda's desk. Her coworker leaned her elbows on her desk, her fingers rubbing her forehead. Long, red waves of hair blanketed around her face like a shroud. "Hey, are you okay?" Amanda looked up and smiled, although not fully. She swiped the hair away from her face. "Yes. Just a little tired from this morning's rush of events." "How are you?" "I'm exhausted, too." Her coworker picked up a piece of paper and handed it to her. "Got another story, but it's not pressing news. I thought you might want to take a look at it, anyway." "Sure. I'll handle it." She turned to leave. "Cindy." She glanced over her shoulder. "You look different for some reason. There's a sparkle in your eyes I've not seen before." She tilted her head to the side. "Did you get lucky with Max?" Taken unaware, heat rushed to Cindy's cheeks, embarrassment leaving her speechless. Yet her luck wasn't with Max at all. "Actually, I'm not dating Max." Amanda's eyes widened. "Really?" "Nope. I'm in love with my Italian neighbor." She grinned, turned and left Amanda gaping after her. Although, she didn't mind bragging about the fact that she and Damien were an item now, she needed to prepare herself. Her coworkers would soon ask questions, and she didn't need her face to shine like a beacon. She sank into her chair and set the paper in front of her. She glanced at the typed words, not really reading it until two words made her pause. GIO products. She frowned and leaned closer. It looked as if the vice president of one of their competitors, Herbal Sensations, was buying up GIO's stocks. Her heart quickened as her gaze flew over the typed words. Nothing made sense. She'd have to do some poking around into the story to see what was really going on. It looks as if she'd have to call Liza Scapali. Cindy let out a frustrated groan and threaded her fingers through her hair. Liza was Damien's ex-girlfriend. Could she carry on a conversation with the woman who'd broken his heart so many years ago? And to think the woman betrayed him with Max. How awful. Cindy turned toward her computer and typed in a search for Herbal Sensations, then found Liza's phone number. From the internet article, it seemed the company was started not too long after Liza and Damien had split, if she remembered her dates correctly. She arched an eyebrow. Damien had called her a scheming woman, so what were the odds Liza wanted more? Gritting her teeth, Cindy shook her head. Well, if she had anything to do with it, she'd make sure Liza was exposed as a corrupt woman. She picked up the phone and dialed the number. After 2 rings, a soft voice answered. Cindy cleared her throat. "May I speak to Liza Scapali?" "This is she." "Hi, I'm Cynthia Randall from Rock Springs Channel 9 News. We got a tip about the power struggle between Herbal Sensations and GIO products. If it's all right with you, we'd like to interview you." "Pardon me. What did you say your name was?" "Cynthia Randall with Rock Springs." The woman on the other end gasped. "Cindy Randall?" Yes." She cleared her throat again. "As I was saying, if it's all right with you, I'd like to send a reporter out." "Why can't you interview me?" Cindy's mouth hung open. She'd never had someone ask her that. Well, because I'm not a reporter. I'm the research producer. I just called to set up the interviews. What if I told you I won't talk to anyone but you?" Her heart jumped to her throat. Why was this lady being so impossible? Did Liza know about her and Damien? What were the odds? Yet she must. She'd called her Cindy, not Cynthia. "Well, Miss Scapali, the only way we could conduct the interview is with a reporter and cameraman. I'll be willing to talk to you, but I can't do the interview without my other team members. Do you understand? So you wouldn't mind meeting me a half hour before the interview?" "No, not at all." "Splendid. How about this afternoon sometime? Say about 2. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 1 hour away. "That sounds fine. Where can I meet you?" How about Norman's Cafe on 12th Street? It's just up the street from the company building, anyhow. Good. I'll see you at 2. She hung up the phone and blinked. Why did this woman want to meet with her first? Her heart raced. What was really going on? Chapter 16. Thoughts swirled in Cindy's head as she made her way down the hall toward the copy room. What could Liza possibly want to talk to her about? Cindy felt the woman somehow knew about her and Damien. Worry was eating a hole in her belly just imagining some of the things that woman might want to say. Cindy prayed Liza was not still hung up on Damien because if she was, she would not want to let go of the sexy Italian man so easily. Now the question was, did Cindy have it in her to fight for the man she loved? If Liza was as calculating as Damien had mentioned, she would definitely pull some crappy stunts to win back Damien. Cynthia. She stopped in her tracks, closed her eyes, and slowly counted to 10 under her breath. Now was not the time to deal with Fran. Once she reached 10, she released the breath she was holding, and turned around to meet the supervisor. The older woman marched down the hall, her 2 idiotic daughters following behind. Their scowls were aimed directly at Cindy. Inwardly, she groaned. What now? Yes, Mrs. Tremaine. The 3 stopped right in front of Cindy. Fran folded her arms and gave her an evil eye. Cindy was used to Fran's fierce expressions, but this one really worried her. I have a problem with the information you gave me the other day. Fran lifted her chin a little higher. The information you found about Donald Cruz is not good enough. I wanted more. She shook her head. I've been very displeased with your performance of late. Yeah, and tell her about my desk, Anna added, bumping her arm against her mother. Cindy wanted to roll her eyes, but refrained for now. What was wrong with your desk? Anna stepped a little closer, her piercing gaze could have sliced through steel. You moved my phone. She can't be serious. Your phone. You're mad because I moved your phone 5 inches. Yes. Because you moved my phone, when I tried to answer it, I knocked over my orange juice. And well, now I have to get a new keyboard because the juice ran onto my keyboard and ruined it. Cindy shrugged. So get a new keyboard. I'm sure you've spilled drinks on it before, since food is always cluttering your desk. Oh. Anna sucked in a quick breath as her head swung to her mother. Did you hear the way she talks to me? I told you she's not very nice. Cindy couldn't stop it this time, and she rolled her eyes before turning her attention to Drizella. And what did I do that you don't like? Dre eyes arched an eyebrow. You scheduled one of my appointments at the same exact time I'm having my nails done. Oh, good grief. Was your nail appointment on your calendar? No. Well, that's the reason I scheduled it during that time. If you had it on your calendar, I wouldn't have scheduled over it. Anger boiled inside of her hotter than she'd ever let it get to her before when talking to these imbeciles. But she just couldn't stop herself this time. She'd held back far too long as it was. Drizella's mouth hung open as she slowly shook her head. Thankfully, she was at a loss for words. But Cindy wasn't. She switched her attention to Fran again. And as for you and the information, Cindy began, her voice slowly rising in irritation, if you have told me exactly what you wanted, perhaps I could have found it. But you didn't. All you told me is that you needed more information. If my work didn't satisfy you, you have only yourself to blame. I'm not a mind reader, you know. The shocked expression on Fran's face was priceless, but Cindy's words only made the older woman's face grow redder. Both of her daughters' faces were turning into turnips, as well. Why, you insolent little fool! Fran snapped. How dare you talk to your supervisor in that tone? Are you aware that I could fire you for that? Cindy bunched her hands into fists so hard that her fingernails dug into her palms. I'm only sticking up for myself. She growled. For 2 years I have had to put up with the crap you and your vindictive daughters have dished out to me, but I can't hold my tongue any longer. The 3 of you are nothing but bullies, and if I'm not mistaken, the world frowns upon bullies nowadays. In fact, she took a breath as a ray of sunshine peeked through the torrid clouds in her head. I'm sure I could create a segment for our news about bullying in the workplace, and you would be the first person accused. She took a quick breath and quickly continued before the hag could say anything. And I'm not the only one. I've seen you bully several others who work for Channel 9, and I'm sure they would gladly help me with this segment. Fran gasped louder than her daughters and walked right up to Cindy. Their faces were only a few inches apart. Cindy didn't back down this time. Her heartbeat hammered so fast she thought she'd have a heart attack, but she hoped it would wait until after she finished saying what she'd been holding inside of her for 2 years. How dare you? Fran's voice boomed in the hallway. I will not stand here and have you speak to me and my daughters like that. Fine then. Cindy shrugged nonchalantly. Then I suggest you and your daughters go back to your offices, because if you continue to stand here and keep me from doing my job, I will undoubtedly continue to speak to you like that. That's enough. Fran sliced her hand through the hair. You are fired. Cindy's chest clenched. Could Fran fire her, or did the woman have to get approval from her father, the big boss, first? Her mind scrambled to think of something intelligent to say, but before words formed in her mind, a man's voice boomed through the hallway, practically shaking the walls. Actually, Cindy is not fired. Gasps rang through the air, and Cindy didn't know which one was louder, hers or the other three. They all turned toward the voice. The owner of the news station, Gus Carlton, stood with his arms folded over his massive chest, aiming a heated glare at his daughter. Father? Grandfather? The other ladies murmured at the same time. Cindy tightened her mouth, trying not to say anything. Gus had always liked Cindy and what she'd contributed to the news station. Would he stand up for her now when faced with his very own daughter and granddaughters? Fran gulped hard. Father? What do you mean she's not fired? Didn't you hear what she said to me? Slowly, he walked toward them, keeping his focus on Fran. I have heard rumors lately that my daughter has been bullying my employees. I finally decided to come see for myself, and it looks like they were right. He stopped beside Cindy. When he looked at her, his expression softened as he slid his arm around her shoulders. Cindy has always been a dedicated employee, and one of the better employees I've had, in fact. He moved his gaze back to Fran. There is no way I'm going to let her go just because she's trying to defend herself against you and your daughters. But father, you don't understand. I understand more than you think, he snapped. Cindy is not fired, however, you and your daughters will pack your desks this very day and leave the news station because you all are fired. I won't have my wonderful employees being victimized by you and your daughters any longer. Cindy's heart soared with happiness as tears pricked her eyes. Gus really couldn't have arrived at a better time. How could she possibly repay this man for saving her job? All at once, Fran and the other two girls started arguing. The longer Gus shook his head, the arguing turned in the wails. Cindy couldn't believe the three women would want to embarrass themselves in such a way, since she was sure the whole office could hear this exchange. I've heard quite enough. Gus held up his hand, silencing his family. I'm not changing my mind. I tried to give you three a chance by showing me how well you could work in an office, but it's clear to me that you can't work in my news station without thinking everyone is your slaves. He shooed them with his hands. Now get back to your desks immediately and start packing. He looked at Cindy. Would you contact security and let them know what's going on so they can come and assist these three? She grinned so wide her cheeks hurt. Yes, sir. She spun around and headed toward the security guard's desk. Just as she had figured, the whole office had been standing around, watching the commotion. As Cindy passed, she received high fives, nods of approval, and relieved smiles from everyone. Chuckling to herself, she realized that Cinderella had finally won. Indeed, things were looking good for her future now. The minutes ticked by in slow motion. After the three evil Tremaines left the office, and everyone rejoiced, Cyndi fidgeted in her chair and glanced at the clock, waiting for the time to arrive for when she'd go and meet Liza. What did Damien's ex want to talk to her about? The uncertainty would drive her crazy. To keep her mind off Liza, she turned to her internet to look up GIO products to learn more about them. The name Giovanni leapt off the page and made her pause. Any relation to Damien, perhaps? She leaned forward and continued to read. When she came across the president of the company's name, she gasped. Damien? It couldn't be. He'd lied to her. Suffocation tightened her chest. She rubbed the ache beginning in her forehead as she tried to remember the few times they'd talked about GIO products. He hadn't really mentioned he was the president, just that he worked there. Maybe he just figured she already knew. She let out a deep sigh, blowing her confusion out between her lips with it. Yes, that was it. He hadn't really lied to her, he just thought she knew. She hoped, anyway. She picked up the phone and dialed GIO products again, but asked to speak to the president of the company. The receptionist gave her to a sweet lady who said she was the vice president, Bella Giovanni. Cyndi tried to set up a time to interview her, but Bella said she let her son handle these things, and unfortunately, he was in a meeting. The woman was kind enough to take down her name and phone number, though. As the time for Liza's interview neared, Cyndi's stomach twisted in knots. Meeting this woman couldn't be any different than meeting any of the other people they'd set up for interviews, yet to tell her nervous system this was a different story. She drove to the cafe alone. Her crew would meet her at Herbal Sensations in a half hour. Her heart knocked an uneven rhythm, so she took big breaths, trying to calm herself. Miss Scapali probably just wanted to be reassured of what the news station would ask during their interview. But then why did the woman ask her to repeat the name Cyndi? After finding a parking spot, she killed the engine and climbed out of her vehicle, clenching her hands the whole time. Reassuring herself everything would be all right didn't work. Nervous butterflies fluttered out of control in her stomach. 3 steps into the cafe, she stopped and looked around. Sitting at a table for 2 in the far corner of the room, a woman with long black hair and a body made for a swimsuit model, raised her gaze and met Cyndi's. It had to be Liza Scapali. The name fit the woman who slowly stood. Taking a deep breath, Cyndi straightened and walked toward the other woman. Liza Scapali? The lady's smile stretched. Cyndi Randall? Cyndi held out her hand in greeting. Yes. Liza's weak handshake lasted only a second before the other woman stepped away and slid into her chair. It's nice to meet you. She motioned to the empty chair. Please have a seat. Would you like a drink? Liza turned and waved at the waitress who hurried over to their table. Cyndi clutched her purse to her stomach and Saturday, sure. Ice water with a slice of lemon, please. The waitress nodded then left. Cyndi cleared her throat. Miss Scapali, how do you know me? One of the woman's perfectly waxed eyebrows lifted. You don't know. Releasing an uneasy chuckle, she shrugged. Well, I know, I just didn't think you knew about. You and Damien? Cyndi nodded. Liza's sultry laugh floated through the air as she drew her finger around the rim of her iced tea glass. I make it my business to know what's going on in Damien's life. Cyndi's breath caught in her throat, jealousy closing in like cold fingers trying to choke her. Obviously, Liza still wanted to be part of Damien's life, but was it only for business dealings? She tightened her grasp around the straps of her purse and swallowed against the cotton dryness in her mouth. Are you aware my reporter will be asking you questions about your involvement with GIO products? And the reason you have been buying stocks from a competitor's market? Liza's mischievous grin didn't leave her face even when she lifted the drink to her mouth and sipped. Her deep brown eyes kept Cyndi's attention, but secrets lurked behind those depths. Do I really want to know about their past? Could she handle the knowledge? Chapter 17. Damien strolled out of the elevator with a whistle on his lips. As he moved toward his office, he realized he carried himself straighter today, and even had a slight bounce in his step. He tapped his fingers on the handle of his briefcase to the beat of the tune in his head, the same song he'd heard Cyndi sing that night he'd helped her fix dinner for Max. Love did crazy things to a man, and he'd never been happier. Running errands this morning had kept him away from the office, but at least he could rest assured Liza couldn't sink her fangs into his throat again or the necks of his shareholders. The lobby wasn't as crowded this afternoon, and he nodded to a few employees as he walked down the hall. The phone on his secretary's desk buzzed with a call, and she answered. When he neared, she stretched her hand out, palm forward, and stopped him. "Can you please hold?" she asked the caller, then pressed the button. "Mr. Giovanni, your mother needs to see you as soon as possible." He nodded. "I'll go right now." He hurried to his mother's office, his smile stretching the closer he came. He'd not told his mother everything about the new women in his life, and he couldn't wait to tell her now. His mother would love Cyndi and welcome her with open arms. His mother would even become ecstatic to learn he was going to start going to church again. He knocked twice before opening the door a crack and peeking his head inside. "Are you decent?" He chuckled. The dark-haired woman's head snapped up from the files she'd been examining and met his stare. "Oh, Damiano, you're here." She placed a hand on her chest and sighed. Worry etched the soft lines of her creased forehead and her lips were pursed. He stepped in and closed the door. "Mother? What's wrong?" She pushed away from the desk and stood. Her brisk walk brought her in front of him within seconds, her hands wringing against her stomach. "I just don't know what to do." He patted her shoulder. "What happened?" "I think Liza Scappali is up to something different this time. A producer from Rock Springs Channel 9 News called this afternoon to make an appointment with me, but I told her you were the one to handle this." Panic swelled within his chest and he frowned. "Handle what?" "Somehow the media knows Liza is buying our stocks. I believe they want to see what she's up to, and I'm worried what that woman will say to reporters if given the chance." Cold fear closed around his heart and squeezed. His mother didn't even know the half of it. Liza could stir up a hornet's nest even in the dead of winter, with frozen bees, no less. He grasped his mother's hands to stop their trembling. "I'll keep the news station away from us, I promise." She shook her head. "I'm not worried about that. What frightens me is the very thought of that woman being interviewed by Channel 9. If they called us, they'll certainly call her." "Someone from the station called you?" "Yes." The beat of his heart worked overtime, hammering against his ribs like an Indian war drum, making it hard to breathe. "Mother? Do you remember the person from the news station who called?" She shrugged. "A sweet woman who sounded fairly young. I think her name is Shirley Randolph or Brindy Radin." She scrunched her forehead and tapped her chin. Then her eyes brightened and she smiled. "No, I got it all wrong. The woman's name was Cynthia Randall." "Oh, no." He rushed out of the room toward his office. When he neared his secretary, he snapped, "Get me Herbal Sensations on the phone. I need to speak with Liza Scappali. Immediately." He hurried into his office and slammed the door. He tossed his briefcase on the desk and cursed again. This can't be happening. Just as he finally found a woman who could make him truly happy, he was in the brink of losing her just because his greedy ex couldn't let go. He knew what Liza was up to without having to ask the sneaky woman. Running his fingers through his hair, he paced the length of the room. When his speakerphone buzzed, he ran to his desk and grabbed the handset. "Mr. Giovanni?" "I have Mr. Jacobs on the line." Damien swallowed hard. "Mr. Jacobs, may I please speak with your associate, Liza Scappali?" The man on the other end cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, Mr. Giovanni, but Miss Scappali has stepped out. She's doing an interview with Channel 9 as we speak." Damien slammed the phone on the receiver. As fast as his fingers could punch in the numbers, he dialed Cyndi's office phone. After 5 rings it was answered, but the voice wasn't the woman he loved. Is Cindy there? I'm sorry. She's out of the office. May I take a message? Who's this? Amanda. He blew out a sigh between his teeth. Amanda, this is Damien Giovanni. We met at the Christmas party the other night. The woman laughed. Yes, I remember. How can I help you? I need to know where Cindy is interviewing Liza Scapali, the vice president of Herbal Sensations. It's very important I'm at that interview. Well, we usually like to interview each company separately. Amanda, it's an emergency. Please, could you help me? He pleaded frantically. Well, all right. The interview's going to be in front of Herbal Sensations building, but Cindy was going to meet Miss Scapali in person at Norman's Cafe first. What time? It looks like it's about that time right now. Thank you. He hung up and dashed out the door. Cindy narrowed her gaze at the woman across the table from her and arched an eyebrow. Miss Scapali, is Damien aware you're stalking him? Liza tilted back her head and released a throaty laugh. When she met Cindy's stare, Liza shook her head. Honey, you don't know what you're talking about. Stalking is not the correct word in this particular situation. Cindy rested her arms on the edge of the table and leaned forward. Is it correct to assume, then, you're trying to take over GIO products? Is that why you've been keeping a close eye on him? The woman let out another laugh that made Cindy want to do the unchristian thing and reach across the table to slap her. Instead, she fisted her hands, knowing that violence was not the answer. Miss Randall, I believe you need to leave these kinds of questions for your reporter. Cindy scowled. Then tell me why I'm here. Why did you want to meet with me in person? The other lady shrugged. I wanted to see what I was up against. She tilted her head. Up against? What's that supposed to mean? The vicious smile on Liza's face widened. That means I'm seeing what obstacles are standing in Damien's way. Why would you care? Your relationship with him is over. It ended 7 years ago. True, but I'd still like to continue our business relationship. Cindy clenched her teeth. No matter what that woman called it, she still wanted Damien for herself, and Cindy wasn't going to give up without a fight. The waitress finally brought over Cindy's ice water, and she gulped it down, needing something to cool her temper. So what did Liza really want? To size her up? To see what kind of competition she was up against? She set her glass down on the table. So, now that you've met me, what do you think? After she asked, she inwardly cringed. Why did she ask such a stupid question? It was like being thrown out on the stage in her underwear for everybody to gawk at. In Liza's case, the woman would throw daggers. Cindy had opened herself up for ridicule, so now she had to grin and take it when it came. Liza leaned back in her chair and folded her arms. What do I think? Honestly? No, I want you to lie. Of course. Liza took a deep breath. Well, I'm surprised Damien is attracted to someone like you. Although I think you're very sweet and you have a pleasant smile, the man I know wouldn't go out with such a modestly dressed woman, or one so reserved. Cindy brought her hand up to the top button on her pink blouse and swallowed hard. He likes worldly women, Liza continued. You don't appear to be like that. Besides, Damien doesn't usually go out with quirky women. I've done a little checking on you, and I've heard about your past relationships with men. Okay, maybe I do want you to lie to me. Cindy nodded. In other words, you don't believe he'd go out with someone like me because I'm not, like you? Liza flipped her hand in the air. You could say that, I suppose. It's just hard to believe he'd settle for you. When he could have someone like you, right? Cindy scowled. The other woman's light laughter sent sickening chills down Cindy's spine. Damien was right. This woman was malicious, and very evil. If Cindy wasn't representing Channel 9 right now, she'd take her outside and teach her a lesson in manners. Miss Scapali, thank you for your honesty. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. She took another big gulp from her ice water, then scooted away from the table. But the truth is, I'm the woman with Damien right now, and I plan to keep it that way. Is that a warning, Miss Randall? Cindy reached into her purse, pulled out $5 and tossed it on the table. Take it however you'd like. She forced her best smile. Now, would you mind if I follow you over to your company to meet my crew? Not at all. Liza threw a $10 bill next to the other and stood. As the model-type woman walked in front of her, Cindy's blood boiled. Or was it jealousy rushing through her veins? Liza was everything she wasn't. Tall, shapely, and beautiful. Could Damien be happy with someone as plain as Cynthia Randall? When they walked out of the cafe, Liza turned to her. Cindy, I can see you really have deep feelings for Damien, but I think I should be the one warning you. She arched an eyebrow. Why? Because he goes through women like he does his socks. You seem like such a nice woman, and he'll only break your heart. Cindy stopped beside her car and leaned against it. Then why do you want him? I told you. It's for a business relationship only. So why don't I believe you? If you want him for just his company, why would you insist on eliminating the competition? Liza folded her arms across her chest. If you really knew Damien, you'd know. She shook her head. Cindy, he's a secretive man. She lifted her chin. I think you have him all wrong. He doesn't hide anything from me. One corner of the other woman's lips quirked upward. I can promise you, he's hidden something from you. He can't help it. It's just his way. Uncertainty shot through Cindy's mind again. If given the chance, would he have told me about being president? Come to think about it, last night they both had something they were going to confess, but Cindy went first. Damien never did say anything about what he wanted to get off his chest. I think we'd better get going, Miss Scapali, or we'll be late. All the way to Herbal Sensations, Cindy's temper simmered. Why did this woman have to come along and make her doubt everything? Last night with Damien had been a dream come true. And now doubts were sneaking in her mind, even though she tried not to let them. What if she wasn't good enough for him? What if she didn't meet all of Damien's expectations? He'd been with several women in the 6 months she'd known him and they were all like Liza. What if he did try to keep his profession from her? She gripped the steering wheel tighter. Why did she have to think this way? Liza was the villain, even Damien knew it. He'd explained what she'd done 7 years ago, so what made Cindy have doubts now? She shouldn't. Liza had no hold over him. None whatsoever. She released a sigh and chuckled from relief. By the time she arrived at Herbal Sensations parking lot, the restriction had left her chest and she could smile easier. At least she didn't want to scratch the Wicked Witch of the West's eyes out. Her crew had set up, and the reporter was ready to begin as soon as Liza added more makeup. Cindy rolled her eyes. Like the woman needed more. Are you ready? Cindy asked. Liza nodded. Now remember, this isn't live, so if there's something we ask that's out of line, we can cut it out of the final version. Thank you, Miss Randall, I'm aware of this. Okay. She clapped her hands and turned, but Liza placed a hand on her shoulder. I want you to listen really close to my interview. You might just learn something new. She winked. Liza stepped away with the reporter. Cindy scowled, and her stomach twisted with insecurity. That evil woman was at it again. Would she ever relent? Soon the taping started and the questions were thrown out. The wind picked up and turned the weather to a bitter chill. Bundling her coat around her neck, Cindy stood against a tree and listened to everything. Apparently, Liza assumed she should combine her company with GIO products, but the owners of GIO were not complying with her wishes. That woman overdramatized everything, even drooped her lips into a pout. Cindy rolled her eyes. How pathetic. Ms. Scapali, Tamara, the reporter asked, why do you feel GIO products should allow you to become their partner? Liza's gaze moved and rested on Cindy. Prickles ran up her spine. Something was going to happen. Her sickening stomach warned her. An evil spark touched Liza's eyes and she gave a malicious grin. Because 7 years ago, Damien Giovanni and I created the idea for herbal sensations. Now that he's the president of GIO Products, I thought I should bring herbal sensations back home, so to speak. Cindy sucked in her breath. Could this be the secret Liza hinted about? Ms. Scapali, Tamara continued, why would Mr. Giovanni let you take those ideas created between the two of you and start another company? Liza's focus remained on Cindy. Because after our divorce, it was my half of our assets. A gasp sprang from Cindy's mouth and she quickly covered it with her hand. A sharp pain twisted her stomach as if someone had just socked their fist into her middle. Yet at the same time, an invisible knife tore into her heart. Tears swam in her eyes and a knot the size of Texas formed in her throat. Divorced? No, this couldn't be. Damien would have told her that. But not once did he mention he'd been married before. From the parking lot, the squealing of tires pulled her thoughts from the interview and she glanced over her shoulder. Damien's black Porsche jerked to a stop and the door flew open. The man she realized she didn't really know jumped out and looked at her. Her stomach rolled, and everything around her spun out of control. She placed a hand on her head to steady herself. She couldn't talk to him. Not now, and not in front of Liza. She didn't want to hear the shrill of laughter from the devious woman, nor see the lying eyes of the man she loved. Heaven help me. Cindy knows. Like a tidal wave, guilt flooded his soul and nearly drowned him. Why hadn't he told her sooner? He'd known she wasn't anything like Liza, yet he still hesitated on being honest and giving his whole heart to her. Cindy swayed against the tree, her hands holding her head as if it would burst. He rushed across the parking lot and up the slope of green grass to her. Just as he neared, she opened her eyes and met his stare. Her face had turned chalky white. His gut clenched with dread. Go away, she whispered. Cindy, we need to talk. She closed her eyes and rested her head against the trunk of the tree. Not now. I'm at work. Mi amore, let me take you to my car. You look like you're going to pass out. I'll be fine. Her voice wavered, increasing the pain in his heart. No, you're not. She peeked at him, then glanced over her shoulder to where the interview still took place. You're making a scene, she spat. I'm not, and you know it. He grasped her shoulders, but she yanked away. Her body swayed again, and he wrapped his arms around her, holding her to his chest. Damien. If you don't let me take you to my car, I'll cause a scene, and the camera will be on us instead of the one talking to your reporter. She brought her hands between their bodies and pressed against his chest. Her gaze rose to his, the fire in her depths nearly piercing through him. I don't want to talk to you right now. Why? Because, I need time to think about what I've just learned. Big, soulful blue eyes, currently red-rimmed and puffy, pleaded with him, even as they filled with tears. I'm also afraid if we talk right now, I'm going to say something I'll regret later, because I'm not pleased with the way you've been so honest with me when I've been so open with you. Fear slammed into his chest, weighing him down. He dropped his arms and stepped back. She braced her hands on the tree for support. Lord, don't let me lose her. He couldn't force her either. He nodded. I'll give you some space. But know one thing. I love you. His voice cracked from emotion building in his chest. Gut-wrenching, shoulder-trembling sobs consumed her, slowly shredding his insides. With his heart dragging, he turned and walked to his car, hoping her sweet voice would call out and stop him. He opened the door and climbed in, but still he'd yet to hear her. He closed the door. Tears stung his eyes when he started the engine. He glanced up the green hill to the tree. She wasn't there. He scoped the area, but couldn't see where she'd gone. With a heavy chest and a knot in his throat, he pulled out of the parking lot and away from Cindy. Chapter 18. Cyndi curled up on the sofa, her knees pulled tight against her chest. She stared through swollen eyes across the room. Amanda had been generous enough to let her stay with her for a few days, a few lonely, soul-searching days. She either wanted to forget Damien or forgive him. Right now she could do neither. The hours at work seemed to pass in slow motion, and when it was time to go home, her exhausted mind and body nearly dragged as she entered Amanda's apartment and to the couch. After 2 days, she decided to take some time off. Damien hadn't tried to call her, and she hadn't been home since the day of Liza's interview. He'd sent flowers and cards to her office, reminding her again that he loved her. Loved her? How could he love her when he couldn't even be honest with her? Why didn't he trust her enough to tell her the truth? She'd bared her soul to him, showed him the accident-prone side to her existence, and still he couldn't be sincere. She'd even shared with him her personal memory of her grandfather. No, he didn't love her. Not in the way she wanted to be loved. Was that asking too much? Amanda had returned from work an hour earlier, and was now out with some friends. Her co-worker had confessed that she and her husband hadn't been living together for over 5 months. It certainly explained why Amanda had more of a carefree attitude about life lately. If a woman like Amanda couldn't hold on to a guy, what sort of chance did Cyndi have? Were all relationships doomed to fail? She lifted up on her elbow and swiped the hair off her forehead. She glanced around Amanda's front room, 2 love seats, 1 coffee table, bookcase holding a few novels, television and stereo, but nothing to keep her interest. She sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Up until now, Damien had been the one keeping her busy. Her heart clenched and she cursed her wayward mind. Why had she let him sweep her off her feet so easily? Did he only want one thing from her, the one thing she would not give to any man until she was married? She gritted her teeth. He'd been a player when she'd met him, so perhaps this was his method of wooing a woman. She stood, walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Nothing looked appetizing. Not even the chocolate cake donuts with nuts sprinkled in the icing sitting in the box on the counter. Sighing, she pushed the refrigerator door closed, turned and walked back to the guest room she'd been staying in. She plopped down on the bed and glanced at the nightstand. She'd brought her diary from home and it lay next to the lamp. Way number 9, Great Memories. When you're together, make it memorable. Create memories by taking pictures or writing in a journal. Tears formed in her eyes once again. As much as she'd cried lately, it was a wonder there was still enough liquid left in her body. She picked up the diary and flipped open to a page. She skimmed over the words. It was the day she'd moved in and met her gorgeous neighbor for the first time. He'd offered to help with moving the heavier objects, showing off by lifting more things at once than the moving men had done. Biting her bottom lip from the memory, she tried not to grin. She even remembered the gray shirt that clung to his muscles, and how she'd tried really hard not to stare at them. Okay, maybe she didn't try hard enough. She was human, right? After her belongings were inside the townhouse and the moving men had left, Damien stayed to give further assistance. Immediately, she knew what he'd wanted, and she knew he would not get it. At that moment, she'd taken him off her list of future interests. She turned to another page. This was the day Tim had broken up with her. He'd accused her of not being serious in their relationship. He also mentioned how he wanted to live longer than 30 years and staying with her would only mean dying early. Letting out a snort, she rolled her eyes. He'd always been overdramatic. On a different page was the night she was almost mugged. While in Damien's protective arms after the incident, she'd been overcome with comfort. It was at that point she realized he'd make a good friend. When had everything changed? When did her feelings change and she started thinking more about Damien than Max? When he kissed her after the Christmas party? Or was it when he stood by her side to help prepare that disastrous cinnamon chicken dinner? A sob tore from her throat and she buried her face in the pillow. Why did falling in love have to hurt so much? Was finding a man and keeping him longer than 3 months worth it? She straightened and sat cross-legged on the bed, then reached for a pen. After finding an empty page, she finished the story with Damien's lies by omission. She wrote about what Liza had said, and especially, what Damien had done and what he hadn't told her. Tears fell faster the more she wrote, but the anguish in her heart lightened. By the time she finished, exhaustion weakened her body, like a great weight had been lifted. The heartache was over. It was time to get on with her life, just as she'd done with the other men. She'd give herself another month, and then if she felt like it, she'd get back to finding Mr. Perfect. Even if there wasn't such a thing as perfect. Damien leaned his elbows on the conference room table as he stared at the shareholders surrounding the oblong piece of furniture. Conversations moved around the room, many concerning Liza and herbal sensations. He tuned it out and focused on his own problems, Cindy, and how to win her back. Since the disastrous day of Liza's interview with Channel 9, he'd gone through his normal routine, taking it one day at a time. To his mother's delight, he attended church with her and realized what he'd been missing all these years. When had he stopped believing in God? Then again, he never stopped believing, he'd just stopped practicing his faith. He realized now is when he needed God the most. Damien prayed more since meeting Cindy than he had for several years. Emptiness consumed his heart and pain numbed his mind. He'd sent Cindy flowers with cards that simply said I love you. She hadn't called or even acknowledged the gesture. He waited every day for her to come home from work, but she didn't. Her townhouse stood empty for almost 2 weeks now. As each day passed, his heart broke a little more. He'd do anything to get her back, even beg on his knees if he thought it would help. Yet knowing Cindy, that probably wouldn't be the key to winning her heart. Winning her heart. A smile tugged on his lips, but he fought the urge. Whether she knew it or not, he'd been using the same 10 ways with her that she'd been using for Max. They'd worked until Liza had opened her lying mouth. Then again, it was his own fault Cindy had been hurt. If he'd been honest with her from the beginning, none of this would have happened. In the beginning, he hadn't wanted to give her his heart. Women were all alike, all like his ex-wife anyway. Except for Cindy. She'd shown him there really were women out there who could love without knowing the size of a man's bank account. Women like Cindy didn't come along every day, and now he was devastated without her. Hopes of rekindling what they had were slim to none. It had been almost 2 weeks since he'd last seen her, since he'd seen her big blue eyes filled with tears and the betraying look she threw at him. Pain twisted in his gut. Would he ever feel better? Why couldn't he have treated her differently? Why did he have to compare her to all the women he'd dated? All those women were like his employees that he'd dismiss at the snap of his fingers and never think about again. He broke out of his thoughts and straightened. That's it. Of course, it wouldn't solve his problem with Cindy, but it would disentangle this mess with Liza. For the first time in days, he smiled, even if it wasn't fully. Clearing his throat, he drew the attention of the shareholders. Gentlemen, I have a plan. Sign on the dotted line. Damien pushed the legal agreement across his desk. Everything is just as you requested. You'll work under me and my mother as the Assistant Vice President of GIO Products. Liza lifted her chin, and that genuine Cheshire grin stretched across her lips as she picked up the pen and signed her name. You don't know how happy you've made me, Damien. It's going to be wonderful working with you again. He forced a smile. After I had time to think about it, your offer made sense. Herbal Sensations is a great company, it just needed the extra backing. Now that I've bought it from you and Dale, we'll be able to give it the push it needs to rise to the top once again. He pulled back their contract and set it to the side of his desk. You know you're working under me and my mother. You'll be like her assistant, but still be able to manage Herbal Sensations as if it were your own just as per your stipulations upon selling. She reached over and tapped his hand. You made a wise decision, Damien. You won't regret it, I promise. He slid his chair back and stood. Would you like a tour of the company? Or would you like to see your office first? She laughed. I'd like to see my office first, and then have a tour of the company, as long as you'll be my guide. Of course. He stepped around his desk and led her to the door. Opening it for her, he let her walk through before following. If all went well, he'd be able to end this farce in a few days. With all this fake smiling, he was certain his cheeks would grow numb from the effort. Just as his employees had promised, they greeted Liza with wide smiles and praise. He'd have to make sure to give them a raise after this. When he opened the door to her new office and she got a glimpse of the inside, her wide eyes sparkled. He could swear he saw dollar signs in her gaze. She had to test out her white leather swivel chair and even make it swing around a few times. She slid the oak drawers in and out before standing. Linking her fingers together, she then clasped them against her stomach. Oh, Damien. This is wonderful. I still feel as if all of this is a dream. He chuckled and leaned back against the wall, folding his arms across his chest. No, it's not a dream. Reality will sink in soon, I promise. She hurried to him and linked her arm around his elbow. I'm ready for the tour now. He peeled her hand away from him. Liza. You're my employee now. This isn't allowed. Oh. She pulled herself straight. You're right. I need to act professional in public. Exactly. When they passed by his mother talking to a coworker, she smiled. Liza, welcome to GIO Products. Liza wrapped her arms around his mother's shoulders for a small hug. Thanks, Bella. It's good to finally be here, working beside Damien again. Inwardly, he boiled. How he loathed her. The rest of the tour went the same way. Liza appearing overly excited about meeting everyone, and they in turn acted as if they were welcoming her with open arms. Damien tried to keep his expression solemn. He didn't want to show how he truly despised her and worried that if he smiled too much, she'd notice how fake it really was. When the tour was over and she went to her office, he hurried back to his to take some aspirins. He needed it to reduce his headache. Acting as if he liked that woman took every ounce of strength. He couldn't wait until it was over. The day passed quickly and as Liza was leaving, she poked her head in his office. Hey, are you ready to go home? She asked. No. I still have a lot of work. So I can't talk you into going out to dinner. I bet you're hungry. Sorry, Liza. Not tonight. I'm not hungry anyway. She shrugged then left. He breathed a relieved sigh. The sooner he could get rid of her, the better. Her second day of work was pretty much the same, and he wished she'd hurry and mess up so he could get rid of her. By the time lunchtime came around, he was ready to scream. He kept his bald hands inside his suit jacket. Knowing she was looking for him, he dodged her, hiding behind corners and even locking himself in the executive bathroom for a while. By the end of the day, he was ready for bed. Day number 3 actually kept him busy and he didn't need to find an excuse to stay away from Liza. He'd been called out of town for a meeting, and couldn't wait to get away from her. On his way out the door, his mother gave him the A-OK sign with her finger and thumb. He'd catch that devious Liza in the act if it was the last thing he did. The afternoon meeting went quickly, which brought him back to what he'd wanted to do for a couple of days now. Across the street from his office building, he sat in a borrowed car to watch and wait. Darkness had hidden the town for an hour now and the light in Liza's office was still on. He lifted his binoculars to that direction. Within minutes, she and a man entered her office. She slinked in that all too obvious way of hers to the window to draw the blinds. He grinned. Perfect. Time to make his move. Hurrying into the building, he held the laugh ready to bubble from his throat. Liza hadn't changed a bit in 7 years, thank heavens. He counted on her being the loose woman he'd known from the past. She hadn't let him down yet. The halls were quiet, so he took soft steps toward her office. Just before reaching it, his mother's door opened and she peeked out. Ready? She whispered. He nodded. Let's go get her. She hooked her hand around his elbow as they treaded softly toward Liza's office. As they neared, excitement grew in his chest. The future looked brighter by the second. He placed his hand on the doorknob and turned, but it wouldn't budge. Of course she'd lock it. He huffed and fisted his hands by his side. His mother grinned and held out a set of keys. Thank heavens she was thinking clearly. He took them, slid the master into the keyhole and turned until a soft click sounded. He held his breath and listened. It didn't sound like the two on the other side of the door knew about the ambush. Glancing at his mother, he nodded. Are you ready to see something that won't be pleasant? He whispered. She rolled her eyes and flipped her hands, motioning for him to continue. He squared his shoulders then pushed open the door. It was the boom of the hardwood hitting the wall that brought Liza and her friend to an upright position, but they were still in each other's arms. Liza's lipstick was smeared across her mouth, and of course, her boyfriend's mouth and neck. She gasped and pulled away from the guy. The man stumbled backward, falling to the floor. Beside Damien, his mother stood in military stance, her hands on her hips, her mouth pulled in a thin line. He switched his attention back to the woman he loved to hate. He shook his head and sked. Liza, 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 he walked in a little farther. I take it you didn't read over your contract very thoroughly. She scowled. What are you talking about? Page 4, Section 3 states there will be absolutely no physical activities of this kind conducted inside GIO Products building or warehouses. He lifted his chin. And, if you're caught breaking this rule, you'll be dismissed immediately without leave or holiday pay. He motioned his hand at the embarrassed man on the floor. Making out in your office constitutes this kind of activity, Liza. He shrugged. You're fired. She gasped again, louder this time. How dare you, you set me up. He laughed. Set you up? He looked at the other man. Tell me, sir. Did I pay you or arrange for you to come to this room with her tonight? He shook his head. No. I met Liza at the cafe this afternoon. She invited me to come see her after hours. Damien held out his hands, palms up. There you have it, Liza. He glanced at his mother. My mother will see that you're packed and out of the building in 10 minutes. And I'll make sure this young man makes it to his car without any problems. He waited for the man to stand. Liza grumbled up a storm, threatening to sue him. He laughed and shook his head. She didn't have him this time, and winning made his chest burst with happiness. Of course, only one thing could make him truly happy, but that he didn't think he'd ever have. It worried him that Cindy might be out of his life for good. Chapter 19. Cindy pretty much dragged her feet as she moved to the break room. Phew. What a day. As always on a Monday, the news had been overwhelming, and keeping up with the reports was a chore. Not to mention the big storm this morning. Several accidents were reported, some very critical. It was a good thing they didn't live in Colorado. Most areas in that state were hit with 10 feet of snow. Perfect weather for the season and right before Christmas. She stretched out her bunched muscles and rolled her head around on her neck. Of course, taking off a few days from work just put her farther behind, and she didn't even want to think about Christmas. Inwardly, she groaned. It was only a few days away, and she hadn't even been shopping. She stood in front of the soda machine, debating whether she wanted a caffeine drink or water. Then she glanced at the snack machine. Or should she get a candy bar stuffed full of sugar? Decisions, decisions. The squeak of the door pulled her attention to the entryway. Max sauntered in, pushing his fingers through his hair. When he saw her, he stopped and his hands dropped to his side. A smile touched his mouth. Hey. Hey yourself. He moved over beside her. So, what'll be your poison? She chuckled. Haven't made up my mind, yet. He plunked his coins into the slot and pushed the Coke button. Man, after a morning like today, I need caffeine. She nodded. I'm thinking the same thing. It's just I don't have the energy to make up my mind. A long silent pause passed between them as she stared at the options in front of her, but her mind didn't focus on what she really wanted to drink. After a few moments, Max nudged her elbow with his. She glanced at him. His smile had disappeared, and concern drew his brows together. Cindy, I think we need to talk. Want to go out to my car? It'll be more private. Her heart picked up rhythm. Did he want to talk about them? About why she hadn't been hitting on him or causing bodily harm to him lately? Please. He grasped her hand. I think you'll want to hear what I have to say. She nodded, turned and walked with him out of the break room and out the front doors of the station. A cold wind hit her head on, and she folded her arms, hurrying to his car. He opened the door for her, then moved around and climbed in the driver's seat. He turned it on to get the heater going, his fingers drumming on the steering wheel while he stared at the busy road in front of them. She didn't dare say anything. Not until she knew what he really wanted to talk about. Even though she and Damien were over, she didn't want to go back to Max. He just wouldn't do. Not now. Finally, he exhaled a heavy sigh and turned to face her. First, I want to tell you I'm sorry. She lifted an eyebrow. Why are you sorry? Because I feel a little responsible for what's happened between you and Damien. She gasped as she widened her eyes. What do you know about me and Damien? Not a lot, but Amanda mentioned you and Damien were, well, getting closer, and after I saw the interview Tamara did with Liza Scapali the other day, I realized what must have happened. He took another breath. Did Damien ever tell you about our college days? Very little. We were best buds and nothing could come between us, I'd thought. We managed to get through a few years of college before Liza entered our lives. She sank her claws into Damien the moment she found out his father was owner of GIO products. I, of course, was nobody of importance, so she didn't care about me. She worked hard trying to worm her way into Damien's life. At the time, I figured her to be one of those money-hungry women, but I thought because she and Damien had so much in common because of similar backgrounds, that maybe I prejudged her. He scrubbed his jaw and situated himself in the seat. I don't know how she suckered him into marriage, but they married in secret. I think they ran off to Vegas for the weekend. Anyway, Damien told me he didn't want anyone to know. Not yet. I think he suspected she wasn't being honest with him, but I could also see he'd fallen for her. Her charm had captured his heart, and although he didn't want it to happen, I think he fell in love. Out of the two of us, Damien had always been the serious man and didn't chase after women like I did. Liza had changed him. Max took hold of her cold hands. Cindy, she hurt him really bad. Did Damien ever tell you she'd been cheating on him? Yes. Did he tell you who the man was he caught her with? She glanced at their clasped hands. Yes. It was you. Well, because of that, Damien hardened his heart. No matter how much I tried to apologize, he wouldn't listen. He quickly divorced Liza and dropped out of college. By this time his father was dying, so Damien took over in running the company. Tears threatened her vision and she blinked, hoping they'd go away. She met Max's stare. Why are you telling me this? Because I can see you're in love with Damien, and at the Christmas party, I wondered if he was in love with you, too. He chuckled and patted her hand. I also believe Damien was the one who sabotaged our dinner. I remember the cinnamon chicken recipe was one of his favorites. He made it for you that night, didn't he? She nodded. Well, I think he was the one who replaced the chili with the cinnamon. He shook his head. But it doesn't matter, because after that, I realized he did love you. He didn't like the idea of another man being in your life, and he was around you a lot more than me. Because I know what he's gone through, what Liza and I put him through, I understand his pain. He was my best friend and I know when the man is hurting. I also know how hard it is for him to trust somebody. She tilted her head. I don't understand. I'm saying you shouldn't blame him for not fully trusting you, for not fully giving his heart to you. Although you're nothing like Liza, I'm sure it was still difficult for Damien to admit he loved you. She creased her forehead. I read the card attached to the flowers, that's how I know, he said. She nodded. A knot formed in her throat. He didn't tell me he was the president of the company. He didn't even tell me he'd married Liza. I don't believe he thought of Liza in that respect. To him, Liza was just a mistake he'd been with for 2 months. Their marriage didn't last long, and since it was kept a secret, he flipped his hand in the air. But that doesn't matter. What matters is you can't hate him for not being fully honest with you. People he's loved before have hurt him, and it's his first reaction to harden his heart. He's also used to women wanting him because of his wealth. A tear slid down her cheek, but she didn't wipe it away. Max, does Damien know how much you still care about him? He chuckled. No, and don't tell him. I deserve what I got back then. He cupped her chin, keeping his gaze to hers. But Damien deserves a second chance from the woman he loves, you. Liza is very malicious, and she wanted to break you and Damien apart. By refusing to talk to him, you're letting her win. Do you want her to win? She scowled. Absolutely not. I can't stand that woman. Good. Then do something about it. Go tell Damien you love him and that you forgive him for not telling you about his past. Give him the chance to love you like he's never loved before. More tears streaked down her cheeks, and she covered her face with her hands. Sobs tore from her throat, making her whole body shake. Max's comforting arms moved around her shoulders and pulled her to his chest. He didn't know how much she wanted to run to Damien and forgive him for everything. But she'd been hurt by other men, too. She'd never been good enough. Why would she be good enough for Damien? Will you do that, Cyndi? She lifted her head and through blurry eyes looked at him. Are you sure he wants me? When he's had all those women to choose from, why would he pick someone like me? He shook his head and wiped his thumb over her cheek. Cyndi, why wouldn't he want you? You're everything Liza isn't. You're kind, loving, caring, and you're the funniest person I know. She snorted a laugh. Then you need to get out more often. He laughed. I'm being serious. His thumbs dried her cheeks again. Please, Cyndi. Give Damien another chance. I know he'll make you happy. Nodding, she sniffed and pulled away. Okay, I'll go talk to him. That's my girl. She took hold of his hands and squeezed. And what about you? Are you going to talk with him and mend your friendship? He sank back in his seat and gripped the steering wheel. He blew out a deep breath. That's going to be harder to fix, I think. I betrayed his trust. I was an idiot who'd been taken in by a beautiful woman. He shook his head. Mending our friendship will take a little longer. She placed her hand on his arm. If you'd like, I could add a good word for you. He looked at her and grinned. You do that? Look what you've done for me. She shrugged. What else are friends for? He turned and met her for a hug. Her heart grew full again, but from the thought of going to Damien and apologizing. Would he take her back? Or would she have to fight for him? That gorgeous man was definitely worth it. Healthy flakes of snow floated down from the wintry sky as Damien stood beside the front room window and watched the white powder slowly blanket the land. Inside his cabin in the woods, the low burning fire heated the spacious area, keeping him toasty warm. The first snowstorm of the season had hit hard this year, and he was grateful he'd made it to Colorado before it had happened. Christmas time was always better away from the hustle and bustle of the big city, and for a man who loved to ski, his cabin retreat was perfect. About an hour ago, he'd ventured outside to use his snowplow to remove some of the snow from the driveway and road leading to his cabin, but then realized he was the only person up here, so why should it matter? He didn't have anyone coming to visit soon. His mother and sister, Michelle, were safe at home. He'd given all his employees a week off with pay for the holiday, and besides celebrating the riddance of the hemorrhoid named Liza that had been plaguing him lately, he didn't have any worries. No worries, just one constant ache in his heart. Cindy. Would the pain ever leave? She'd not returned to her townhouse since the truth had come out. He'd waited to hear from her, and when she didn't call, he decided to give her one last chance. He drove by her work yesterday to surprise her with a visit, but saw something that gripped his stomach and caused his heart to break all over again. In Channel 9's parking lot, sitting in Max's car, Cindy and his former friend were embracing. To Damien, that told him what he needed to know, and it was like a knife in the chest for as much pain it brought. She wasn't coming back into his life, but staying with Max instead. While it lasted, their relationship had been short and very sweet. And unforgettable. He'd eventually get over her, maybe in a year or two, and be on his way to finding another woman. Could anyone replace her? He'd been through hundreds of women, and none had come close to having Cindy's spontaneous charm and wit. None had made him smile so much, or hurt so badly. None had captured his heart the way Cindy had, and made him feel complete. None had made him think of marriage and a family. Releasing a heavy sigh, he turned away from the window and walked over to the fire. The embers popped, and a log broke in half. He took the poker and stirred the fire, then threw on another log. From the stereo, Christmas songs played, low and soft. Soothing. Yet, they brought a deep longing that wouldn't leave. He'd never been alone during this time of year. Of course, the women who'd kept him company didn't mean anything, but at least they'd kept him from the kind of loneliness that reached into his soul and ripped it into tiny pieces. Grumbling, he moved to the heavily cushioned chair and sank into it. He stared into the fire, but only saw one thing. Cindy's smiling face. In the image he created, she reached out for him, her mouth forming the words "I love you." A knot tightened in his throat and brought tears to his eyes. "I love you, too, mi amore." He leaned his head back and closed his eyes, but saw a different picture. Her eyes were puffy and red, and she told him to leave. Her beautiful complexion had turned a chalky white, pain etched at the corner of her eyes and around her lips. She pushed him away and told him she needed space. He pinched the bridge of his nose and breathed in deeply, willing himself not to get emotional again. Lately, it seemed he couldn't keep from doing this when he was alone. The song on the radio ended and another started, reminding him again how lonely Christmas was without someone to love by his side. Then a low hum began that wasn't part of the song. He glanced at the radio. The humming grew louder. It came from outside. What on earth was that noise? He jumped from his chair and rushed to the window. Through the heavy falling flakes of snow, a light shone in the distance. A snowmobile? He squinted, peering closer at the object. Within seconds, the light formed, and it was indeed a snowmobile. Someone wearing bright red clothes drove the vehicle. Santa? Nah, couldn't be. His eyes must be playing tricks on him. He hurried to the door and flung it open. The blast of cold air caused a shiver to run over his body and he rubbed his arms. The closer the snowmobile came, the more it looked like someone dressed as Santa Claus. He grinned and shook his head. They must not have the right cabin. He waited by the door and watched as the battery-powered sleigh brought the jolly man to his porch. The person stopped and killed the engine, then climbed off. Lifting a big, red cloth bag, he swung it over his shoulder. The weight must have been heavier than the person imagined because he stumbled backward. After retaining his balance, he treaded forward. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. The merry voice was too high to be a man, although made to sound like it. He narrowed his eyes at the unexpected visitor. Are you lost? Damien asked, his voice filled with laughter. Nope, not lost. Just late. Then the person looked up at him. Familiar, big blue, twinkling eyes met his stare. Red cheeks and nose matched the Santa suit. Then she smiled through the full, fake white beard and his heart leapt to his throat. "Merry Christmas, darling." She shrugged, holding out her hands, palms up. "Sorry it took so long to get here. Can you imagine nobody believes in using a snowplow in the mountains?" A laugh sprang from his mouth and in 3 steps he stood in front of her. He slid his arms around her middle and lifted her, crushing her against him. The padding she wore underneath the red suit made her feel as if she'd gained 50 pounds, but he was certain it helped keep her warm. "Cindy, you crazy nut. What are you doing out in the middle of nowhere?" The bag dropped from her hand just before she threw her arms around his neck. "I couldn't let another day go by without finishing my article. I've completed all but one of the 10 ways to win a man. I realized the reason we weren't together was because I hadn't concluded the final way." "And what way is that, mi amore? Take me out of this cold weather and I'll tell you. I swear my butt has been frostbitten, and I don't think I have any fingers or toes left." His face hurt from the wide smile he wore, but he pulled her inside the cabin, shutting the door behind him. Before putting her down, he walked them in front of the fireplace and set her on her feet. "Ah, yes." She stretched her gloved hands in front of the fire. "That's more like it." He lifted the red Santa hat off her head, and with it came the full beard. Her blonde hair tumbled over her shoulders. He cupped her cold face, his thumbs rubbing her skin briskly. "Better?" Her eyes softened and she smiled. "Much." She yanked off her gloves and placed her hands over his. Pulling them from her face, she kissed his palms. His heart raced, blood surging through his body with excitement once again. "Am I dreaming?" She met his eyes and smiled. "Damien, I love you. I've loved you since that night I was mugged, I think, but I definitely loved you when you helped me make that chicken dinner for Max." Moisture gathered in his eyes, and even hers were misty. A knot of emotion lodged in his throat. "What about Max?" She shrugged. "What about him? Aren't you with him?" She snorted a laugh. "You must not have a very long memory." She shook her head. "You're the man I want, not him. But I saw you in his car and you were in his arms." She crinkled her forehead. "When was that?" "Yesterday while you were at work." She smiled and sighed. "He was comforting me and explaining to me about his former college friend. He encouraged me to give you another chance." She held up her hands in surrender. "I happen to agree with him." "Then you forgive me for not being fully honest with you?" She arched an eyebrow. "Do you think I'd travel all this way in this frigid weather if I hadn't?" She chuckled and squeezed his hands. "I love you, and I didn't want to go another day without letting you know how I feel." A sob tore from his throat and he wrapped her in his arms, pulling her body against his. He kissed her forehead. She tilted her head back and her mouth met his. Heat from the fireplace didn't have anything to do with the inferno raging through his heart now. His heart beat with life once again, and happiness poured into his soul. He broke the kiss and smiled down at her. "I love you, too." He caressed her quickly warming cheek. "Thank you for making my Christmas wonderful. Thank you for making my life wonderful. Oh, and that reminds me. I have a Christmas present for you." She moved out of his arms and to her red bag. She stuck her hand inside and pulled out a shoe-sized box wrapped in gold paper and handed it to him. "Here, this is for you." He couldn't stop smiling as he carefully opened the present. His heart hammered like a kid opening his first present on Christmas Day. Inside the box was a snow globe. A woman wearing a lavender fur jacket stood inside, with her hands out and her head looking up. More love and emotion filled his heart for his Cindy. "Where did you get this?" "I saw it at a store yesterday, and I just had to get it." She covered her hands over his and helped him shake it. "Quickly, make a wish." He stared into Cindy's eyes instead of watching the snow drift around in the globe. "My wish has come true." Nodding, she grinned. So has mine. That's why I knew this was the right globe, just like you are the right man for me. Emotion gripped his heart, and he willed himself not to cry in front of her, but his eyes missed it anyway. Cindy, I never want to lose you again. I was completely miserable with you gone, and that's not a good way to live. She cocked her head. So what do you want to do about it? He chuckled. I want to marry you, that's what I want to do about it. Love shone through her twinkling eyes and she nodded. That sounds like an excellent idea. He took her back in his arms, bent his head, and captured her lips again. This time the kiss was slower, more meaningful. He knew he never wanted to be without this kind of love. Cindy made him feel like a man again, and he couldn't imagine life without her. She was the one to break the kiss this time, and she sighed, laying her head on his chest. So, what do you really think about that internet article? Do you think it works? Did I win your heart? He ran his fingers through her hair, lifting her face to his. Yes, but more importantly, I won yours. The end. About the author. Marie Higgins is an award-winning, best-selling author of clean romance novels that melt your heart and have you falling in love over and over again. Since 2010, she's published over 100 heartwarming, on-the-edge-of-your-seat romance stories. She's broadened her readership by writing mystery/suspense, humor, time travel, paranormal, along with her love for historical romances. Her readers have dubbed her Queen of Tease because of all her twists and unexpected endings. Thank you for listening to 10 Ways to Get a Man. Written by Marie Higgins. Text copyright 2015 by Marie Higgins. Production copyright 2023 by Marie Higgins.